Hey guys, brand new podcast. I'm back. I'm back from Serbia. I landed last night and I'm very hungover and I am very, very jet lagged. But we're back. And so we're going to dial in the new studio, get it lit properly, change the lighting. I don't know, the lighting's been a little too bright for me. Do you feel like that, Halston? I was looking at, I feel like, there needs to be more of a thumbprint here. We put this together so quickly that I feel like I want there to be a blue undertone, a little bluer, maybe. I don't know. We still have a lot of ways to go. We do have some backlogged still. So how many do we have backlogged? Do we know? We have 4 backlogged. So we'll be airing those 4 and then shooting a bunch new ones in the next 2 weeks. 2 Bears, 1 Cave will be back. And I have tour dates to promote. My Birdie Boy Relapse World Tour is on sale now. We've added a ton of new shows. If you bought tickets to the earlier shows, I think that's how that works. They're still good. I'm almost certain. No, I know they are. I mean, if you have, I know like Alabama, I'm supposed to come to because that was a show I was supposed to do right before COVID kicked in. So yeah, Birdie Boy Relapse Tour starts, I think, in October, November, December, March, goes on until March. Red Rocks, September 8th. I think it's September 8th or September 9th. Red Rocks, September 8th. And this weekend, I'm in Atlantic City at the Borgata. So I will see you guys at the Borgata. I'm going to try not to talk. Maybe I'll do an episode where we talk about the movie. I'm going to try not to talk about the movie too much because I think with movies, it's really interesting. I was thinking this, I'm such a promotional guy. Like I like promos. And I like talking about stuff I made. I never really talked much about The Cabin, did I? Maybe I did. I feel like I never even promoted The Cabin. I feel like The Cabin came and went and was like, but I don't want to share too much of about this movie because I want you to just see it and not know what it is and have no idea what you're about to see. So I've kind of like, I pulled back a lot on my Instagram stories. I know you're probably like, not really, Bert, but you'd be shocked what I didn't post. Because you'd watch a movie. I remember watching movies in college, and that was when trailers got really big when I was in college. I feel like trailers got better, but you'd see all the jokes in the trailer, and you'd be like, "Oh, that kind of sucks." So I haven't shared a lot of the pictures of the people who were in the movie, and I want to keep it. I don't know. I want it to be. That's how a movie should be, right? It's better if you don't know anything about it, and then all of a sudden, ta-da! So yeah. And by the way, I've been missing podcasts so much. I miss doing a podcast so much. You have no idea how fucking jealous I am that I see like people podcasting and I'm just like, God, man, so much happened. So much happened while I was gone. 3 months I've been gone. I haven't done a podcast in 3 months. That's why I'm milking this intro. And by the way, this is a long one. Today is a long one. It is Whitney Houston. Not Houston. God damn it. It's Whitney Cummings. And I think we get drunk. All I'll say is we went through with a fine-tooth comb on this one because a lot of stuff was said that we were like, are you sure? And then she sobered up. She was like, good call. Maybe we should take some of that stuff out. And some of it's still in. So I think you're going to love this episode. It's 4 hours long. You already know that. You're like, holy shit. Yeah, I think we called. Are all the phone calls still in? Yeah. For real? Yeah. We called Dave Grohl. We called Kesha. We called Olivia Munn. This is before we could have gotten the scoop on the John Mulaney shit. John Mulaney got a divorce. There's all the shit that happened while I was gone. Tony Hinchcliffe with the fucking video. There's all this shit happened when I was gone. And I watched this girl today on, I don't even know who she is. Oh, man. She did this. She commented on this TikTok. Oh, by the way, I think I'm going to do the 85 South show when I'm in Macon. 85 South. You're not watching 85 South? Oh, my God. It's like my favorite podcast. 85 South is Carlos, DC Young Fly, and Chico. And they're like 3 dudes who It's just a great podcast. But they do these live shows. They did a bit on Uno today that had me and Leanne howling laughing. So I'm going to be in Macon for a little while doing the Go Big show. So hopefully I'm going to be coming up to Atlanta a lot to do spots at night and hopefully do their podcast. And then when they come out, I'm dying to get them on my podcast. And we got just enough seats. Studio's going to be dialed in. Big plans. We just got to get through. Here we go. September's our month. September's a month we're going to be hitting dingers, people. We got to get through. The next 2 weeks, and then I got to do Go Big show, and then September we're going to take a breath and enjoy the studio and really do some fucking great podcasts. I cannot fucking wait. And then we're on tour. God, I'm so glad things are. I was gone when LA got normal. Like I was gone when LA went back to normal. My daughters were like, we're going to go to McDonald's. And I was like, last night. And they're like, hey, you want to go out to eat tomorrow? And I was like, can we? And they're like, yeah, Dad, people go out to eat now. I'm like, fuck. Can't wait. Can't wait to live here. It'd be so cool to live in LA. I feel like I'm fucking gone. Serbia was a blast. I got to tell you, I want to thank everyone in Serbia who made that trip one of the greatest trips of my entire life. It was one of the greatest experiences of my entire life. I'm so blessed to have had it. And I feel like I did it right. I worked just hard enough to make sure that we got a good movie, and I had just enough fun to feel like it wasn't all work. You know, like sometimes when you have a job where your job is to be funny, you got to make sure and I'll give you a perfect example. Tony Hernandez, one of my best friends in the world. I've known him since we were kids. He produced both of my specials, and we're getting ready to do Secret Time. We're in Philly, and I hadn't been drinking at those nights, and I didn't drink, and I was kind of off on stage. I didn't drink after the show. I never really drank on stage, but I didn't drink after the show. And the night before we taped my special in Philly, he says, hey man, are you having fun? And I was like, I don't know, I'm a little stressed. He goes, well, forget about stress. Let's go to the bar and have a couple beers. I said, well, I know, but he goes, don't change your routine just for this. It should be the same routine you always have, because if you're having a good time, that'll translate. And I have lived my life to that. And the thing about this movie is I was like, I remember, and you know, what's funny, my buddy Kale, one of the executive producers on it, when we got there, I was like, I don't know, man, should I like not drink this entire time? And he was like, why? He was like, you want to have a good time when you're here, right? I mean, if you're hating your time here, it's going to show on the screen. But if you're having a good time here, it'll show on the screen. And I was like, yeah. So I think I did it right. I had a great fucking time in Serbia. Ran 5 miles every morning, lifted weights. After that, I'm still extremely fat. Don't get me wrong. But I had a great time. I had a really great time. Let's get the podcast started. Sorry for the long-winded read. I just haven't talked to anyone forever. Oh, I can cry on command. Really? Yeah. All right. I don't want to tell too much. And by the way, I can cry. I can cry at the drop of a hat lately. I cried on the rap. I got a video. I got to share this video. I'd only want to share it out of humility to show people what a fucking soft piece of meat I am. We did the rap. We called the rap, you know, and then, you know, you rap. Whenever someone raps, you rap them out. That's like the director does that. And he called rap for us. Dude, I'll cry talking about it. I cried so hard in front of a bunch of people, a bunch of Serbians. Like, Serbian men are not crying men. They're fucking tough dudes. Every one of them looks like a cage fighter. Every one of them's like a fucking man. You know, any one of them could throw hands in a second and easily win. They are men. And the women are tougher than I am. I mean, you're talking about fucking, and then I just sob cried for like fucking 10 minutes. Sob. I'm so lucky.
So you cried on a private jet too?
I cried on the private jet. I cried on the jet last night. I was crying, just fucking flying and crying and listening to music and cry. I'm a crying motherfucker right now. 2 sets of the Hollywood Improv this week. Let's get this podcast started. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, my friend, she's got a great podcast. By the way, her podcast is probably better than mine now. And I feel stupid forever telling her to do a podcast, because now I'm like, fuck. She's just fucking lapped all of us.
We had some fun when you were gone.
What's that? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're working on your podcast now.
I did a few episodes.
Yeah? I gotta get back on her podcast. I wonder if she'd have me on. What the fuck am I saying? I mean, that's how I felt in Serbia. Like, do I even have friends anymore? Like, I looked at all the Two Bears guest hosts, and I was like, and they were so much better than me. And I was like, I wanted to like put in the comments, yeah, that was a great episode, but would it be good if he had to do 100 more with Tom? I was jealous. They were fucking great episodes. All right. Without further ado, we got new Two Bears, One Cave coming out. We film it in like 2 weeks. So and then whatever. Jesus Christ, stop talking, Bert. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, my friend, stand-up comedian, showrunner, writer, actor, producer, podcaster, and has the best famous friends in her phone that you'll ever get. As testament to what you're about to see, Whitney Cummings. Awesome.
Thank you for the gift.
I love you so much. I want open it. I want you to see it.
Oh, okay. I'll go get it.
I want to see you see it.
Okay, I'll go get it.
What's the point of giving someone a gift if they open it not in front of you?
What made you say
What this is for you?
That's a
open it.
housewarming gift.
It's housewarming.
You're on
camera. I'm not.
Okay.
Which I'm good
Which
with.
is the problem with this podcast.
Oh, I love this.
Isn't this good? It's as good.
Oh my god.
So dumb.
Oh, this is great.
That's so cool.
It's a Casamigos, but I thought it could go on your bar on here.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's perfect.
It's a bling bling costume.
yes,
Hell
but buy liquid
yes.
death. Buy
I'm going
liquid
through
death.
I'm going through a big tequila phase.
I assume there's tequila in there.
Yeah.
It's very fucking expensive.
Yeah. It was very
Yeah.
expensive.
I don't know if you should drink it.
I got Tom his birthday present.
Which
so you
is?
know, Tom and I do this thing where we get each other more expensive birthday presents than the last guy. And so he spent $3,000 on my birthday present this year. Yeah, it was an electric bike. I bought him a $15,000 jet ski.
You guys know you guys can get this for free by tagging them.
We're obsessed with the gifting part of it. When it's your money and it's a gift, it feels really good.
But why don't you just lie and get it for free and say you spent money on it?
I tried, and no one would give me a jet ski. I tried to get a boat originally. No one would fucking help me out. They're like, I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know who Tom Segura is. Fuck his birthday. It was horrible. It was horrible.
Oh, shit.
What we're talking about doing is bringing friends that don't do comedy.
Yeah.
Like guys we went to high school with, guys we went to college with.
Yeah.
Bringing them on the road with us. Like letting them come on the road and experience the road.
That's a
with us.
fucking amazing idea, but can I first just address a resentment I have?
Yeah,
which
please.
is that, what? Oh, I thought you were telling me to put on a mask. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Is that better? I've
cheers.
never had an issue with someone not hearing me.
June Shine.
Cheers.
Hard
June-
kombucha.
I know this is like a little bit of a beer. This could
love hard kombucha.
This could go south very quickly. This is my shit. But no, your toilet just came on my ass.
Mm-hmm. I let it come in my ass.
And it's fully, I'm sitting in a soggy, and you know why it's even worse? Your fancy fucking toilet that I sat on, and it was warm, by the way.
Oh, it's fucking so
This
great.
is the kind of new money we're dealing with. This is what happens when people from Florida get money. They spend it on toilets.
I remember one time for a prank, Tom rented a Lamborghini, and Ari and I, for Ari, B, and Joe, were all came out of hot yoga, and Tom had a Lamborghini, and he's like, I just bought it. I knew how much a Lamborghini cost, and I was sitting there, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. And then Ari and I got in the car, and Ari goes, he's from Florida. And I went, that's right. Oh, he is from Florida. That's how we spend our money.
Okay, but here's the problem.
What?
Today was the day that I decided to wear my new padded underwear.
Padded underwear?
My ass got so flat during the fucking pandemic. I have not worked out. Can you tell that I'm wearing padded?
I cannot tell that you're wearing padded underwear.
These are push-up under.
Oh my God. Isla would love these.
Feel
Oh, definitely.
It's
Oh my God, it is padded.
yes. And
Oh my God. It's like a push-up bra, but for your ass.
yes, I'm just embarrassed because my ass got so fucking flat over the pandemic because I haven't been working out. So I was like, fuck it. I ordered them on Amazon and I'm wearing them for the first time here. And they just got all fucking wet. So now I'm sitting on a soggy fucking
Just goes,
like piece of styrofoam.
It's like being in a wetsuit.
I know. I feel like I'm like chafing. But yeah, it's kind of work. I don't know if it really is work. You can kind
It
of.
looks good. You have a great body, though. You have great shoulders. I saw your Instagram story yesterday when you were hiking, and I think
That
you got
is
lost.
the most married thing you've ever said.
It's so funny. I said I'm very married, but despite the fact that I just grabbed your ass, but
you didn't grab it. You poked at it, and trust me,
I touched it. Yeah.
Leanne is thrilled to have maybe
a little
you focus
break.
on someone else's ass for a minute.
Ooh, that poor
That woman deserves a break. I'm happy to step in.
I tried to have sex with you.
I volunteer as tribute to fuck Bert for a week so that you can take a week off, you poor woman.
You don't know what you signed up for.
It's fine. If I just drink 9 of these, we can pull it off.
I was trying to say to someone, they were like, some guy said something about having like young girls, and I said, well, once you have daughters, there's an age break off where you start going, no, I'm like, I don't. And then they're like, well, how can you look at a girl that's like 17? And I said, very easily. I said, I have a 16-year-old. It's like, look, and I've been trying to think, because it is very easy as a dad. You just start going, I don't know. It's not that you respect women more, but you just go, there's an age cutoff for me where I go, anything under 30.
And you've learned all the laws.
Yeah. And
you've had enough life experience to know all the laws.
And so I said, and I've been trying to think of the analogy. And today I'm working out with my sisters and my daughter. And I said, how do I? And I looked, and my sister is in workout clothes, like the leggings. Uh-huh. And I saw her ass, and I just went, ugh. And then I went, oh, that's how it works. Like when you see your sister naked, you're like, what the fuck?
Well, because
I go, that's how you're supposed to look at like.
It's a very, that's a tricky one. And this is a hot take that's probably going to get me canceled. I'm sorry you guys are watching me fully put on makeup because I haven't put it on yet. If I look crazy, will you please let me know? I mean, that ship has sailed, but I mean, like, I'm trying to not, I just am pushing it. I've become the Courtney Love of comedy. People think.
I love Courtney Love.
I know, but I'm just saying, it started, people, the pandemic, we were all having fun. We were doing crazy shit, but I knew it went too far when I were getting texts from people like, are you okay? Like during the day.
Well, the
hair.
It's because it's you and Benton.
Uh-huh.
And you guys are kind of in your own little bubble.
That's right.
And he is a very creative dude.
Full
and
Grey Gardens.
He's always looking for something to shoot. And so you guys really kind of busied yourself when I think most people just started drinking and doing drugs.
Yeah, I did that too, though. I went too far on the edibles.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When I hosted with you, two Berts, one cave.
Yeah.
That's what it should be called, right? Let's just be honest.
2 Berts, 1 cave.
3 arms, 1.
3 arms, 3 arms, 3 legs, 1 cave.
But
1 Bert, 1 gimp, 2 caves.
I was doing, especially after I had COVID, I was like getting migraines and I was like not sick. I went a little crazy with the edibles, which I had never done edibles.
You don't seem like an edible you seem like someone who likes to have everything kind of dialed in, likes to be in control.
That's usually my drug is control, work, busying myself, exercise, but I had never done edibles. I discovered them and I was like, oh, this just feels like my dad loves me and I'm going to keep doing this all the time.
I have a hard time. I discovered blunts over the pandemic.
Okay. And
I started smoking blunts.
But that's okay as long if at least it can wear off in a couple hours. Dude, the edibles, they kick in. And then by the time I'm like, these don't work. Like in 20 minutes in, I'm like, these are fucking duds, and I'll take 12 more.
Yeah.
And then they kick all at the same time. And then you're just like, I'm on the freeway. I mean, I was doing some crazy shit. So that coupled with my fucking blue hair that I wasn't really brushing and my under eye not wearing makeup and shit. Cause I was like, fuck it. I'm not gonna wear makeup.
But I was talking to like either Schultz or Tim Dillon or someone, or it was Taylor Thomason. And I said, you had a great pandemic. Like she did better in the pandemic than she probably would have done in life.
Unlike us, she knows how to use TikTok.
She really does know how to use TikTok.
Because she's not a fucking boomer.
I'm in love with TikTok right now. I don't post anything on TikTok.
Okay.
Like I have a team that posts for me.
Yeah.
Like anything good in my stories, I'll edit and chop up and throw into
that's
TikTok.
Smart.
But
that's
man,
so smart.
The energy on TikTok is it's a little different, a little younger, a little funner. Like I can really get into a scroll on TikTok.
But that's what freaks me out. Sometimes I stumble on there and I'm like, aren't these just 16-year-olds doing dances? Like I thought we agreed it was not legal for us to look at this.
I'm amazed at the type of person.
I just don't want fucking in 12 years someone to go back and go, here are the TikTok videos they watched 10 years. And it's like, oh shit.
Oh,
those girls were 14.
The next level of this is someone's gonna be like, just so you know, this is who Bert Kreischer says he is. These are his YouTube searches.
And you're gonna have to say my team did it. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know how I got onto this fucking, like my YouTube searches are.
There's no way deleting cookies deletes shit.
Oh.
Right?
If they went through and I saw they'd be like, okay, first of all, he's obsessed with Puerto Ricans getting their hair cut. explain that, and you'd be like, I don't know. Explain.
You just have to say I had a drug problem.
What I Google is so gross. Like I love calloused feet getting shaved. I love tonsil stones.
Zits getting popped.
I love dilated pores. I love bot flies. I love Puerto Ricans getting their haircut is my favorite thing. I can binge watch that.
And what about it? It's just like the way they style it. Oh, like the way they style it.
I hope this sounds respectful with Puerto Ricans.
It won't.
So when a Puerto Rican man lets his hair grow, like a hair, usually it's the hairier ones that I like. It grows like into his eyes, like it grows like chupacabra almost, like just thick here, and it's so full and hairy, and like they come in looking like so disheveled when they go in to get their haircut, and so disheveled, and then
it's like those rescue dog transformation videos where
almost like I swear to God, it's almost like a homeless person renovation video.
It's like a makeover.
And then when I say Puerto Rican, it's probably all Latino men, to be dead honest with you. It's mostly dark-haired men. And Middle Eastern dudes getting their
dark,
beards.
thick hair.
I love watching them get all lined up, and I can watch it for hours.
That's a very primordial, like watching zits pop. We get dopamine and serotonin from that because in our brain, it's like ejecting bacteria from the body. Like we're wired to get into that.
I remember there's a thing I've talked about it before, trypophobia. It's when you see a bunch of little holes with seeds in them. And people are afraid of that stuff. I love it. I love it more than anything in the world.
I mean,
it relaxes me.
For my last special, I did like 40 minutes on sex robots and sex robot porn, and I literally went to Pornhub the other day because I was really just looking to burn some calories, and it was like I hadn't been on Pornhub since I was working on my last special, and it was all guys fucking sex dolls and robots.
For real?
It was like sex dolls, and I was like, oh my God. And then I was like, oh no, this is my algorithm.
Oh, this is you. This is what
I was like, people are disgusting. I'm like, oh no, this is all, it was like recommended for you. And it was guys fucking like baby dolls and Cabbage Patch Kids and the sex dolls, the real dolls. Cause I was like trying to see if it was a real thing and if people were watching it.
I've seen some real ones.
There's something hot about, this is going to get me canceled. There's something hot about watching guys fuck the sex dolls. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because I don't have to be jealous of the girl because she's not like prettier than me or thinner than me or hotter than me or better at sex than me. Maybe there's something hot about just watching because here's the thing, when you're watching porn, you're watching the guy fuck and I'm watching the girl fuck. So I'm
watching the girl fuck, I think.
But you also see the guy.
Yeah, but I'm focused on the chick. Except unless
you
it's
see
Owen
a dick
Gray.
going into a vagina.
If it's Owen Gray, I fucking watch.
Is he the one with the birthmark on his dick?
No, he's got tattoos all down his legs and it looks like letters and then it goes full black and he's like the best fucking person. Meaning the best fucking.
At fucking?
He fucks amazing. I mean, this guy really he cares. Like he genuinely cares that his performance is good. He cares that the woman has an order. I'm a big fan of his.
What? Say his name?
Owen Gray.
Owen Gray. Well,
first off, he's got a hog, okay?
But do you want, when you watch porn, for the male porn star to have a huge...
See, he's the only one. He's the only one I watch where he caught me off guard. I started reading his tattoos and I got and I got obsessed with his tattoos. I was like, they're badass tattoos. Like his legs. I can't wait till we have a fucking TV in here, Halston, and we can pull up the fucking picture.
I'd rather use my imagination on this one, I think.
Oh, no.
Owen Gray. This guy. Okay, so here's the thing though. He's not super, he's kind of really skinny.
He's really skinny.
He looks like an Auschwitz.
He's a very, very skinny dude.
Is this what you're into?
Yeah, and he's got scar. No, actually, I'm not. See, this is my crazy thing is I'm not into the dude. I don't care about the dude at all. Except for him.
He's got a very effeminate sort of willowy vibe to him.
Yeah. But Whitney, when he has sex, he does it like it's the last time it's ever going to be filmed. And he wants to make sure he goes out with a bang. He really puts in the work. You really
are proud of this man.
I would consider him a friend. We've had him on the podcast. We had him on Two Bears, One Cave live show.
I want to see that.
And we said to him, Whitney, we were like, hey, can we see your dick? And he goes, what? And it's like, and we were like, can we see your dick? And he was like, yeah, it's just sweatpants dick. And we're like,
his dick is giant. A lot of skinny guys secretly have giant dicks.
Yeah, it's always the sleeper when you're like,
this is wild. This guy's gnarly. Sorry, I'm watching this right now. I'm just fully watching.
He really does a great job. Like if you were going to go, you could be cuckolded by one guy. It would be Owen Gray. I'd want to watch him have sex with Leanne and just see how it's done right. And be like, oh, she does like that. Oh, shit, I never even tried that. I just broke it on me. Like, he really is good.
There was that one guy. Well, you know what throws me off? I think this is bad. I'm a bad person because I think I voted for this maybe in California, that when you see a condom on the guy.
Why? Not only did I not vote for it, but
I didn't vote at all. Never have.
not only did I not vote for it, but I got approached at the Target on Burbank or Oxnard. What's the one that's out? You know, the one that's out there. I got approached with my daughters by someone trying to get people to sign a petition. And he was like, "Hey, sir, I'm with the girls and Leanne." He goes, "Would you sign our petition?" I go, "What is it?" And he goes, "It's for the use of prophylactics for adult film stars." And I went, "Fuck that." And my daughters and wife are there. And he goes, "What?" And I go, "Make them raw dog it. I can't get turned on by that shit." And my daughters and Leanne are like, "What the fuck?"
Do you know how many more daughters I'd have if that fucking rule went into play?
I can't. When I see a condom on
condoms in general, I'm 38 years old. I'm at the point where I'm like, I've beat so many things at this point. I have, like, the fact that I don't have herpes is a weird, like, mirror. It's even my gyno was like, yeah, because I'm like, are you sure I don't have herpes? She's like,
yeah.
I'm as surprised as you are. And now I feel like if I get it now, I had a Rumspringa. I cannot.
I'd be
use
cool
a
with getting
condom.
it now. Like if Leanne died and I would just be like, well, I'm just gonna get herpes.
But look, what would I get? Like, there's nothing really at this point. Now that I have health insurance, I'm like, fuck it. Whatever it is, I'd rather deal with it later.
Joe List has herpes, and he's told me about it. He goes, yeah, you just take. He goes, the day you get it, Valtrex.
Not Imitrex, Valtrex.
Yeah, you just take Valtrex if you feel it coming on.
But that makes it so you can't spread it.
I think it makes it so that I think when you're on your Valtrex, I'm sure you probably don't have sex just out of being respectful to people. I guess I don't know. But there was an age where I thought it mattered to me.
But sometimes I do get cold sores. Isn't that herpes?
Inside your mouth?
I don't like if I have like a lot of juice or I don't know why I'm eating all this fucking citrus or.
No, that's I did. If I eat a lot of, you're gonna hear about grown up statement. If I eat a lot of Sour Patch Kids. I'm fucking horrible.
That's not a cold.
I got a high here one night. We had a party.
By the way, those also cut your mouth. They're so fucking hard, and you're just eating like crusty poison.
We just did a group text from the guys I tour with, this summer, and someone said, "Do you remember Bert's Sour Patch?" I dosed our Sour Patch Kids with edibles, so I crushed up these edibles and I sprinkled them all over our Sour Patch Kids, and I just left a bowl. And it was very mild dosing. It was everyone. If you went to town on the Sour Patch Kids, you were going to get high. But there wasn't enough in there for everyone to get fucking wasted until the end of the night. And everyone's like giggling and we're fucking eating. And they're like, what is so funny? And I go, I dosed our Sour Patch Kids. And they're like, what? And I was like, oh yeah, I've been doing it all trip. Everyone enjoyed it. Everyone enjoyed it. And then, but it's the first time I did it, I told
funny.
everyone except for like 3 people. And I was like, just so you know, guys, I'm putting edibles on this. And everyone was like, oh, cool. And I didn't tell the other people.
But edible like candies?
It was edible,
like powder?
Mints, but they were like sweets.
Nice.
Sweets.
Oh, nice.
And so I crushed them up. It was like, they were like 2.5 milligrams.
Yeah.
I crushed up 4 of them and sprinkled them over 2 bags of Sour Patch Kids.
What's your perfect high? I'm searching for my perfect buzz. Like the edibles, I went too far. I'm such a fucking hardcore addict. I don't really... I like the like a beer or kombucha. Tequila I can kind of do. I feel like a cigarette, 2 or 3 cigarettes, a beer, and like 1 hit of a joint. I'm like that's it.
1 hit of a joint makes me feel really good.
Not like a Donnell Rawlings joint. I had a taste of one of those last night, and that is a never again.
No, I like. For me, a perfect buzz is like a 3 beer buzz, 1 hit of a joint with a cigar.
Ooh.
Last night I had a great buzz. I took it too far.
I love not smoking, and then 3 cigarettes, like 3 nights a week is like perfect.
I wish I could smoke cigarettes. I really miss cigarettes.
If you start, can you just not stop?
I can't stop.
The only reason, but here's the thing, I'm such a fucking hardcore addict that I actually don't smoke so that when I do, I feel the high better.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
There's no better feeling than nicotine. Honestly, and out of all the things I've ever done, nicotine's the one where I go, oh, this is This is awesome.
These American spirits, which I'm sure is appropriation. I'm gonna get canceled. But are we allowed to smoke these American
know.
spirits anymore? I don't know if you ever save schedule posts,
Yeah.
I scheduled a post because I was like, Instagram, I'm losing 5 hours a day on fucking Instagram. I'm just gonna schedule the post ahead of time. And there was one, it might even have been with you when we were talking about wiping backwards and forwards. It was like a video from when you did my podcast, and it posted, and a friend texted me, he was like, hey dude, you might want to just like read the room. And I was like, what happened? Ruth Bader Ginsburg had died the hour before. It was Ruth Bader, Whitney and Bert talking about shitting. Ruth Bader.
I'll tell you what, and that brings up a very interesting point is, I have gotten to a place where I realized I don't need to communicate with people as much as I think. Like I like when it's so funny you say that, because when like Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, or the George Floyd thing happened, or anything happened big in the media, Asian hate comes up the other day, and people are like, why aren't you tweeting? And I'm like, I don't think I have an first of all, I thought I was told to listen. I get that.
Here's the thing.
But
I'm a fucking clown.
Yeah, I'm a clown.
I don't know enough about the situation. If I were to post something, it would be so fucking I would be doing it because it's trendy and for the wrong reasons.
And I don't want to see the bad shit in the comments because some comedy fans, I don't think they understand comedy totally, and they think the meanest thing you can say is the funniest thing, and you're like, no.
Yeah.
Like sometimes just don't. Sometimes just don't tweet anything. Don't say anything. And so I've actually kind of pulled off of.
But it's like for me, it's like I get stuck because it's like, dude, the worst thing you can hear as a comic is, dude, she used to be funny. What happened? Like she, or whatever. It's like, you can't, we have to be in a situation where we're allowed to do our jobs and like stay in our lane. It's like, let the activists and the politicians or the whatever. I mean, they're fake actors too, but I mean like journalists that know what they're talking about. My thing is like, if it's something that's like obviously really important to me, like BLM or something, like instead of me getting likes off of a tweet where I'm saying like I support, like I'll retweet our black male friend comics or black female friend comics, whatever the thing is about, or I'll retweet Ali Wong or Aquafina, like just amplify people that do know what they're talking about instead of making it about yourself.
I don't want to make it about myself, and there's a lot. And by the way, I gotta be honest with you, I've been jam packing these podcasts so that I can just work.
Banking
them. And I'm at a place where I go, I feel like I'm ready to stop talking. Dude. Like I need a break. I feel like I know there's people that I've seen videos. People are and like, Jesus Christ, Bert Kreischer talks a lot. Hey, I'm with me all the time. I hear all the words I say. You think I talk a lot? I think I talk way too much.
But that's awesome. Like then turn it off. Like
That's the thing. It's like if you don't like it, just
the world has spoken. Most people want to hear you talk. If you don't, then tune out. Unsubscribe. I don't know what to tell you. That's like if you hear me talk too much, like what's going on with you that you just didn't turn it off? Like you just need to hate someone.
Yeah, it's
But the banking thing,
yeah.
This is what I'm worried about for you because this just fucking happened to me.
What?
Chris DiStefano came on the podcast 2 weeks ago. I don't know when this airs, but and it was like finally kind of. I mean, having a comic on is just the best because you have videos. So we were like joking about Trump 2024 and the China virus, and we were kind of doing all that shit. I'm like, he's like, I had the China virus. I'm like, really? And we were joking. It was so clear we were being sarcastic. We threaded it in throughout the whole podcast. Yeah. We're doing China virus jokes, which you wouldn't joke about if you actually called it that.
Yeah.
Obviously, if a person is mentally retarded, you're not going to say, hey, retard. You only say that to people that aren't, right? And then 2 days before the podcast dropped, the shooting happened in Atlanta. And all of a sudden it went from being funny and brave to really fucked up. So we went in and edited it. I almost did we re-record it? But it was with what goes on in the news and us still trying to not do safe and careful comedy. If you bank something and then something happens in the news, it's like, oh, fuck.
Oh, I've done that a lot. I've done that a great deal where I go, but my thing is I never want anyone to come on the podcast and regret anything they said. If they wanted to edit it out, I wanted to edit it out. And sometimes I'll hit them up and say, hey, I just giving you a heads up that we kind of flagged that. Do you want us to leave that in or take it out? And other people said things about other people. Podcasting is so fucking different than when this started.
Dude.
When this started, I was just thinking about this in the shower today. I was like, when this started, you went on a podcast and you came out guns a-blazing. I'll say everything and anything.
Because I'm not on network TV. This is the place of freedom. This is where we get to be dangerous and experiment.
Yeah.
And now we have a magnifying glass.
And it's like, and I still do that. I still do that hardcore,
And we should
and I
keep
regret
doing
it.
it.
I show my vulnerabilities.
no one
I
wants
speak
to fucking
openly.
listen to a safe podcast. They'd be listening to Ryan Seacrest in the morning or some
Yeah,
shit.
it's like I'm going to talk very openly and honest about everything. I'll say things I certainly regret. I'll talk about celebrities that I go like mostly I do it with Tom, because Tom and I get fucking. That's probably my most irresponsible podcast. Is that because it's
But
just to make each other laugh.
But anybody that comes in with a problem about it just wants to fight or wants to take someone down. You know,
Yeah.
it's like two guys fucking around doing comedy. Like, and I also think comedians, we've gotten sort of brainwashed. Like, we're participating in it too because we are letting the fear creep in.
By the way, I have zero fear in my head because I here's where I'm living my life. So it's interesting you say that.
Like, if you think I'm seriously racist off of that joke, like you never liked me.
You're missing the point.
You've never seen anything I've ever done, and you don't know how comedy works.
Yeah, and if you're new to this and you go, whoa, maybe then do a little bit of research. I've lived as a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being like, meaning like good-hearted person. I'm not gonna say my whole life. I mean,
Huge heart.
I think I'm a good person.
I mean, as good as you can be if you're from Florida.
Yeah, but like I've never hurt people. I'm always considerate of people. I try to be as best I can, and so I go. That's
so
the path
clear.
I have.
It's so clear.
That's the thing you have to wake up with in the morning, and it goes. I've talked nonstop for fucking the last 10 years. We've all just talked on podcasts. I'm certain I've laughed at jokes that are inappropriate. I'm certain I've co-signed on things. Dude, I co-signed on something in an Uber where I was like, if he had a camera, I'm fucking canceled.
Yeah.
He guys just like fucking women drivers, right? And I'm like, I don't want to argue with the guy.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, you know. And he's like, fucking women. And I'm just listening in the back like, yeah. Whatever.
I mean, to be
cut
fair,
their hands off.
let's
Whatever
be
you
fair.
think, brother.
Let's be fair. Okay, let's not overdo it. Women are I literally wreck my car 4 times a week.
But you just got to go. Am I a good person at the end of the day? Have I hurt people?
Yeah,
Like,
but
that's
also, we're gonna accidentally hurt people sometimes. Like
Oh, yeah.
it is part of.
I've done that also.
Everyone's going to, not just you. Someone at the grocery store. Someone, it's like, someone's gonna say something shitty to you or be nasty to you, whatever. Like, you can't control that. Like, thinking you're gonna go through the world bubble wrapped and no one's ever gonna hurt your feelings or trigger you. Like, look at it as an opportunity for you to get stronger and figure out what your opinion is. Like, I feel like people need to remember that, like, comedians, like, we're the most mentally ill, suicidal, broken, unloved people on the planet, and we're just trying to make you strangers laugh. Like, if we piss you off, like, we just made a mistake or you misinterpreted what. Like, I just feel like people forget, and I think comedians now, like, are getting so successful and have Porsches and have all these podcasts and these amazing house, and you've built what you built.
I think it was easy to root for us when we were all broke.
Yeah, just remember why we're doing this. We every night for 20 years for no money tried to make drunk strangers laugh, like, for free, just because we, like, all we want is to be loved. So to come after people that are famously incredibly broken and in pain, like, we lose a couple a year to suicide, it's just like, there's like, you're kind of kicking us while we're down.
I'll be very candid.
We have to take risks. That is our job. We have to push the envelope. Sometimes we'll push it too far. Who the fuck knows? But, like, you don't come to a comedy show to hear what your uncle just said. You come to hear something you would never hear anywhere else.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of comedy. When I see Bill Burr say stuff like, I'm trying to think of an angle. Like, something outrageous as his premise.
I love. There's an epidemic of gold digging whores ruining our great men.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
and you're like, oh, I can't wait to hear where he's taking this. I said to Tom the other day, I was defending Chet Hanks, and he was like, what?
Sure.
And I was like, I'll take a swing at this.
Do it.
I'm certain there are people that
Can I
watch
tell you
that.
what? He was in the show Your Honor, and he was very good.
What's Your Honor?
Your Honor. Oh, dude, it is a Bryan Cranston show on CBS of all things.
It's not the one where he kills.
No, Showtime. It's on Showtime. Dude, I don't want to blow it. No, his
son kills somebody,
and he's a judge.
but his son runs over someone. Then he has
Dude,
to
watch it. Watch it. You will cry your fucking head off. It's excellent.
Yeah, I try not to. I try not to.
But Chet
think
Hanks is
too
in it,
much.
and he's very good.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from good lineage.
Yeah.
He's
I
got
just-
good brood.
If you
breeding.
come from the most beloved man in America, you have to find a way to get attention, whether it's good or bad.
It's gotta be tough. My defense to Tom was, I said, here's my defense to Chet Hanks. Do you like Tom Hanks movies? And he said, yeah. I said, do you enjoy everything Tom Hanks does almost? And he goes, yeah. I said, do you really have a connection with Tom Hanks? I feel like, he goes, yeah. I go, well, guess what? That's how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
Like Chet Hanks, if Tom Hanks is going to make fucking Unbreak, or what's the one where Castaway, that kid is going to have a dad that's not at his baseball games and going to want to get his dad's attention.
And when the dad was around, he was invisible. They go out in public, he's invisible. Tom Hanks, I love you. This little motherfucker. You know, it's
my
just,
daughters hate when I get recognized.
And-
They hate it. They fucking hate it. Because they go, they watch me put on a veneer of going like, what's up, brother? They make fun of me. And they're like, Dad, this is gross.
that's
like,
embarrassing.
yeah. And they're like, all of a sudden you turn into like something different. Like, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Because you're all of a sudden at work, though.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's like, okay, you need something from me. You've paid to see tickets. You listen to my podcast. Like, what's up? I'm here.
Yeah. And
You know?
and look, some of the kids, when you have a dad like myself, you're going to get Georgia, who's a fucking straight A student, busts her ass,
She had to
golf
be an
team.
adult, young.
Yeah, and just goes, okay.
Thank God
Guys,
you were on
yeah.
the road during her whole childhood, so you couldn't fuck her up.
Well, then you got Isla, where you're like,
When work dried up.
where you're like, where Isla's like, I could have used a dad a few times. Like I did this is a perfect example. She has a orthodontist appointment with tomorrow at Friday on 11:30, tomorrow at 11:30, and it's a Zoom chat with her orthodontist, and she feels like her orthodontist is fucking her mouth up. The last time she went in, the orthodontist did something. She had a meltdown. The orthodontist just
I have the best one on the planet.
He has bad.
Who's this Bobo orthodontist you're going to?
He has bad bedside manner.
Not okay.
And what he does, he's done it before. Is he
Think
does
about
something
how
to her
crazy
mouth.
you have to be to just like stick your mouth into your hand into like children's and teenagers' mouths all day.
There's
There's something off about
I couldn't
it.
be a dentist. I love watching people get their teeth cleaned.
Like when I was at I remember I had headgear when I was a kid, and I swear I've talked about this on stage before, like that the orthodontist used to take Polaroids of me and put them in his pocket. I swear to God.
Really?
I'm dead serious. I'm pretty sure that happened.
I could see. I could
Headgear, do you notice that just kind of went away?
No, Isla's got a headgear.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
She never wears it.
Dude,
And that's why we're having problems with this orthodontist.
It's like half of a fucking basketball rim. I would just cut myself on it all the time.
Oh, she hates it.
It's a nightmare.
She hates it. And she's gone in, day before Christmas, she goes in and he puts spacers so that she can't bite down. Fucking, she's got tactile issues. I have tactile issues. She loses her fucking mind, right?
And what does that mean exactly?
Tactile, there's certain things I don't like on my body.
Oh, got it. Yeah,
I freak out. And so like, I got my tooth fixed in the back and it gives me anxiety just thinking about it. It's bigger than all the teeth in my mouth.
And you can feel it.
And I can feel it. And it's shaped different. I haven't really gotten used to it yet.
That's a very legitimate primordial thing. Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
And that's Isla. And so
That's
she
a
goes
healthy
in
reaction.
2 times and he does things to her mouth. And then one day she's going there and she's like, has a panic attack. She's like, I don't fucking like this orthodontist. She goes, I don't like what he's doing in my mouth. I feel like he's fucking my mouth up.
And when doctors are dismissive, they're like, "That's fine, you're fine."
Yeah.
Like that is the most frustrating feeling as a young woman not being heard or seen and just being dismissed by a
That's what I said to
doctor.
Leanne. I didn't realize. Well, I've heard of this. Now,
And can I tell you something? Let's keep talking to her about it because when she goes to the gyno, there is just like whatever. Racism is way worse, and black women have it the worst because their pain is completely dismissed and they assume they have a higher tolerance for pain than us. But I went in, I had really bad migraines for the longest time. I had all these like health problems, and they just go, "Oh, it's IBS, it's your period." Like as a woman, they will continually, male doctors just like dismiss your stuff, and it's the most frustrating thing.
Yeah, I'd heard people talk about people of color and black women and women getting dismissed, and then I watched it happen to her, and I said to Leanne, I was like, and Leanne's just like, "That, honey, this is what he's going to do. He's going to just fix her fucking mouth." And I said, well, let's talk with him. So then talking about being an absent dad, we have one video conference last week, 2 weeks ago, and I've got a writer's meeting I've got to go to. And I go, I can't make it. I have a writer's meeting. It's a Zoom. And I'm not there. And I get done and I come in and go, how did it go? And Isla's already melted down again. She goes, no one's advocating for me. Like mom just is on his team. And I know that you'll understand. And so we have another
The
one
fact that she
tomorrow.
even knows the term, that's
We advocate's a big word in our
okay,
house.
I love that. I need to
She's
advocate for myself.
We've always taught her to advocate for herself with her. She's dyslexic. So we've always been like, you have to advocate for yourself. Tell them you need aid. Tell them you need
I need more
help.
time.
You
I need more
time.
this. I need
Stuff.
this. That's awesome.
And so, we have a Zoom tomorrow, but part of that being a dad whose your job is that you get pulled out of like an orthodontist Zoom to do a writer's meeting or a table read or a fucking podcast or to go on the road for the weekend.
Yeah.
And that's what sucks. And that's what
But here's what I'll say. Like, honestly, like people, well, first of all, let me give you my orthodontist. He's amazing.
Yeah.
And he's almost too involved. He's like, how are you doing? How's everything? Like, he's almost cares too much. It's almost like, okay, dude, just fucking fix my teeth. I have to go. But I remember when I first moved to LA, I went to this doctor. I had such chronic migraines. Like, I'd have to leave my car on the side of the road and take a cab home because I couldn't even drive home. I couldn't read signs. Like, I was having all these like health problems. And I remember going to this woman, this doctor, and this also happened to me when I had my ear bitten off by a dog. I went to Cedars, supposedly the best hospital in the world. The woman said to me when I had all these migraines, she was like, okay, well, I mean, what do you think? You're like gonna die? Like, she would like talk to me like that. And I had never had health insurance. I never had doctors before. So I was just like, wow, doctors are wild. And even when I went in with a fucking giant bleeding bandage on my ear, the emergency doctor, who was wearing turquoise rings, by the way, red flag, because surgeons are notoriously like arrogant narcissists, and usually the best ones are, but still you have to pretend to be nice to people. Yeah. And he was so fucking dismissive. And he was like, I was like, dude, my ear has been bitten off by a dog. It's hanging off. He's like, it was bitten off. Like, he thought I was he just assumed I was exaggerating. I had to unwrap the bandage from my head and the thing fell right down. And he had to see it. And he's like, oh shit. And I was like, I'm not your wife. I'm not your annoying side chick. I'm not some fucking whore that you're annoyed as bot. Like, I'm a patient and my ears, like, he just assumed I was like how he felt about all women. He just like put on me. Like, who do you think you are? Like,
the bedside manner is so fucking important.
It's not that hard to just like, but
with everything, by the way.
Oh, what are you not getting paid enough? I paid you $2,000 for a fucking visit. Like, what does it take to get you to be nice to me?
Bertcast is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Let me tell you something. I am a huge advocate of therapy. I'm in hardcore need of it right now. After this movie, I had opened up so many different things that I didn't know I hadn't dealt with. So many issues, and then about vulnerability when you're making them. It was really crazy, and especially right now with what's going on, getting out of the COVID tunnel that we've been in, people are still feeling down and emotionally out of sorts. You may not feel depressed or at a total loss, but if you're feeling a bit off in your relationship and it feels like it's suffering, that could be a sign you need to talk to somebody. Online therapy does help. It says it can help. It does help. I am doing online therapy. It really does help. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not a self-help line. It's professional therapy done securely online. You fill out a questionnaire. BetterHelp assesses your needs, matches you with a professional licensed therapist, and you can start communicating with them in under 48 hours. Schedule secure weekly video, phone, or even live chat appointments. Therapists have a broad range of expertise that may not be available in your area. That's super important. BetterHelp is committed to great matches. It's so easy and free to change therapists if needed. It's more convenient and affordable than in-person therapy, and financial aid is available. Our listeners get 20% off their first month at betterhelp.com/Bert. That's betterhelp.com/Bert. This podcast is brought to you by Noom. I started using my Noom app when I was in Serbia. Noom is invaluable to me. It really is. It helps get on a healthier track to eating. And for me, I was eating so much sodium. I could not help. Everything was so, and I had to find a way to get sodium out of my life. And certain things I didn't know had sodium in them. Like Diet Coke's got sodium in it. Did you know that? I didn't know that. So I needed help with eating better. And I used my Noom app. It's a psychological based approach. Instead of setting a strict set of rules, Noom empowers you with the knowledge to build smarter, more sustainable habits and behaviors. Using cognitive behavioral approach, you'll focus on the why instead of the what to change your relationship with eating. Everybody's journey is different. So Noom customizes a program for you based on your personal goals. No food is totally off limits. Keep eating foods you love while learning to maintain a healthier balance. That was my thing is all about balance. Everyone's like, no, we know you have no fucking balance, Bert. An off day is totally okay. That's what I'm having right now because I'm hungover and I'm jet lagged. So I'm having an off day. And by the way, my off day started with McDonald's when the girls got it. And it won't set you off course. Noom helps you gently get back on track. Noom only asks for 10 minutes of your day to teach you about your eating habits and check in on your progress. More than 80% of the users complete the program. More than 60% of the users lose 5% or more body weight. And 60% keep the weight off for a year or more. Once you keep it off for a year, it's off forever, guys. Noom has published over 25 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles about the science that goes into their approach to help people achieve healthier ways of life. I'll tell you right now, I love Noom. It really makes eating healthier living easier and more enjoyable. Start building better habits for healthier long-term results. Sign up for your trial at noom.com/Bertcast. That's NOOM.com/Bertcast. I watched Tom. What was the one? What was the one that happened to Tom? And I watched it happen, and I watched him just go like
One of his injuries.
it was when he broke his arm and broke his knee, and the guy said something to him, and I was just like,
You probably shouldn't have been doing it. You're playing basketball. What did you think was going to happen? Like shit like that. Where you're
he
like,
said that exact thing. Tom, he said, "What were you playing with those kids for?" And Tom was like, "I don't fucking know, man. I'm fucking
sorry.
hurt."
I'm a famous comedian, and why the fuck not? Like what?
Yeah.
Like,
And so it was,
solve the problem.
And then you see people come in with good bedside manner where there was like, they'd make you feel comfortable. Man, there's nothing better than fucking a good, like, fuck doctors. Nurses seem to kill it. Like they seem to come in and a good nurse who can take your energy, slow it down, get good blood pressure from you, not freak you out.
Yeah, because look, this is like, I always get in trouble because I imply that often there's a difference between men and women. Saying that now is like a hot take.
Yeah.
I'm like QAnon if I say that. But women, we are wired to.
I just found out who QAnon is the other day. I'm kind of obsessed.
I haven't finished the documentary.
I'm watching, that's what I'm watching, the same one.
Yeah, it's so
I'm watching
fucking
the same
good.
one.
It's Tim Dillon
awesome.
at the end. Runs QAnon. But what was I saying? Men and women.
Yeah.
Women are wired to be more maternal and more caring. It's like, for me, like the nurse I want is a fucking mom who already knows how to do all this shit, you know?
I want her to be a big Joe Coy fan.
The guy that...
I want her to be a big Joe Coy and ask me if I know him, and then ask me if we can FaceTime him.
Fantastic.
And then I love
And then
great fucking nurse is so important in so many ways.
Though, things are getting fucking weird in medicine, I think now with all the like Me Too stuff. Like I have a male gynecologist I've had for like 15 years. I just go to him, whatever. I go in, now there's a chaperone. There's a woman, like a younger nurse. And I'm like, this was so much less awkward when there wasn't someone just watching me get like fingered by Santa Claus. Like,
Yeah.
can we, like,
you got a cuckold there.
Because in my brain is like, is she okay? Like, she looks so much
just
more
with
upset.
a cigarette and a glass of wine. I just want to watch.
Like, how is she gonna tell?
So how, like, just be real. I mean, like, I gotta be honest. If I'm like, how does a doctor do that? Like, just finger a bunch of women all day?
No.
I remember that. I remember whatever.
There
movie
is
it
some
was
wild
where he
gynecology
takes the
abuse.
glove and goes like fakes it and drops it and goes in with no glove.
No, that Andrew Yang's wife had a wild experience with a gynecologist in New York. She talks about it publicly. And it happened to a lot of women where he wouldn't wear gloves and he was like doing kind of crazy shit.
Really?
Yeah. My gyno tries to get his hands out as fast as you can. I don't know if I should take that personally.
I went to a gynecologist appointment with Leanne.
When? Was she pregnant?
Yeah, she's pregnant.
Uh-huh.
And he took the big gorilla Q-tip and hit her in the back. Like he opened it up and I was like,
oh yeah. With it. And then to do what's that thing when they scrape your uterus to see if you have cancer?
yeah,
that thing?
Yeah, where he takes the Q-tip and just punches it in the back.
Yeah.
And I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, not a game.
I've only shown my dick to like a handful of
When you go to doctors, don't they hold your balls and tell you to cough?
They used to back in the day.
Was that like a fake thing to molest kids? We all thought.
I don't know.
I remember
the first time I had to do that, and I was like, and it was a hot nurse too, and I was like, I was for baseball. You need to get a physical to play baseball.
I bet kids get fucking erections all the time from that.
I didn't get an erection, but I was terrified. I wanted to be like, listen, I don't have control of this thing. I'm fucking 16 years old. I have no idea when it gets hard or why. Like, I need you to know that. I didn't say that. I just was like, please don't be a hot nurse. Please don't be a hot nurse. Fucking smoking hot nurse comes in. And I'm like, son of a bitch.
Is it true that when guys land on planes, they get erections? Because you're like in a new place and there's like a primordial thing that's like, I need to fuck.
No. Maybe comedians at work at the store, kind of, but no, I don't think.
I feel like guys have told me when they land on a plane, they get a little erection, and there's something about like, this is new territory to spread my seed in, like something like subconscious.
I've never had a hard dick on an airplane. Like, I've never.
Have you never jerked off in an airplane?
No.
I've masturbated in an airplane bathroom.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Before Wi-Fi, you get so bored.
I have
go in-flight wireless is down.
Do you realize what a wet dream that is for all the men listening? Is that a woman would masturbate on an airplane? That is like
it's
uber sexy.
Actually the fucking grossest thing now that I think about it. Like, that is such a disgusting.
No, I think it's so fucking sexy. Like, but it's sexy when a woman does it. If a man does it, it's like it's kind of it's creepy if he could never talk about it.
Yeah, it'd be tricky because as a guy, you'd have to have some kind of like. Can you just get an erection by thinking it? Like, do you have to visually look at porn?
Sometimes. And now here's what I'm trying to measure on me. My whole life has just been jerk off because it's every day. Just jerk off.
Get it over with. Like, it's just a formality.
I go on the road and I masturbate probably every day. And then I started during COVID, I started going, well, I should wait until I should let it build up where I go, something strikes me as sexy.
Ooh,
and then I go, ooh, then it's
make
like
some tension.
And then then it's not just your brain going, hey man, we should jerk off today. It's like a feeling. You feel it like a first kiss. You go, ooh.
Instead of just like, let me get this out.
Yeah, like being turned on, being actually turned on.
Because I feel like for guys, when it's kind of, because I used to take it so personally, I don't anymore. And the dude that I'm dating, like now,
I want to talk about that.
Oh, dude, we watch porn together. It's so fun. Like,
I could never watch porn with Leanne. I have watched one porn with her, and she just was like, "What the fuck?" It was a cream pie. And at the end, she was like, "Why would they do that in their own bed on their sheets?"
I get distracted too. I get distracted by that shit too.
You're making it too real. Stop talking.
I know. Oh, I do it too. I'm like, is that a Cosmos World Market bed? We should get that one. That's a good. I'm like, why are they on a yoga ball? We need to do more yoga. That's why I used to like. The most I masturbated was when Tumblr was around. Because remember Tumblr porn? Okay, you were probably.
Oh, no, I do. Oh my God.
They had boomerang porn that was like 30 seconds. So it was just one loop of the same thing.
Can I have two of these or am I going to really?
Oh, no, take them, dude. It's, I remember when I was at Tom and Christina's Thanksgiving, like 2 years ago, I want to say, before the pandemic, I brought one of these over and Tom was like, this is a pretty decent buzz. It's 6% alcohol.
Yeah, that's like a beer.
You know?
Tumblr porn.
Porn, it was like on a loop.
I remember.
So you had no time to be like, oh no, like, he comes before you and you're like, oh, it's over and I'm not done. You know, it was just like on a loop that would play over and over again, but Tumblr got canceled.
In Miami, I go to do voiceover for Bert's Conqueror. I'm doing the improv that weekend. And I go up to the front desk to check in for my voiceover. And the girl's shirt looks weird. It looks like you ever have a hanger in your sweater, and then you put the sweater on, and it's still got the hanger marks in it.
I use hangers exclusively for abortions.
Yeah, it's okay. So it looks like she's got hanger marks, but not on her shoulders, on her chest. It looks like it looks weird, and I'm not scoping her out. I just go, hey, Bert Kreischer. I'm kind of looking. And I'm like trying to figure it out, and she sees it on my face. I go, Bert Kreischer, and then I'm in my head. I'm like, are those her nipples? But I don't say anything, and I just stop looking at it. But clearly she saw me look, and she just goes, I have puffy nipples, and I went, excuse me?
What, is she not wearing a bra?
She goes, I have puffy nipples, and no, she was not wearing a bra.
You have to wear a bra.
And I went, I'm so sorry. And she goes, I saw you looking. I have puffy nipples, and I went, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what I was looking at. She goes, no, it happens all the time.
Because it looks like a V, I bet. It looked like a V.
It looked just weird. And it was like her boobs, but then it was like almost like these things on top of her boobs. It was so distracting. Like, you know when you see like just a woman's nipples in her shirt? But this was like breasts and then these like almost cups.
I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
So there's something that happens, and this actually relates to you because you're the fucking came in and saved the day for me when my horrible nude was getting leaked, right?
Oh, yeah,
and you
yeah,
came
yeah.
in and you posted something, and that was just like such a fun, cool thing that you did that made me feel less like a, idiot. So the photo, it was a screen grab of a video, right? Where I was getting out of a bathtub that I'd accidentally uploaded on Instagram stories when I was high on edibles. Should have known then that they weren't for me.
Probably, yeah.
Wasn't for the rock bottom, had to keep digging. And there's something, and the thing that pissed me off the most about it is I was bent over in it, and all women's boobs, no matter how perky they are when you're standing up, if you bend over, they get like weirdly long and like
almost like a cow's udders.
like a fucking, like a traffic cone or like a Santa hat or something.
Yeah.
But this is what's happening. Okay, so if you take a bra off, I thought when I got fake tits, I was never gonna have to wear a bra again. I was like, oh, dude, they're just permanently like fucking alligator eyes. Like they're always pointing up.
Yeah.
But when you do this, it looks like there's like a V, and you look deformed.
I kind of see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like up here, it gets like baggy.
Oh, yeah.
And
okay.
then they spread wide. So then
Really?
there's a weird, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, but
This is a weird
they-
shirt that probably is not helping things, but when I see myself without a bra, it always just looks very, like I was injured horribly in the scoliosis surgery.
They still look great. But
But they get weird. You got to wear a bra.
I feel like I should start.
No, not you. No, you need a corset.
I tried. They made Manx.
I do not believe that women, hot take, like women are like, free the nipple, I'm not going to wear a bra. It's like, dude, it's distracting to everyone.
It was distracting. And I didn't even realize I was doing it. And then she said, she goes,
it's not fair to then go, you're looking at my tits. It's like, yeah, because.
Well, no, she was cool. She goes, I have a Tumblr. And I was like, what? She goes, I have a Tumblr. You should check out my Tumblr. It's like, her Tumblr was like, I know it's not, but I want to say it was like puffy nipples.
Can I tell you something wild?
What you please.
When I did the sex robot thing, I had a sex robot built to myself,
Yeah.
for the last special. And I was down at the sex robot factory a bunch. The number one request for custom bodies is nipples, super large puffy nipples.
Really? I'd never seen them.
And dark ones.
Dark ones make sense. It's funny. I was always into dark nipples as like a kid. I thought that was sexy.
Well, all babies are into it because that's how they find the nipple. Women's nipples get darker when they have a baby, so the baby can find it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And then Leanne was the first chick I ever dated who had like pink nipples.
Yeah, I was gonna say she looks like she has those
pink
perfect
nipples.
pink.
And it was not primordial. It was almost like when I first saw Leanne naked. It was like very, very real. Almost like reptilian.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I'd never seen that before. Never. And it wasn't something I was like, I seeked
porn?
out. I didn't, porn wasn't, you gotta remember, like porn didn't show up big in my life until after meeting Leanne, kind of. Like porn was still dial up.
And you had to put in a credit card, you had to pay for it.
There was no Pornhub. Pornhub changed the game. YouPorn changed the game. Pornhub, Xtube, Hamster, whatever.
What?
Like, I don't know. I had a big list.
I don't know.
I had a
That
big
sounds
list.
sketchy as shit.
But it was a game changer for me where you were like, oh yeah. But it wasn't until after I got married really that porn showed up in a big way in my life.
Does it bother her at all?
No.
Because I think when I was in my 20s, I was so threatened by porn, even just into my mid 30s when I was like just jealous and insecure. And the dude I'm with, I don't know if it's I've gotten older and more mature or if all the fucking therapy worked or if I'm just smoking the perfect amount of weed. I don't know what it is, but I'm not jealous of him watching porn at all. Maybe it's because I know I'm 38 years old. There's so many girls out there that are hotter and younger than me. And like, I can't control that.
Yeah.
And let's just watch it together. And like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, Leanne doesn't. It was interesting too because I growing up in Florida, I was a big strip club kid. Like that was like what we did. You go to a strip club. I mean, even after hours in West Palm, Fort Lauderdale, you go to strip club after the bars.
Are strip clubs allowed? Is it state by state? Are they allowed to? Are you allowed to touch them?
State by state.
Which
yeah.
ones are full nude? Like I just have so many questions.
Well, I haven't been to a strip club in a. Well,
does a lap dance mean blowjob?
No, it does not.
It just means lap dance?
And usually it means...
And you're not allowed to touch her?
Some places you can touch her.
Okay.
Some places you can touch them.
Did you ever go to Crazy Girls on La Brea?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Dude, that was my shit.
I've been to a lot of strip clubs.
That was but also it was a bikini bar more. There was topless, but it always had the best music, the pool table. Like it was just the most fun place to hang out.
It was a good.
It happened to have hot chicks hanging from the ceiling.
That was a good strip club. Jumbo's Clown Room was a fun one.
Awesome. Well, Jumbo's Clown Room, I just remember doing the stand-up shows there on Sundays. They had like a brunch show, and there was one where it was like every stripper was something like kink or fetishy. Like there were dwarves. What do we say? Little people?
I don't know.
Brad Williams' friends.
Yeah.
Like super heavy, super tall. Like it was sort of like not these like traditionally sort of like Sports Illustrated girls.
Yeah. Oh no. I've been to Jumbo's. I've been to a lot of strip clubs, and it's interesting is that it is state to state. And if I really feel like if you're a real strip club guy, then you're very aware of the boundaries, and you ask the boundaries.
Yeah.
Hey, what are the rules? And they tell you when you go.
It's the
cool.
newbies that are the problem.
Yeah.
Is it true that the best strippers are in Montreal?
I thought you were going to say are black, and I was going to say yes.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, that's implied.
Best strippers are always black.
Of
Black
course.
chicks
Of course.
own a fucking
Have
strip
you ever
club stage.
watched Cardi B stripping back in the day?
No, and
She's
I bet I would love it.
Dude, just go on YouTube. Cardi, I mean, I assume she's not ashamed of it at all. So, she was incredible at it. And her and these other strippers would do these dances together. And it's so dope to see like strippers like getting along. It's so much better than TikTok for me.
Well, there's different. We were just talking about this the other day. There's different types of strippers. They're the kinds where you go and they're like, the Russian chick or like, the blonde chick or the girl that has small tits but is really aggressive and and then you go to like Magic City in Atlanta and you see
athletes,
women who like
athletes,
where you're like motherfucker. I remember the first time I went to Magic City, a girl gets on a strip pole. I've always seen strip pole like hand on it, spin, hand on it, spin, leg on it, lean back. This girl grabbed it like a fucking gym class rope in third grade, just started climbing up to the top of it. And I'm like, where the fuck's she going? And my buddy Miles was like, oh, you're going to like this. Gets to the top, flips upside down, and is looking at it like her.
Amazing.
She's holding it like this and then flips like this. She's looking at us.
With just her legs holding her.
Like an upside down Jesus Christ and just starts dropping foot by foot.
Oof.
And we're just like, what the
Incredible.
fuck? I mean, really amazing. And there are white chicks. I don't mean to slam white chicks. There are white chicks that can do that too. I've seen it done. But it's not but I've tried it. I've tried it. It's hard.
Google go to YouTube stripper bloopers. Do you ever go to stripper bloopers? It's a lot of like white chicks in their house thinking they're doing something dope and like falling. It's none of them like get really hurt.
Leanne took a strip club class.
Striptease, are you like a exercise type
X bar? Is it X bar? I don't know.
Oh.
Did you know? Did you shoot it? Was it X bar?
It was her friend's.
Yeah, her friend. Her friend. I don't think her friend would have a problem. Samantha Fisher taught this like strip club class. Like it was a workout class on a pole, and it was like all the moves. It's the most like. It's the funniest I've ever seen Leanne. She comes home. She was like, I want to try my moves on you. And I was like, okay. Now, mind you, I've grown up. You turn 18, the first thing you do, you go to strip clubs. So we were going to strip clubs when we were 15.
You're like, I'm kind of an aficionado.
Yeah, I'm like, it's almost like going like, it's like telling Snoop.
It's like her coming over being like, can I try some open mic jokes on you?
Yeah, you're like, okay.
Like, I actually know more about stripping.
She's like, sit in the chair. I'm like, I know how this is done. And then she like starts at the wall and like I was like, whoo. But you could see it, the vulnerability in her face was so pretty. Like she was just like it was not like there's a disconnect sometimes that bad strippers will have where they are just like, and I don't blame them. I would probably do that too, but then you get like a great stripper who like almost connects with you and you're like, wow, this is crazy. Like I remember telling one, like, I gotta stop. I feel like you're trying to fuck me. And she was like, no, I'm just doing my job. And I was like, yeah, I'm not comfortable with it. And Leanne had a look of a brag. I can tell you exactly where that was too, Cleveland, Ohio at Christie's. And so Leanne had a look of like, this is my first day here and I want to make sure I don't lose this job because I need this job. But I need your approval. And I was like, oh my God. And then immediately it led to sex.
It's weird. I feel like I'm finally dating someone that I like can feel like I can embarrass myself in front of. Like all the dressing up and the costumes. Like I never really did that before because it just felt embarrassing and silly and like, but this guy, like I'm ordering like wild shit online and it's like, he appreciates the effort so much. He understands lingerie. He knows the difference between the agent provocateur shit that's $200 and the trash that's on. Like he knows what he can rip off and come on and what he can't.
Yeah.
Which at first I was like, why do you know so much about lingerie? And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Don't stop being jealous, you child. Like, fuck it. We're adults here. Don't come on my expensive shit and rip up the nasty shit.
Yeah.
You know, he knows the difference. Like he appreciates it. He leaves it on during sex, whereas most they just like it's on for 20 seconds and they rip it off. I'm like, what are you doing? What's the whole point? It took me 20 minutes to fucking lace myself into this fucking thing.
Dude, I one
and he's
time.
younger. He's 31.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he's younger than me. I'm 38.
A vet.
I know. But he's a critical care vet and rock climber.
I know. I've seen him watching rock climbing Olympic videos.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he watches.
And I saw you rock climb with him last week.
Oh yeah, no, well that was a hike. He climbs boulders that are literally just slabs of slate. Like
So wait, what kind of rock climbing is he like?
Bouldering.
Bouldering. Okay, so bouldering is
Dude, it's wild.
Yeah.
It's like some superhuman monkey Spider-Man shit. Like it's, you know what's also crazy is I'm just gonna admit it. Like I was kind of like on the fence about like, you know, when like someone it's like if you're dating a male comic, you're like, I don't want to see her stand up because if it sucks, I'm never gonna be able to fuck you again.
Yeah.
The rock climbing thing, I didn't know that much about. I thought it was kind of like surfing, where like I know there's a lot of like amazing surfers, but I was just like, oh, it's like a hobby and it's kind of just guys bumming around like at a gym. He's like really amazing at it, and it made me so fucking attracted to him seeing him do it.
Well, passion is attractive.
No, but
anyone who's got a passion, who is really into something, it's always attractive.
I know, to do that with your bare hands.
That's
like,
crazy. That's insane.
Dude, look at this.
I couldn't do that. And I've rock climbed
he
a
climbs
bunch.
with, but he's holding on to like something that's a millimeter.
Is this his Insta?
That's his Instagram. Yeah, he's not really like on Instagram that much, but he'll sometimes post like rock climbing because he was like sponsored for rock climbing.
So we bouldered. He'd get a kick out of this. We bouldered in Vietnam over open water.
Oh, whoa.
So they have these rocks that you can climb, and if you fall into the water.
Well, that's fun.
We did that, and then we went up straight up rock climbing. Yeah, he's fucking.
But but here's the problem: they can't get their fingers wet.
What do you mean? In life?
Not at all. So, yeah.
Oh.
There's not I mean, not that my pussy's that wet these days, but.
He's like, easy.
That's why he
Slow
likes it.
down.
It feels like a boulder.
So he can't get his fingers wet because it fucks with his calluses?
Yes, because if their fingers are damp.
All his videos are rock climbing.
Yeah, that's all it really does.
That's all he does.
I know. But he's a full-time vet, but he's
Where'd he grow up?
Scottsdale, Arizona. But he goes to sleep at night with like this paste that dries his fingers out. He shaves it with a razor, the dead skin off. And then he can't get his fingers wet because then your fingers will split while you're climbing. So it has to be dry at all times. So even when we go swimming in the pool, his hands are up like above the water.
And does he eat like a normal person?
He is incredibly healthy, but not in like a weird way. It's not like just steamed chicken and kale or anything like that. Like he enjoys good food, makes good food, but he's like very balanced, which is really annoying. Like he'll make like, if I were going to make like vegetables, I'd make like one. He'll make like 10 and mix them all together. I'm like, we already did broccoli. Why do you have to do all the other ones? Like he's very thorough.
Yeah. It's rock climbers they're really good with like diet. They're always like, they're very cognizant of like, of the environment, of their bodies, what they put into their bodies.
You have to be a certain weight. It's like a ballerina. It's like he doesn't like, he just eats well. He's just a normal, balanced person. He's like the only healthy person I've dated. It's very confusing.
Really? How did you meet him?
We met because he saved my dog's life. And
wow. Florence Nightingale syndrome.
I know, it's so dumb. So literally like my dog had this thing, he was dying, no one could figure it out. They've said it's cancer. A lot of vets have no fucking idea what they're doing. And unfortunately, sometimes the older a vet is, the less they know about the new technology, you know? Like, so I was always going to these like older vets because I was like, they know the most.
Yeah.
But there's all this new technology and equipment that they might not know about. So I finally went to this vet. They hospitalized him. He's the critical care vet. So he's the last person you see. You meet him when he's about to save your dog's life or put your dog right. And so I left a beanie at the vet, and they took a photo of my dog to put on his cage when he was hospitalized with the beanie on. And he was like, oh, that's a cute dog. And then saw it was me. I was like, oh, that's Whitney Cummings. And then he wouldn't normally look at it, but he was like looking at the chart. And then he realized like crazy shit was happening. And I'm in the lobby. Have you seen Schitt's Creek?
I have.
Okay. So we're like Alexis and Ted, the vet and the ditz. Like
Okay.
I'm the dumb Hollywood ditz, and he's like the normal healthy vet. And so Dan Levy, who made that show, is a good friend of mine. And I was like, dude, vets are not hot. Like, what is this thing with like a hot vet on your show? He's like, dude, I'm telling you, younger male vets are always fucking hot. So this motherfucker walks out, hot as shit. And I just was like, oh my God, my dog is dying.
Yeah.
And all I can do is try to secretly take a picture of him to send my friend Dan.
You're like, you nailed it. You hit this one out of the park.
So he's literally telling me, he's like, anyway, so your dog has this much time to live. And I'm just like getting it. And he was just like, are you trying to take a picture of me? And I was like, no. I was like, no, I'm recording a voice memo just to make sure I get everything you're saying. And then he walked away, and he has such a fucking little tiny, like hot ass that's really high that I was like, I gotta take a
because
picture.
he's a rock climber.
So then
He's activating his glutes all day.
So I started taking a picture of his ass, and he turns around. And he was like, and I was like, no, I'm just. And then
My friend is gay, and I want to show him how hot you are. It's not for me, it's for him.
it's even worse. I pretended I was making a story. I was like, hey guys, so I'm at the vet.
Oh my God.
So he like thought I was like the asshole doing an IG story as my dog was dying at the vet.
God.
So, and then I started texting him. The pandemic happened, and then I started taking Lunesta to sleep, and then I just started crazy, like Lunesta texting him, and he was into it. So we started hooking up during the pandemic, because I was like, I'm only gonna fuck a medical professional during a pandemic.
Yeah, front line, man.
Yeah, and
I
was
want
like,
frontline workers.
And I was like, he's a guy. I was like, he's 31. Like, what are the chances this will ever work out? Just fuck it. I'm gonna dye my hair blue and, fuck younger men. And then it stuck.
Fuck. God, it seems. When was the last time? I'm not saying you're in love or anything, but when was the last time?
We say I love you.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So when was the last time before that you were in love? Like how many times do you think you've been in love?
That's a great question. I think that I would be lying if I said everyone that I said I love you to was. I didn't know what love was at the time.
Oh, there's a couple ones in there where I'm like, well, I guess it wasn't love.
I would just said it to get you to stop screaming, or I just said it to because to pretend this was a thing. So I think like true love, where my saying I love you is actually congruous with my behavior. Because love to me is he had a really good definition of love, because I wouldn't say I love you for the longest time, because he said it earlier, and I was like, I'll let you know. I'll let you know when you love me. Like, that's my whole thing. I've said I love you to a lot of people. I don't want to just throw this around. Let's not say it. Let's just feel it and know it. And then I asked him one day, he's like, why the fuck won't you say this? And I was like, what's your definition of it? Like, I don't know. We have to agree on a definition. And he was like, love is for me, if you're mad at someone and you still wish the best for them. And I was like,
then I love everybody.
Maybe.
I love everybody. Like there's people there's people I don't like that I don't wish bad things on. I wish them to find the success in the way that I wish that it didn't hurt me.
Yeah. Interesting.
There's a lot of people like that.
I think it just meant like in your romantic relationship. Like if you and I are together and you hurt me and break my heart, I can still go, you know what? I still hope he finds someone, instead of I hope he fucking never finds love and dies of alcoholism.
Then I hope that I don't love Leanne, because if she broke my heart, I would want her to be miserable. If she broke my heart, like if she cheated on me, I would want such bad things to happen to her.
You could never get over that?
Never get over it.
I know. Okay, so I know a couples that have been together like one's like 7 years, one's like 9 years. They either were out of town on movies for a couple months or for work. Definitely had drinking struggles. Mm-hmm. One of them had a hooker one night. And the other one, it was like a texting affair. It was kind of more of a like old flame from Facebook, and it was more like an emotional affair.
Interesting.
And I've seen a lot of marriages end and relationships end, but these are two that like worked through it.
I could work through Leanne cheating on me. I'd have to.
Would it depend on who it is?
Oh yeah.
Would you ask exactly what happened? That's what would kill you. That's what would kill you.
See, I have it's bad right now, but I have OCD where I don't even know what it is. I haven't really been diagnosed, but I can't let go of a thought that's bothering me. I chew it nonstop.
I have it too, and I went on Prozac 20 milligrams. It totally fixed it.
Wait, you mean like I don't understand how that would even work.
I have repetitive. So
I have repetitive thoughts.
So I had
fucking
I had
nonstop.
been on Lexapro like 4 years ago, didn't do anything for me, made me like a numb zombie, couldn't have orgasms, like felt nothing, was a shell of a person, didn't work, went off it. And then was in like therapy and did EMDR and have been in 12-step programs and all that shit. And then I finally went to a psychiatrist and I was like, dude, my only problem, I don't think I have depression. I talked to Gary Goldman about it. Like, I was like, I don't think I have any of those. My only real problem is that when I walk away from a conversation, all I do is think about, that was so stupid. You're such an idiot.
yes.
He hates you. You talk too much. You're fucking dumb. You're not even funny and you suck. And it's like meanwhile, the person's not even thinking about me. They're just like, that was nice to see Whitney. But a negative thought, I'll just spin on it. And he was like, that's like, it's just a wiring issue with your brain, and Prozac sort of stops that loop.
I would love to stop that.
20, I started on 10 milligrams and now I'm on 20 milligrams. And it's like, it's freed up hours of my life a day.
Oh, I can see it coming. I can see it starting, and then I'll go.
Because you know what? I used to justify it going, oh, I'm a comic and I overthink things and I'm going to make a joke out of it.
That's what I do. I do that all the time. I remember one time I have a freckle on the back of my leg, and we were, and for me, what'll happen is I'll fire hot. I'll fire real hot, and then I'll notice something, and then I'll go, oh, let's not let that be a thing, Bert. And then my brain will melt down. And we were on a boat in Lake Powell.
Melt down how?
Like, for example, we're on a boat in Lake Powell, we're having drinks, we're having a great time. I'm in a Speedo. I'm having one of the best days of my life. And I look back at my calf and I go, I have really great calves in my head. And then I see this freckle. I think it's on this calf.
Wow.
It's like a dark freckle. And I went, that's skin cancer. And I went, God damn it. Don't think this. Don't let this turn into a thing. Stop it. Stop it right now. It's not skin cancer. You don't, and then it's already gone. It's already gone. It's out. The fucking horse is out the fucking stables, and you can't, there's no getting it back in. It's going to take a couple days.
Can I ask you a crazy question?
Please.
Was it this bad? I'm just curious if it got better or worse after you had kids. Because once you're a father and your brain knows I have to stay alive for something, like, did it get any worse? Just in terms of your amygdala, just you have kids.
The first time I noticed it happen, was when I was 26 years old living in New York. Had a one-night stand, one of my only one-night stands. And the next day I went to Barnes & Noble, went to work, and this gay dude, first gay dude I ever was like friends with.
First gay dude I ever fucked, one night stand.
He was awesome. He was
being gay back then was so much fucking awesomer.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I just said it. I just said it like I did it. I was like, oh, you don't know. I just heard his stories every morning and come in with a new fucking. This is what happened.
I'm saying, if you came out back then and were open, like you had character.
And he came in and he's like, I think I have a venereal disease. And I'm like, what? And he was like, I don't know. Where do we keep our medical books? And I was like, I just had a one-night stand. And I was like, and I went up and showed him, and he was like, I got this thing on my dick. I don't know if it's a spider bite. I was like, wait, spiders bite your dick? And so he's like, come on. And so he went and showed me, and I was like, oh, that looks pretty aggressive. And I was like, that looks like something. And he goes, well, I could have gotten bit by a spider. And I was like, I don't know. And then I was like, Jesus. So then I just had
bit by a man in a Spider-Man costume?
I,
he was sucking your dick.
This guy got
night?
fucked out of a loft one time. He came in with a black eye, and I go, what happened to you? And he goes, I got fucked out of a loft last night. He took me to a club where there were dudes. He goes, whatever you do, don't go behind the curtain. And I go, what's going on behind the curtain? He goes, just peek your head in. I poked my head in the curtain. Everyone's just sucking each other's dicks in there. Just, And so he goes and shows me his dick, and then we get the medical book. We look for what it is. We can't find out what it is. And then I go to the bathroom and I'm like, I should check my dick. I had a one-night stand last night. And my OCD took over. And I couldn't stop looking at my dick. And then I started, I've talked about this before, but I started fucking with it. Like I started going like, I must have something. I must have something. You know what I'll do? Let's just get in front of this. Let's just go to the store and get a bunch of solvents we'll just cover all our bases. And next thing you know, it spiraled me out to the point where like my mom flew me home. I was sitting with my dick and balls in a bowl of vinegar, watching Quantum Leap, drinking fucking 40s, just going like, I got to shut my brain off. Like it was so bad.
Dude, look at this is my new thing I do. I cut my cuticles on my toes so bad that they start bleeding.
Oh, and I see this one. Yeah.
I can't, like I get I sometimes get little ingrown like toenails, or it's not even that bad, but I just get obsessed with digging it out, and I like the idea of any like dirt being under my toenails. I dig so much that it like will start bleeding, and this is like kind of a new thing. Like I've always had like really compulsive, obsessive like tendencies, but this is the first time I'm like kind of like I'll do it under here too, and it'll start bleeding, and and I'm just like, what the fuck is this, man?
I don't know how.
It's once it starts, you can't stop. I cannot stop.
And for me, I'll say something on a podcast, and I'll be like, God damn it! Like, what am I doing? Like, I was just like, and that's been lately. Lately, I've been just saying, just like,
well, I mean, to be fair, what have you been doing?
I'm
joking.
pretty certain we trashed Reese Witherspoon, but like,
no way.
But no. Here's what
she likes you.
I know.
I texted her.
I didn't trash her. We were talking about someone got a DUI, and it was someone
Reese,
famous.
Oh, because Reese did back in the day.
Yeah. And so I said, I was trying to explain that I have this theory that anyone can be a Karen, and that anyone can be a bad person when they are a good person.
It's true.
And I was like, pull up Reese Witherspoon's DUI.
If I haven't eaten by 11, I would go full Karen.
Yeah, and I'm telling Tom, like, this is, we're not trashing her, but we're showing the DUI video, and I'm certain that she would not want that reshared again.
Yeah.
And you're
if
like,
it made news and was rehashed, I'm sure.
Yeah, she'd be like, what the fuck? Like, that was so long ago, and that's not who I am. And that's what we were proving, is that like, she's Reese Witherspoon. She's a great person, but she doesn't know there's a camera on her. Mm-hmm. She's not behaving the way we know her to behave. That's not who she is. And my argument was, as the man, because the dude there, I don't know that dude, but that dude was, you could tell he was like taking the L. He was like, I'm getting a DUI. I'm going to jail. And he was like, go back in the car. Go back to the car.
Was it her husband?
It was her agent, I think.
Who's her husband, I think now.
Okay, yeah.
Jim. Yeah.
And Tom goes, what do you do in that situation? I tell the officer to tase her. That's my wife. I'm like, taser. Trust me, you'd rather be unconscious than what you're about to say right now.
That's really smart.
Yeah, but then we get done, and I'm driving home, and I'm like, was I negative about Reese Witherspoon? Like I hope I wasn't mean. Like I don't dislike her, but you just talk so much shit on podcasts where you go like, I hope she sees this, and like I hope that she's not sitting there going and with Jennifer Aniston at work, and Jennifer Aniston's like, oh, by the way, these guys are hilarious, and Reese is like, oh, what are they watching today? And she's like, oh, it's you getting a DUI. And she's like, that's like a low part in my life. And he's like, no, he's saying they should tase you. And she's like, fuck that guy.
I have a feeling she doesn't remember much of that night.
Yeah.
I'm sure she'd love to see what happened.
I forget who got a DUI, but I was saying, someone just recently got one, and Tom and I were talking about it. And I said, what you need as the man in that situation, to look at the cop and go, taser. Trust me, just taser. Not going to render her unconscious. Mm-hmm. This is not who she is. Mm-hmm. And this is a poor representation, and I'm certain you have a body cam right now.
Yeah, and like, but you know, I felt like this the other day too, and it's just like, as comics, I feel like we have, like, I don't know, I'm at the point where I'm sort of like, Hollywood is like, I feel like the more I push it away and the more I quit, the more they pull me. Of course, they want you more, the more you say no to things, but I'm sort of like, there's a point where I have to stop walking on eggshells to be like, well, then what if they don't cast me in their movie in 5 years? Like, they weren't going to cast me anyway. Or if they don't because of this, I shouldn't be in business with them regardless. But I've done that too. Lately, we were talking about whatever, cancel culture, because it always comes up. And I was like, dude, I actually make an argument that we're actually a super fucking forgiving society. And we're, for the most part, like... Yeah,
because I mean, like...
Dude, Mel Gibson has 13 movies in production.
Does he really?
Like, yes, and he was as canceled as you can kind of get.
It was like he was trying. Like at one point he was like, for real, man, I'm looking for some time off.
People listen to those videos where he was screaming at his wife, and they're like, oh, he'd be a really good dramatic actor. We should hire him for that.
I watched someone tweet to someone, they quoted Mel Gibson's tweet. And I was like remember the voicemail when he broke up with his wife? By the way, but here's the deal.
I gave up my Lakers tickets.
This is what I'm talking about. For the record, I think I'd have a good time with Mel Gibson. I think me and him could party pretty fucking hard.
If people act crazy,
and I'm okay to let him just go off the fucking rails.
I also don't believe that everyone, when I don't know, there's two schools of thought, which is like, number one, when you drink, the person that comes out is just who you really are, and I don't think that's true. That's not my experience.
It's not true.
If so, I need to really rethink my childhood, because I spent my whole life going like, she didn't mean that, and I don't think she did.
Yeah. It's when you drink, when you get fucking wasted, that's not who you really are. I am not a wild drunk. Like, I drink a lot, but I'm not a bad drunk.
You don't get dark.
I get very sensitive.
Oh,
I get very sensitive. I get very to the
because your
point.
defenses are down.
Yes, but to the point where my wife and daughters will be like, I will see my daughters go, "Oh Jesus, Dad, I didn't mean that," and I'm like, and I'll just be like, "Well, how come no one wants to watch a movie with me?"
Oh, buddy.
Like, what is it, me? And they're like, "No, we have homework." And I was like, "I never had homework if my dad wanted to watch a movie." And yeah, it's I think I'm going.
That's cool.
I think I'm going to go sober for 3 months.
When you're in Serbia?
I think so. Yeah.
I feel like they start drinking at 12, 15 there. You are good luck.
I just don't want to get. I don't want to get to like a. I want to be in a good place the whole time I'm there, and when I don't drink, I less of those triggers with my head where I repeat phrases or I repeat things. The less it happens. But what happens
Why not
is
try to get. When do you leave in a month?
to Monday.
Like get a thing of Prozac. It doesn't kick in for 2 weeks, even like a 10 milligram. Just see, even if it's psychosomatic. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of this shit's mental.
I think.
But sometimes, here's the other thing. I'll say, I just went to the best doctor, like this guy, Dr. David Agus. He was on my podcast. He's like a huge, huge doctor. And I've been to all these doctors that like everyone wants to pathologize or give you a medication or give you a disease or be the one that figured out your thing. And like 4 years ago, I mean, I was on like fucking antidepressants, a thyroid thing that I didn't really know. Like everyone just wants to push meds on you and give you a diagnosis to either get you out of their office or be the hero. And I was with with David Agus, who needs nothing from me. He's so successful that like, you know, he's doing me a favor by seeing me, frankly. And I would talk to him and I was like, you know, because sometimes I have anxiety and sometimes I overthink things. So I should probably be on this. And he just was like, is it harming you or help? Like,
I've been there with doctors.
Dude, I was like, some of the best jokes I've written, some of the best work I've done, I overthought it and it was obsessive. Like, don't dull your superpowers. It could actually be a superpower.
Don't dull your superpowers is a great fucking statement because I think, so like I've said this over and over again, when people give their heartfelt apology when they get in trouble, I actually give those for real to myself in bed. I go, I'm actually really sorry I did that. And I'm genuinely learning in the moment. Like I've literally said that to myself and I was like, these, no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck that I'm trying to be a better person. But I'm not trying to be a better person and fuck up my comedy. I'm just trying to be a better person. I live with 2 little girls who are social justice warriors. I say the wrong thing constantly.
But how would you know what the right thing is unless someone told you?
And I'm in my own house.
How would you know?
Like, and I'm like, say something about like, I don't know, fucking. I was explaining to Georgia as she was learning to drive. I was like,
you're a woman. You're not going to don't expect to be good at this.
No,
You're genetically inferior. We'll get you a Tesla auto drive. We're going to get you, thank God, autopilot's out.
I got you an Uber. Listen, here you go. I said, here.
I got to say it, dude, we cannot pretend. And this is, I think I'm going to want to talk about this in my next special because we all have internalized sexism. We all have it. Like, I'm trying to work on this joke about Neuralink of like, I'm going to be fucked when the mind reading software comes out because everyone thinks that I'm this like super progressive feminist, but that's what I say and what I do. That's not my first thought. Dude, my first thought is my grandfather's voice or my dad's voice. When I see a female pilot walk on the plane, I'm like, uh-oh. That's my first reaction. But then I go, no, Whitney, she probably had to work twice as hard to get half as far, so she's probably better. Like, I have to coach myself out of my sexist thoughts sometimes, you know?
I was on a plane in Amarillo, and a woman's voice came on the thing, and this big old text that goes, well, we're not making this flight. And I was like, fucking. And by the way, I just laughed at it. Here's the problem with me is I laughed at it because I was like, that's fucking hilarious. And I was like, oh, and then I realized, I don't think he's joking. I think he's saying that for real. And I'm thinking that's a funny thing to say. But no, I said to my daughters the other day, I said, I have this new bit on catcalling. And ultimately, like, I don't want to ruin the bit, but I'm doing the bit to them in real time, and I'm blaming women for catcalling.
Great,
but I'm doing it to them, and I'm figuring it out, and it's working in my head. I'm like, oh, when you get halfway through a bit, and you're like, I think this math's gonna add up. I think this tag's gonna be really fucking hilarious.
Because here's the thing: our job as comedians, I find myself thinking this a lot now. It's our job to come up with a ridiculous premise that's not true, and then prove that it's true.
Right?
We're like lawyers. We go, here's a ridiculous premise that makes absolutely no sense, but I'm going to fucking prove to you why it's true.
I remember one time telling them,
even if we don't believe it, it's a thought experiment.
I remember one time telling them, they were talking about the progress women have made, and they were bragging as if they had fucking done anything. They haven't even been to a march. And I was like, well, you guys haven't done anything compared to dogs. And they're like, what? And I was like, I mean, dogs are killing it compared to you guys. I mean, all this progress you made, nothing compared to dogs. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, 20 years ago, if a dog pissed in your house, it was mandatory in the South to put their nose in it and hit them with a newspaper. I go, today you cannot lay a hand on a dog. And no one hits dogs today.
Literally in service dogs, it says do not pet.
Yeah. And I said,
illegal.
I said, dogs have Rosa parked their asses onto the fucking front of planes and they haven't said a word. They haven't used one hashtag. I go, so you guys, I mean, you haven't done anything compared to dogs. I mean, you guys are out there marching, but the progress you made in the last 20 years,
class.
I go, dogs are sitting in fucking first class. And my daughters were so angry. And I go, guys, it's a joke. And they're like, you can't say that, Dad. And I was like, hold on. I can definitely say
But that's our job is to say things no one can say.
And
that's literally what we do.
They can't wrap their head around the fact that you go, hey, no, that's actually what I do is
you're like, that's why you get to live in this fancy house because I say shit like that.
Yeah. And it's going to fucking suck when you're in college and with your friends and someone's like, oh, watch some of your dad's stand up. And you're like, oh, don't turn it on.
But we also have to it's going to be fascinating to me. Like when I look back at the shit that I believed and thought was important to fight for when I was like, even in college, like someone recently sent me a photo of me in college and I was protesting Philip Morris. On the college, it was like literally me and this person dressed as a cigarette, and I was protesting that you can't. I mean, at Penn, like alone, no one was protesting anything because no one had any problems. And I was like, and it was just so weird because I didn't have any smokers in my life. I now smoke it was just like this weird thing that I just thought was important. It made me feel important and superior and whatever. And I just didn't know enough about real problems in the world to know that like this isn't necessarily a big priority right now. Yeah. And then I look back and I'm like, dude, I'm embarrassed that that's the hill I was willing to die on. When I was 19.
I look at the hills I was willing to die on. Oh my God.
It's just like, instead of like, racism and the institutional slavery, reparations, like I was just like, cigarettes are bad. It's like, everyone knew that already. Yeah. I thought I was like some martyr genius that was like, I'm going to say this. I'm so brave.
I remember watching I'm so grateful.
So when you're younger, before you have real problems, like you think that's a real problem. You know?
Oh, I remember.
Their biggest problem is you saying that. They have a pretty great life.
Yeah. Oh, they have a really great life. They have a great life. I don't think they realize. I don't think they realize I have a job, to be honest with you. Like I think they just see me go off and party and do Instagram videos and promote things and get in a Speedo and get on roller skates and they're just sitting there like, what the fuck do you do? Like I saw my dad put on a suit and get in a car and drive to work and then come home late. And I'd go to his office and he'd be like, I'm still working. Give me a minute. And I'd be like, oh, working means like looking in a book and writing things down.
It's like when dogs look at us looking at our phone. They're like, why are you looking at that little black square all day? How can that possibly be interesting? That was like us as kids. But this reminds me of something that we got off topic earlier. And I think it's important to say because when you were like, I wasn't around for my kids, I was working all the time. My mom worked full time at Bloomingdale's, a department store in public relations and retail. And I used to have to go to work with her all the time. And I didn't get to play with friends. And I was like, thought I had like the worst mom ever because all she did was work and she worked all the time and she worked on weekends and we were always at her office. And like, I didn't realize that I was getting programmed a really impressive work ethic. And I was like, this is what women do. They work, So I think your kids seeing you work is awesome. And I think a lot of people feel so guilty that they can't be around. But like, I'm really grateful looking back that I saw that.
Yeah, my work ethic is...
You either go to rehab or become super successful. So
I want to do both. I'm on the track to do both, Whit.
I just think there's this thing where people are like, oh, you can't work a lot and have kids. Like, no, let your kids see that that's what you're doing and program that work ethic.
Yeah, just be like, yo, I bust my ass. I bust my ass from the second I get up early.
Awesome.
And then and fucking go all day long.
But it is confusing because you don't wear shoes. So it's like I get why the social
I'm not really brand friendly. I look at fucking Jesus. I mean,
I bet you are. You've got some partnerships and stuff going, right?
No. I mean, I do. I have the new flip-flop lines coming out. And then
were there any big brand deals that came to you that you said no to? You don't have to say the name of the brand.
Yeah, a lot.
And then why do you say no?
One was because of superstition.
What does that mean?
One was superstition.
What, they wanted you to do a...
No. I just I just thought
Wanted you to
I
step
have
on
weird-
cracks.
I
You
have
thought you'd
weird-
break your mother's back.
I have weird superstitions about certain things, and I love this brand, and I liked them, but I had a friend who worked with them, and I noticed that he was working with them, and then a lot of bad things happened to that friend, and I connected the two, and I said, I don't want bad things in my life. I'm not going to work with them.
If you tell me who that friend is, I can probably tell you why the bad things happened and
Well,
why it had nothing to do with the brand.
It had nothing to do with the brand.
That's so interesting.
Nothing. I'll tell you who it is. Just edit the name out. Like,
Yeah, no, he brought that on himself. He worked really hard to make sure bad things happened to him.
They came to me with an offer, and I said, I noticed the second he started working with them that bad things happened, and I just noticed that.
No, bad things had happened before too.
Yeah. So I've said no to a few brands, but not like podcast sponsors. I love working with new podcast sponsors and finding a podcast sponsor that
There
you
was
like.
a minute where I said no to like vapes because I was like, ugh, like it's killing kids, and I should,
I think I said yes to them.
I think that's the only one I ended up saying.
I had said yes. I've said yes to products that I'm like I'm trying to think who. I mean, like one of the ones that I really liked was I won't say their name, but they were because there were a few of them, and I don't know which one I had because I had one on Two Bears, one on here.
Yeah.
But it was a tobacco alternative. It was
that gum.
It was that gum. That, and it was another thing because I had two.
Lucy.
It was
Dude,
that.
I love Lucy.
I love it,
it's like just a little bit of nicotine.
And it was. I fucking thought it was awesome, and people kind of shit on me, and they're like, "Why would you do that?" And I was like, I fucking I don't know what. I was like in my head. I was like, nicotine's really great. Like if you can use it in moderation, and I can't. I definitely can't. It is. I mean, the feeling when you put that in, you get excited and creative, and you.
Bobby Lee got off cigarettes because of Lucy. He said. Yeah,
and by the way, if you're trying to quit, but I was using it in like a I want to get back on this shit.
Oh yeah, that's a gateway drug.
Yeah.
Well, so do I do this? This is a campaign for a product to partner with blank. This company is a company driven to put science in the service of every woman's sexual empowerment.
I love it already.
Would like to partner with you on a social media campaign, looking to collaborate to create material. The key messaging points are designed by lead experts who helped develop Viagra. It's a pleasure serum that is topical for arousal and orgasm.
Yes.
Makes coming come easy. Enjoy solo for safe sex. It relaxes your vaginal and clitoral smooth muscle tissue, promoting more frequent, more intense, more satisfying orgasms.
By the way, just reading it turns me on. So I'm kind of like, fucking go.
Is this gonna? But when do you?
My only question is, what does it taste like? Because that's the only way she's having an orgasm. I got to be down there enjoying this myself. Do they have it in peppermint?
Do they have it in nicotine flavor?
Do they have it in nicotine flavors? Can they load it up with some nicotine? Is there any way we could just combine the two?
Lucy, if you could really just partner with this product, you have a spokesperson.
If you could get a
nicotine flavored lube
that tasted great, and you could just put it
then
down.
Your pussy would get addicted to nicotine.
I bet nicotine.
I bet you
if you put one of those pieces of gum in your vagina, you'd feel it. I bet you'd feel it intensely.
You totally would. Well, no. Also, people that. So I was doing microdosing this like ketamine thing for like.
Yeah, I remember when you were doing that.
Yeah, it was like I still would do it. Like I think the idea is to do it for like 30 days and rewire your brain around negativity as a cure for depression. I'm sure it's different for everyone. It was like a nasal spray, but it was also half oxytocin. And it's kind of a miracle. Thank God wasn't my thing, because I could see that getting out of hand really fast. I mean, it just feels like a warm hug.
Really enjoy.
I was like, this just feels like my dad loves me.
Nasal spray.
Oh, dude,
I could get out of control.
You should get it. No, but you
quick.
should. But just, I mean, you can't. It's prescribed, so you can't really get it super fast. It's Dr. Conover.
Yeah, I like
Brett
that
Conover.
guy.
He's fucking incredible. I do think at some point ketamine will really take on the antidepressants industry because antidepressants are fucking wild. And like so many people are on them. The side effects are not great for a lot of people and sometimes outweigh the benefits.
My sister just got off Zoloft and like lost 6 pounds immediately. And I was like, what do you mean? She goes, Zoloft just makes you hold on to weight. And like, she was like explaining which
that's going to make you more depressed. How does that make you less depressed?
I was like, and so I've always, my mom, one of the first time I wanted to go on antidepressants, my mom's like, oh, honey, those are your nooks and crannies. And I went, okay. And I didn't. And then my roommate at the time was like, don't ever tell anyone you want to go on antidepressants. That is secret. You don't tell that to anyone. And I was like, okay. And then I was kind of shamed into not doing it.
Oh, interesting.
And so I've never done it and just been like, well, I guess I have a fucked up brain and I have to deal with it. And it's, with anxiety, it's bad.
Do you ever take beta blockers? That's such a game changer I have them. Love beta blockers.
Beta blockers.
They're amazing.
I fucking
game changer.
Loved. I've never enjoyed. They were podcast sponsored too, oddly enough.
Really?
Yeah, I want to say it was it Hims offering it?
I thought they were. I have the propranolol prescription.
You got to talk to a doctor.
Oh, good. Yeah,
you got to talk to a doctor.
All it does is stop adrenaline. It doesn't make you tired. It's not a narcotic. It's not a benzodiazepam. Like I do it for migraines. And if I'm just like anxious for no reason, I'll pop one.
So I got prescribed beta blockers by my doctor for blood pressure. And the first night I took them, I was so relaxed, and I kept taking my blood pressure, and it was like super low, like 110 over, or like 60 over 110. And I was like, that's too low. And then the next night I had to go to a college, and I drank on the plane, but it was odd drinking. Like I can only explain this to people that really drink a lot. It's like, when you go to the airport and you feel sick, but you still have a beer, that kind of drinking where you're like, I don't really want to drink, but I'm doing it because I know that I normally drink right now. And then Bonnie McFarlane's movie came out about female comics.
One of my favorite scenes in any movie.
I think I know the scene you're talking about.
Is when she's like, a lot of female comics aren't funny, but a lot are. So we just need to get the ones that aren't funny to quit. And she calls up a couple female comics and goes, hey, I was just curious if you could stop doing comedy. So funny.
My favorite scene in that movie is her and Voss on the front stoop after she's dressed as a man, and they're kissing and hugging each other because Rich Voss, and you're like, so anyway, I get.
By the way, Rich Voss is one of my favorite jokes ever.
But he's got like 3 or 4 of mine.
And I maybe haven't seen enough of it because he's in New York. But when he goes, I don't mind fucking a girl on her period. I just pretend like I'm killing her. It's just one of my favorite jokes.
Oh, he's
so simple.
If you're a business owner, you probably know exactly what you do with the extra day each week. Maybe you launch a new website, spend more time on your marketing, your services, or find new, more creative ways to build your brand. But you don't need an extra day. What you need is Fiverr. That's one-stop shop for world-class freelance talent. With Fiverr, all the freelancers you could ever need are right at your fingertips. Fiverr connects businesses like yours with freelancers offering hundreds of digital services, so you can stop feeling overwhelmed today and start growing your business today. Fiverr is truly the best way to find freelance talent. It is a no-brainer, and you've got to check it out. With their global network of on-demand freelance talent, whether you're launching a first business, scaling your current business, or in need of extra support from graphic designs, copywriting, marketing, web programming, film editing, scoring, music, and more, find your talent and begin working on your projects within minutes. It's easy. Customize your search by services, by deadlines, by price, by seller review, and more. No more guessing games. You'll know exactly what you're paying for upfront. No negotiating needed. That's what I love the most. No negotiation needed. Pricing is always based on projects, not hourly. 24/7 customer service, and reach out with questions anytime, anywhere. And they've worked with some of the most influential brands, these freelancers. Check out Fiverr.com and receive 10% off your first order by using my promo code BERT. Find all the digital services you need in one place at Fiverr, Fiverr.com, and use the code BERT. That's Fiverr.com, and the code's BERT. Do you know how often I've told people at a bar, 66% of men lose their hair by the age of 35? That is burned in my psyche by Hims. You think you're losing your hair?
Yeah.
Dude, it's amazing because I've already started losing. I mean, I started losing my hair when I was 22, but I did something about it. So I kind of stopped. But certain men feel helpless. I won't name names. It's kind of like an intimate thing. 2 guys I was with in Serbia, 2 of them were terrified about hair loss. I said, don't be terrified. You can do something about it. If you do something about it now, then you can halt the process. Thanks to science, baldness now can be optional. Hims is helping guys be the best version of themselves with licensed medical providers and FDA-approved products to help treat your hair loss. These are real. They're not snake oil pills or gas station counter supplements. Prescriptions backed by science. Hims was created by a guy that knew some men's health conversations are easier online than in person. I have to go to a doctor today, and I do not want to go. I just wish I could Google it. No more awkward in-person long lines in the pharmacy. None of that shit. Hims connects you with licensed medical professionals online, which would save you hours. Completely confidential and discreet. Answer a few quick questions. A medical professional will review, and they'll determine if it's right for you. And they can prescribe the medication to treat your hair loss that'll be shipped directly and discreetly to your door. Today, Hims is giving you the best offer yet. If you're not happy with your results after 90 days, and you will be, I promise you will be. Trust me. Once you start doing something about your hair loss, I'm speaking from my experience. If you're not happy with your results after 90 days, Hims will give you a full refund. And right now, my listeners can get their first visit absolutely for free. Go to forhims.com/Bertcast. That's forhims.com/Bertcast. Remember, prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Remember, guys, that's forhims.com/Bertcast. So anyway, I did this like a college, and then I had to drive 8 hours that evening after the college to go do Travel Channel. And I had a car service take me to like Ohio. And I got in the car and I was on Beta Block. So I had 2 bottles of wine and Bonnie's movie lined up. And I just never got around to opening the wine. And normally, if I'm in a car for fucking 8 hours, I'm going to open a bottle of wine. I'm going to pass out. I never opened it up. And I went, God, this is odd. This is really odd. All of a sudden, all anxiety was taken out of my life with those beta blockers. Here's where it caught up to me.
Hey.
I get to Fiji. We're scuba diving in Fiji. And beta blockers for some people create a dry cough. And I ended up getting the dry cough. I got to tell you, I was spelunking like the 2 days before. I think I got it in the cave, but I got this cough.
What's spelunking again?
When you go cave, it's cave diving.
That's, to me, the most psychotic thing you can do.
Oh no, there's by the way, there's guys that tell stories about getting stuck in caves
with no visibility.
No visibility, stuck, and all they have is a chisel to try to get their head through. Like they get their arm, dude. And there's people who've died. Legit.
Many.
People
Well, I mean, even rescuing
people.
those kids and where was the Thailand kids?
Thailand, yeah.
A bunch of like the best divers in the world. A couple of them died. One of them. Fact check me.
I remember when all that was going down. It's amazing the way the world can rally around something like that.
Yeah.
We should do that once a year.
Just like pick a
school.
Cause.
Pick a school. Get like a private school.
They were going to die. I think that was
get a private school.
They had a good publicist. That whole team. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of.
Wonder what those kids are doing now.
It's never Africa, is it?
No, it is, and then no one ever talks about it.
Remember Coney 2012?
I do remember Coney 2012.
Dude, that was the biggest thing on the internet.
That was the first guy to get canceled.
Yes, because by the way, I have a theory that people should not make a lot of money at once. Name one person that made a ton of money and it went right away and it went well for them. This is my whole thing with a lot of our friends that are making a lot of money right now. I'm like, dude. Have someone manage it for you, save it. Every lottery winner, they end up like dying in a murder suicide.
Didn't the
4
guy that
months
made
later.
the Coney documentary or make the Coney thing?
He made all this money and then was like started doing fucking meth and running around naked.
Ooh.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. I'm glad I started making money when I was older.
You
I would have
earned
burned
it
through that money.
perfectly. You deserve it, but you also know the value of it. I see a lot of our friends that are just making a ton of money overnight on fucking TikTok. I'm like, this is not going to end well. I did David Portnoy's podcast with a TikToker, Josh Richards, who's like 19. And the whole time I was like, dude, what's your plan? Name one person that was rich and famous at 19 who isn't dead, crazy, like, Amanda Bynes, Lindsay Lohan, Corey. And then I was like, Corey Haim, Corey Feldman. He's like, who are those? I'm like, exactly.
Oh my God.
Edward Furlong. Like, what is your plan?
What's Edward Furlong doing?
Exactly. He, I'll tell you what, remember he broke into a restaurant and released the lobsters to set the lobsters free. Like, fame and money that early, who's it ended well for? Neil Patrick Harris? Yes.
Oh yeah, Doogie Howser. That's right.
Like, he's.
You get a handful of those. Like,
Who else?
It looks like Soleil Moon Frye's doing good.
But she went away for 30 years.
Oh yeah, she did. Natalie
Also-
Portman.
Oh, Natalie Portman. What about? Well, the cape at the Oscars felt a little bit like okay.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
Miranda Cosgrove, yes, one of my dear friends. She's incredibly normal, but also
Who's that Amanda
super-
Cerny guy? Girl.
Amanda Cerny. Amanda
Who's that?
Cerny is a influencer model. She makes like comedy videos, and she has 20 million Instagram followers and some crazy amount of YouTube followers, and she just churns out content constantly. And now she's making a ton on her OnlyFans. She's a friend of mine.
She does porn.
I don't think it's porn. OnlyFans, I think you can wear, as long as you manage the expectations or go like, I don't think she's naked on it.
It's just like
more
revealing.
risque.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus just fell off the wagon, I heard.
Bummer.
No. I look at it so differently.
Well, I don't know. I
look at it so differently.
But,
I'm like,
was that public news or did you hear it privately?
No, public, I think.
Oh, was it?
It was, yeah, she was at some bar in LA and she said the pandemic.
Bars in LA are open?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I know. I was like,
She was like, they said she was canoodling up with some, I don't know who the guy is, but, and they were like, she fell off the wagon. I go, hold on. First of all, she's got a great support team. I think she's got a good head on her shoulders.
Great, yeah.
Listen, if she quit drinking when she quit drinking, that's great. But let everyone have a little fucking break every now and then. It doesn't need to be the big thing that it is. Like, don't make it that. That's why when I do quit drinking, I'm never gonna. By the way, I just said on this podcast, I don't think I'm gonna quit drinking in 3 months. I'm never gonna fucking do it.
But you seem
out
like you
loud.
can take. But if you can put it down and pick it, like I'm the type of fucking addict that like there's no I'm gonna quit for 3 months and do it like late. Like I'm so hard. Like you seem like you have the fact that you guys do these sober October things. Like, do you feel like you're successful with that because you replace an addiction with an addiction? Like, I'm gonna give this up, but I'm gonna get super competitive about losing weight and being. I need to beat Tom and Rogan. Like, is that part of? Can you do it without public accountability and the fear of embarrassment or losing?
Yeah, I did it when we started quarantine. I did it for like I didn't drink for like 3 months.
And was that conscious or did it just kind of happen?
It was conscious. It was definitely conscious because I'd been partying really hard up until then, like really hard. And I was like, okay. I was like, I remember saying to God, I've said this a number of times, but I said to God in a tour bus driving from DC to New York, I said, God, I need a break. I don't know what it's going to be, if it's a TV show or something, but I need this tour, if I'm doing it the way we plan on doing it, it may kill me. And then next week, everything was shut down. And I said to myself, all right, I'm going to party on the bus riding home. And then when I get home, we're on the wagon.
And it's also like, I think about, the comics that as part of they're so open about their lifestyle, Stanhope and Attell for the longest time, where their fans would start sending them shots and sending them drinks. So even when they did try to take a break, the audience was like, drink. And like, you have to tell the waitresses, just make sure, send me apple juice. We'll pretend it's whiskey, because.
Oh, I've never done that.
I just mean like when your fans are so partying with you and they don't know that you're taking a break and you like, fuck it, I guess I'll just do this.
Yeah, no, I
the pressure to deliver.
I don't mind that. My thing is I genuinely enjoy partying on the road. I really enjoy it. And I don't want to stop it. I love it. So I kind of like try to measure it when I'm home and I'm being responsible. I go, well, listen, I don't need to party. But I've been drinking during the podcast recently because I did one sober and I just felt like I wasn't connecting or grounded.
Does it just quiet? Well, now that I know more about your brain, does it just like quiet a part of your brain, the voices of like the self-analytic or OCD thoughts?
Yeah, there's a lot. Like I'm not like, and I think it's because I did my podcast in my man cave for so long, and I was so comfortable in that space, and I didn't overthink it. And I think when you build a studio,
it's so true.
I got very like in my head about, am I comfortable in these? Like these aren't the chairs we're going to use. We're going to. Like none of the furniture showed up yet. And I go, I keep saying, I don't love this space yet. And I don't love the lighting isn't done yet. The cameras aren't in place and they won't be.
I'm glad I'm here when the lighting isn't good. Now I look like a fucking crack.
No, your lighting looks good. Mine looks bad because I have a hat on. Oh, yeah. So they're like, we need a light source.
But here's the thing. Howard Stern, he did not change his studio. I mean, even when they moved, he kept it the same size. He kept the proximity of the couch to him. Like he's very conscious about like, like podcasting, the chemistry between guests, like a lot of people make the mistake of like moving into a big sick studio when they get and then the chemistry's lost, the vibe is different.
It's almost like you want the walls to get like.
You need to take that down.
What? Is that cultural appropriation?
I mean,
it was for calling sick to work. It's one of my favorite pictures.
I mean,
well, we got our first note.
The fact that that's like behind you and
it's right next to me.
You're single.
It's right next to me.
Dude, I remember when I went to, that's just the most Florida shit. I remember I recently.
By the way, this one says me as a pirate. Is that cultural appropriation?
No, that's fine. Pirates are,
because that one, Joey Diaz is dressed as a woman.
No, that's fine. That's okay. There's a long tradition of comedians dressing up as women. But I remember when I went to FSU like a couple years ago.
There's one of me fucking shit. The only one we never sold.
You fucking pigs?
No, I was fucking a snow person.
That's hilarious.
And it was
You're
right
not
when,
fat phobic.
it was,
You're not body shaming. This is progress.
It was the day Me Too came out. And everyone's like, hey man, I wouldn't print those.
You say like it's like a blockbuster movie.
It was like that week.
That it started. But no, because I did a show at Amazon about an ombudsman's office, an HR office on a college campus. And the team was called the Chiefs. I'm from DC. So the Redskins, I've grown through all that. I have like the most amazing Redskins sweatshirt that my dad gave me that I'm not allowed to wear anymore. Like, so just when it comes to the Native American stuff, I feel like I've learned a lot. But
you get to know your people.
Okay.
This isn't Native American.
What is it?
This is Mexican.
That looks like
No, this is a Mexican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a Mexican famous Aztec warrior.
Oh, I thought that was like a headdress, like a Native American headdress.
No. This is I saw this picture.
Well, now I'm getting canceled. Great.
I saw a picture like this in a Mexican restaurant, and I was like, that's fucking badass.
Dude, this is going to be cut out of context. If anyone wants to cancel me, here's your opportunity. You can just cut off the setup to this. So when I did the FSU homecoming. Powwow. Dude, it's like, there's this huge sign that says like the Chiefs on the back. These guys.
The Seminoles?
Yes, they come out in headdresses and they're like, oh, like, I mean, they're holding, like, it was wild. And I was like, oh God, this is going to fucking.
Oh, the beginning of every game, Chief Osceola comes out on a horse, bareback, in full Indian regalia, Seminole, and throws a burning spear into the center of the field.
Because
one of the most moving things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Brown on their face and lines.
I think, if I'm not mistaken,
the Cleveland Indians are changing.
But if I'm not mistaken, that they have Florida State has full approval of the Seminole tribe to do what they do, to be called the Seminoles,
that's
and to do what they do. I'm not certain of that, but I'm almost certain it is because there's Seminole casinos all over Florida.
Yeah, interesting.
And so I think they're
probably psyched. It's a lot
of reparations have been made, and I'm certain someone can go. Actually, Bert, you don't know anything about this. You were drunk at a casino once, and some guy told you that Seminole Indians get like $250,000 a year for the rest of their life. No, but the improv down there there's an improv down there that's on native land. Am I making that up? No, it's Fort Lauderdale.
And it's actually
and I think West Palm.
I don't know about West Palm.
No, it's Fort Lauderdale.
But Fort Lauderdale for sure. And you go on it, and it's all native cops, and people are in there partying and drinking because Florida cops. It's not Florida, technically Florida land.
Florida land.
So 18-year-olds go there to kind of party. But something I did learn was when I was doing this is like that not all tribes have headdresses for their chiefs. Like it's not
so interesting.
And Redskins, I learned when I was working on this, because now at TV networks, they have like sensitivity trainers that come in and like educate you if you're talking about a subject that you could be ignorant about. So we're talking about the Native American thing. And the Redskins, would it be etymology or whatever, the origin of Redskin, I always thought was like you're sunburned in red or something. She said that it was actually back in the day when you could get paid if you killed Native Americans, you would get money, right? If you brought proof that you killed a Native American. Like, I mean, literally Americans treated it like.
No, they did that. They did it with the Congolese. The Belgians did. If you did it, you had to prove that you killed one by cutting off their hand. And so what they did, because that was the way how they kept account of their bullets.
Wow.
Because if they wanted to make sure you were using your bullets to kill Congolese and not animals,
Wow.
Don't get me fucking started.
That's fucking wild. And that you made more money if you killed a female because they could procreate or be pregnant, and that you had to cut off the labia, and that was a redskin.
Oh my God. That is not.
That's
By
not.
the way, if that is the etymology, fuck yeah, get rid of the name.
Dude,
holy shit.
I was like, oh, I thought this was just like you're tan, and it was just like a slur about your
my
skin
God.
color, you know? But also, redneck is also not necessarily an insult. As someone that has West Virginia ancestry, redneck, conversely, is more benign than you actually think, because redskin actually refers to the labor uprising at the Battle of Blair Mountain, and you would against the coal companies in West Virginia, and it's not that you're just sunburn from the.
I thought it was because you wore shirts.
No, it means the rednecks wore red bandanas to show that they were part of the rebellion army to stand up for union workers in mines. So it's actually kind of a compliment. Or I mean, it's been turned into a slur, but redneck is like the origin of it is actually kind of.
Leanne's thing was redneck wasn't a slur; it was hillbilly. What time do you got to get out of here? It's
I don't
6
know.
o'clock.
As soon as when I'm being boring.
All right, let me take a piss. Can
As
I
soon
take
as
a
I'm
piss?
bombing, yeah,
I'm gonna
please.
take a piss and have a drink and grab a drink, and we'll keep going for at least like 30 more minutes at least.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. I'll pee too.
All right.
Oh, busting out the wine.
I want
like
to
it.
talk to you. You want a glass of wine?
No, thank
Okay.
you. Can I
want to talk to you about.
I mean, I do, but I'm.
about your podcast. You've been fucking killing it.
Do you think?
I do.
I feel like okay, thank you.
No, I definitely do.
Like, I can't tell if I'm good at it.
You get great guests.
That's why I like that. For me is like, you know, right now, like the idea of like, do I move to Austin? Do I move? Like I think what my main skill is now, until I get as good as you guys at like talking.
You're definitely better than me.
No, I do it more. That doesn't mean I'm better at it. It doesn't.
I'm a bad interviewer because a lot of times I don't go in with an agenda or a conversation talking point. Like I'll have like one or two. Like I'm like, but there are things that I would go, like if I run into you, I'd go, oh, I'd want to talk to Whitney about her new boyfriend. I want to talk to her about Amanda Knox. I want to talk, like there's certain things, right? If I saw you, that's what I want to talk to you about.
Totally. But
Sometimes I have people and I don't, and I really drop the ball.
But you're such a good storyteller. I think that for me, like I've always left your podcast and been like, I fucking bomb that. Because I always think that your fans are here to sort of see how you're going to react to, like, it's more word jumping off point to your stories or what, you know, like I always feel like when you're a guest on someone else's podcast, it's not about you coming to be like, let me show off. And
See, that's why I totally, no, I first of all, I think that's interesting. You
like,
say
or
that.
they'd be listening to my podcast. They're listening to yours. I just happen to be on it. So the last 2 times I did your podcast, I felt like I was so fucking boring because I was just trying to like ask you questions because it's your fans.
I love when you're on my podcast, but I think that I do so many podcasts with, you know, comics in general are usually like white dudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so white dudes, it's interesting. Some guys come and do a podcast and it's like they don't have any interesting. They don't want to. They don't really care to be there, or they don't. It's like they don't. They're like whatever. Women comics, for some reason, every time I get my favorite conversations are with female comics, is because
much to prove.
No, but you guys are just, I don't know. I have better energy with women. Like my manager's a woman, my trainer's a woman, my wife's a woman. I like working with women.
I also think, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong. I've, you know, obviously known you for so long, and I don't know if I haven't listened to every podcast you've ever done, but like around women, do you feel more comfortable saying I'm anxious, I'm vulnerable, I get insecure, I have these OCD thoughts? Like that's maybe something that you can't necessarily say to
I can't
your guy friends.
Let's just say I can't say that to Joe. Joe, when I tell him I have anxiety, he goes, "You need jujitsu," and I'm like,
to just eat.
I'm like, we're moving really quick, Joe.
Yeah.
You want me to get into a fucking cage with somebody? Hold on. That gives me anxiety.
I just told you I get anxiety from cats. So
it's confrontation. You need jujitsu.
I'm afraid of failure. Let's really. I don't need to get into MMA. But yeah, I do think there's. For me, like I feel like my strengths as a podcast host is I do create a space where people can be super emotional and vulnerable because I admit so much of my embarrassing shit that I'm able to like get stuff out of people that they wouldn't necessarily admit on other podcasts. And I can get good guests, but I don't feel like I'm really great at talking yet or telling stories or finishing thoughts.
Well, I think sometimes a lot of that is just earned in the 10,000 hours of going. I'm much more. I was a horrible podcast host at times, like where I'd have people in and I didn't know anything about them, and I just figured we'd talk, and then I realized they didn't know anything about me, and then we just didn't talk. And it was like, I mean, so I've done such uncomfortable fucking podcasts. But
do you have one that you specifically are like, ugh,
oh yeah,
who,
100%.
like specifically where you're like, I feel like
One of my first, it's like one of my first 25 that I did, and as a dude who's an improv actor, he's an actor, and he's an improv actor. He does some stand up, and
Sasa?
I don't remember his name.
Yeah,
to be
this is
honest
the
with you.
problem. I never did. Like,
And so I just kind of was like,
or if it's a comic coming on and you're like, oh, they'll fucking just crush this. And they show up and they're not there to do stand up. And you're like, oh no, like I thought you were just going to come take the wheel.
like I remember Sebastian's gotten really good at podcasting.
Yeah.
Meaning being on podcasts. First podcast I did with him was him and him and Pete Correale. And he didn't say a
I used to have the
word.
biggest crush on Pete Correale.
Pete Correale is such a
Like
stud.
obsessed. Like I saw him in Montreal. I was like, that's the father of my
He's
kids.
a good looking dude.
Obsessed.
Good looking dude, and he's got all the right moves.
He's like the only stand-up comic that I really like wanted to date. That I ever.
He can tell a great story. He's a fucking fun hang.
So great.
He lost his I think he lost dad to COVID just recently. Bummed me out. I texted him, and it's weird when people lose someone what you're supposed to say.
No.
But sorry, that's probably a super bummer.
No, it's what is what it is.
Yeah, but the first podcast I did with Sebastian, he didn't speak at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and you could see him like just watching, like he's a big listener,
He's
which
an
probably why he's a
observer.
good actor, is that he
100.
listens and he's watching.
Observes why he's such a great observational comic.
God, he's so good. We were both renovating our houses at the same time, and I had these renovation jokes, but they were all horribly distasteful. And Sebastian's like said something that I had witnessed, and he was like, "I go in, I'm paying these guys, fucking by the hour." And I look at the guy, and he's sweeping. I'm paying you to sweep. I got walls that need to go up, and you're sweeping. I mean, the way he did it was so fucking funny.
The disgust. My worst podcasts so far, I've been making the mistake of booking someone I'm like a big fan of,
Okay.
and then to being too embarrassed to take big swings because I didn't want them to not like Fred Armisen came on early on, and I was like,
Fred Armisen's a fascinating dude.
dude, I'm fully obsessed with, I'm a fan, and I didn't realize how big of a fan I was till he kind of walked in, and I've met him, we've hung out, it was just like I was like, don't be corny, don't be stupid, don't be an idiot, and he's so patient with allowing comedy to happen, and he's so thoughtful.
Yeah.
But I'm so conditioned to laugh at everything he does that he would say, just be like, so it took me a while to get here. And I'd be like, ah! I just was laughing at him just say, and I was just like, oh, I'm so annoying.
See, I'll tell you where I dropped the ball in a Fred Armisen interview. And by the way, willing to do a Fred Armisen interview, this is the extent of it right here. So you know Jeff Tweedy?
Oh, no.
That's exactly where I'd go.
Wilco, I used to follow them.
I still follow them.
That documentary was fucking amazing,
It's
too.
funny. Someone was saying, oh yeah, Jeff Tweedy is a big comedy fan. And I go, not my style.
I meant I used to follow them, not on Instagram or Twitter.
I used to go see them live all
Me
the time.
too.
I see them live anytime they were in
Number one,
LA.
well, you have one concert left for the rest of your life. I got mine already. No, I don't.
Hold on.
You have one concert, one left. They can come out of retirement
One concert.
live. Don't waste a.
I'm going to tell you who I don't want to see.
Okay.
I don't want to see Bruce Springsteen. And I've seen him.
Mm-hmm.
And I just realized I'm not a big enough fan to enjoy him. You got to be a legit
The
Bruce
Jersey through and through. Yes, you just lost all your Jersey fan base. And I saw him on Broadway, that show that he did.
fan. Yeah.
And I was like, I just took my best friend Dory from New Jersey. She's obsessed with Bruce Springsteen, got her tickets, took her. I was like, I'm a fan. When I hear Born to Run, I'll sing along. When you hear Bruce Springsteen song, you can't help but be like, oh shit, fuck. But I was like, I wouldn't have gone if I wasn't taking her. But I went, and he told stories in between to set up each song, and was talking about, soldiers in war and vets, and I teared up a couple times.
He's an amazing. I watched him in LA, down by USC, whatever that is, that place you can watch shows at. I don't know.
Theater?
It was a theater, yeah. I watched. I mean,
Egyptian?
it was like a stadium, I think, maybe. But and so I watched him there.
Staples?
No, I don't really remember. And now here's a question: can I pick the set list? So if you're saying I could, like, because there's some bands I would go.
Yes,
like
it's
'cause
your concert. It's you. It's they're doing it in honor of Bert, and he gets to pick the song list. He gets to pick the venue. So also, I want to know what venue you'd pick. I mean, if it's not Red Rocks, you're a psycho. But you get to pick the venue, pick the act, and pick the set list. Yeah, you're not gonna have Madonna show up and play like Ray of Light or whatever. You're gonna be like, bitch, you're playing Vogue.
Oh,
you're
shit.
playing Material
You
Girl.
just fucked me up.
Why?
Because I was so dialed in on 3 bands: Jane's Addiction, Pearl Jam, and Red Hot Chili Peppers. And as soon as you said Madonna, I said I wouldn't. I immediately thought one of the best shows I've ever been to is Britney Spears.
Oh,
One of the best shows I've ever been to in my
in
life
Vegas?
is Britney Spears. In Tampa.
Oh yeah, of course. Before, because once she got
Tampa.
to Vegas, I feel like she was already like.
Britney Spears is amazing. And then you said Madonna, and I was like, I would love to see Madonna. I've never seen her.
No way.
And then I start going.
That would not break my top 20.
Lady Gaga would be an amazing live show.
Yes, but you can. I just feel like there's enough stuff on the internet to check the boxes of getting entertained by Gaga.
Taylor Swift. That's mine. I'm gonna have to go Taylor Swift with my daughters.
But okay, take your daughters out of it. It's you and
Taylor Swift's still up there, by the way. I hate to say it, I'm a big Taylor Swift fan.
it's you alone. Taylor Swift for sure. Then I can
Well,
actually
fuck
let
yeah.
loose finally.
Private show? No, it would probably be Jane's Addiction. Jane's Addiction. I picked the set list, and I'm gonna make them play a couple Porno for Pyro songs.
Damn it.
I would love to see Red Hot Chili Peppers, but I would go all the Uplift, Party Mofo, like all those early stuffs. I'd want to hear a lot of their early stuff.
Yep. Mine, you saying Pearl Jam just fucked me, but it'd have to be the 10 album. I'd have to hear every song on 10.
We just listened to
You'd
that
have to
the other
open
night.
with Black and end with Black. Jeremy Spoken, I need like a 20-minute rendition of that.
Yeah. Eddie Vedder is
The only person that I think I actually did kind of cry when I met Citizen Cope. That's kind of, I don't know, a lot of people might not know who he is, but I was listening to Citizen Cope on a loop during a really rough time, and I ran into him in Hollywood, and I just ran up to him and started like hysterically crying, and he was like, please get away from me. But that fucked me up. But Lauryn Hill, I saw a couple years ago. She'd be my number 1, but like,
Ooh, I didn't even think of hip hop.
but here's the problem is that like Lauryn Hill, I know I'd be like Tribe Called Quest reunion, like there's a lot, but Lauryn Hill in person, and I understand not wanting to play songs you played 5,000 times, but she played a lot of the hits in like a different way.
Yeah.
So no one could really sing along, and everyone was kind of like, you know.
Outkast would be pretty fucking amazing. I didn't even do that.
I mean,
amazing. I went right to rock bands. I didn't think of any hip hop.
I did too.
I've never gone to a hip hop concert.
I did too. Oh, really?
Never been to a hip hop concert.
You would not survive.
I would probably. That I was performing at that concert. It's not a hip hop concert if I'm performing stand up, right?
Because it's like, do you want a nostalgia moment? Like I saw at a charity benefit,
I want to sing along.
Alanis Morissette
I'd love to see her.
sang with just the drummer from Foo Fighters, Taylor.
Oh, I'd love to see the Foo Fighters.
Oh yeah, I mean they're the best.
You
And
had Dave Grohl on your podcast.
the best. He was my second guest, Dave Grohl.
See, I would have saved him to like guest 30.
Well, no, because then I put him as my second, and then that's how I got guests after that.
Oh, for real?
Well, yeah, for me it was like,
You're
okay,
such
I
a
need
smart.
I was like,
business person.
I was like, I need to front load the podcast with big names. Also, people that I trust that I'm not going to be nervous around. So Dan Levy from Schitt's Creek was number 1.
Yeah.
Dave Grohl was number 2. Like people that I knew would like not be shitty or need be like, I have to head out. Like,
Dave Grohl kills it in every interview.
He's the best person on every level.
I think I definitely.
Foo Fighters shows are they give so much. They go for so long. They give you so much more than your money.
I think I definitely shit the bed when I met Dave Grohl.
I'm sure that's true.
Certain I did.
What happened?
Performing at the same gig you did.
Oh no, the Polestar
event.
I shit the bed with Elton John.
Oh my god.
Is the Foo Fighters who came out the
Foo
end?
Fighters were the ones that
What did you
they were
do?
like the big thing.
This is an award show, by the way, you guys, for like the whole touring industry. I didn't really understand what it was, but it's actually such an important audience because all they do is see great comedy and great music, and then we come out and we're like, hey, boo. Like
my thing was the bar was still open, no one was seated, and it was all one room.
Yeah,
and they wanted me to go out, but I shit the bed before I even got on stage. Dave Grohl had like a broken arm. He's had like he breaks it all the fucking
broken ankle. He broke his leg on stage, went off, they wrapped it, and he came back and finished the set in a chair.
He's broken his foot or arm as long as I've been a fan, like probably 3 times, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm backstage. I'm in the green room because I'm hosting.
Should we call him? Let's see if he'll answer.
No.
No. Let's see if he'll answer.
God.
Let me see. I mean, he might not answer.
Fuck.
Does he?
No, he won't. I hope he doesn't remember.
I don't know if
I kept saying that Pat Smear was gay, and you could see Dave trying to cut me off like he's not gay, man. He looks gay. Like you'd see Dave like going, dude, okay, let's change subject. I was in their green room drinking their beers.
Can I tell you? Oh yeah, no, he's like, I'm not answering, you fucking loser. Oh.
Oh, hey.
No, I didn't call you a loser. I called Bert Kreischer a loser, who you met. He's telling me on his podcast about how he shit the bed when he met you and embarrassed himself.
At the Polestar. I did Polestar like 3 years ago. I was the host. Shirtless guy.
Oh my God, yeah, you didn't wear a shirt. I remember.
Oh no, I'm losing it.
Never wears a shirt.
Never wears a shirt.
I made a joke about. I made a joke.
I was like, oh, I've seen this guy. He doesn't wear a shirt. Well,
yeah. I made a joke about you breaking your foot or something, and you go, and I was like, Dave Grohl, he's always got a broken foot, and it went blank. And then you came backstage, and you just very casually go, I drink a lot on stage, okay? And I went, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was, but the best part is I got a picture with you guys. I posted it on Instagram, and everyone thought you came to my show. And I was like, oh yeah, the whole band came to my show. That's exactly.
Well, you know what's funny about that show? So that was the Polestar thing, right?
Yeah.
Polestar Awards. Okay, the Polestar Awards, I mean, you know, in the pantheon of like award ceremony kind of things, you know, the Polestar Award, it's kind of like the Roadie Awards in a way.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
yes.
And so our tour manager, Gus, who's been our tour manager for almost 30 years, 25 years, he was being nominated for Tour Manager of the Year. So we thought we would go surprise him and support him, though he'd won that award before. And the first time he won it, he said we were on tour, and he goes, "Oh, hey, just so you guys know, I got Tour Manager of the Year." And we all, the first thing we said, we're like, nobody sent us a fucking ballot. So we thought we'd be nice and surprise him at this thing. And I'm telling you, more than any other award ceremony I've ever been to, like Grammys or Oscars or anything, that Polestar Awards, that is the funnest award ceremony of them all. Yeah. That was the number one most fun one. Because you're cheering for like venues.
Yeah, and like the transpo department.
They're like best 15,000 capacity club, Hammer Jackson, Baltimore. And you're like, yeah!
Hell yeah.
And everybody shows up. I hosted it this year, and Elton John came out at the end and was like, thank you to the transpo. You're the people that make this all possible. Like, it's the award show where like the talent is actually in awe of because you're like, you're the one that fucking does the lighting at the Staples Center. Dude, you're a genius.
Yeah. So that was really fun.
Well, it's a pleasure seeing you again, man.
Because you're clothed. But
what's that? Oh yeah, it's hard to recognize him with a shirt on.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Well, it's good seeing you, man.
We're talking about you, and
we're talking about concerts we'd want to see.
Oh, we're talking about concerts. Oh, this is going on. Okay, if you had one concert for the rest of your life, you had one concert,
one last concert to see,
and you got to pick the band and
the set list,
and you got to pick the set list. He said Jane's Addiction.
Well, hold on. I had a short list, but all my lists were rock bands that I grew up on. You can't bring anyone back from the dead, so obviously that one's out of the list. I said Foo Fighters would be a fucking but I get to pick the set list
and I said,
and how you play
boo.
it, and how you play it. But I said, okay, if I want to, It was close between Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pearl Jam, and Jane's Addiction. And I just saw Jane's Addiction. Me and Bill Burr went talking about 3 days how that was like the greatest song we'd ever heard. So I went with Jane's Addiction.
So this has to be a band that all members are alive. Can't be dead people.
Can't be dead.
Alive people.
Because I know Beastie Boys. Let's just I feel like we can be a little flexible.
No. They've all got to be alive. You got to get them all together.
Everyone's got to be alive.
I mean, I'd have to say, if I could see one more concert and I could write the set list,
You have to. Yeah, you write the set list.
it would have to be a Zeppelin show because, like, I have Zeppelin tattoos, and I got to see them when they did the reunion thing, like 14 years ago or whenever it was, to 12 or 13 years ago, and that was like it was such a huge moment. But if I was able to like write the set list, I would have to. It'd have to be a Zeppelin show.
Today,
I picked the Wallflowers, so
Well, obviously,
because I want to see Rami in a different element.
because you're biased.
Snoop Dogg
Okay.
today tweeted or put on Instagram. He said, "Best opening words to a song," and I didn't realize it's Snoop. I didn't realize it should be hip hop. I wrote, "In the days of my youth, I was told what it was like to be a man," and everyone was like, "What the fuck is that?" And I was like, "Okay, know your audience."
I know your audience.
Yeah.
Are you guys at like Chili's? Where are you right now?
No, this is Bert's house.
This is. Hang on. Wait. Hold on. Show them the whole studio. I just built a new studio in my new house.
Bert is such a fucking narcissist because he got Bert is like our Rodney Dangerfield, you know? He got famous and successful so late.
Jesus.
It's all just he has like all these people working for him now.
Dave, open invite. I'll give you the best brisket you've ever had in your entire life. I know you're a barbecue guy. I will make you the best brisket you've ever had in your entire life. Podcast, cold beers, and I won't be bothered. I won't.
What are you cooking on?
What are you cooking on?
I've got.
Do you have the green egg?
I've got a green egg. I'm just getting a new grill, and I got a Rectech, which is a pellet smoker. But we travel with the smoke. Hold on, Dave. I
mean, look at his body. He barbecues a lot.
green egg brisket, next level. Wagyu, fucking. We take a smoker with us on tour in my tour bus, and we smoke before the shows. We tailgate, smoke a meat everywhere we go.
Okay, I'm in. That sounds good.
Done. I'm gonna reach out, have Whitney hook it up. Listen, I'm shooting a movie for 3 months, so I'll be back in like. Well, yeah, name drop a little bit, right? It's
Jesus
Dave fucking Grohl.
Christ.
Anyway, when I get back from shooting my movie, I'll hit you. He's like, don't give him my number.
Stop trying to big time Dave Grohl.
Pick up Mexican food.
I am so sorry about this, Dave. I'm so sorry. I love you. Sorry.
All right. Love you, Dave. I love you, Dave. I love you, Dave. I love you.
Bye.
God, I fucking fizzled out. See, I did the fucking Fred Armisen laugh to him. Like the first thing he said, he's like, and then you know what's great about those? You're celebrating Rectech. Like, wow, oh shit, Dave Grohl's the funniest motherfucker alive.
That was almost as bad as you and Adam Sandler.
I have no ability to talk to famous people.
When you said Adam Sandler, I loved you in Happy Madison, and he was like, "What?"
I have
That's
no
the name of his
ability.
production company, not the movie.
I have
My
no
favorite movie is
ability.
Happy Madison. They were like, he was like, "Okay, dude, cool."
As soon as I said fucking pellet smoker, I could see it in his eyes. I was like, don't say pellet smoker. He's a legit barbecue
Dude,
guy.
he barbecues for hundreds of people. Like, he'll barbecue for like a Harley Davidson rally. He'll barbecue for like 200
By the way,
people.
my briskets suck. I got to get Dave Williamson up here to make a brisket for him. I can fucking flip it out on my grill real quick and be like, oh, what do you think of this, Dave?
Oh, God, what have you got yourself into?
What an interesting fucking human being.
The best. He's the best.
He was very cool because I was trying to say that.
Because are you into Chili's?
Yeah, you went to Chili's?
Dude, he's also one of the funniest people I know.
He's pretty fucking
It's
funny.
really frustrating.
He's had an interesting career, man. I don't think anyone saw Foo Fighters being what it was. You know, when they first started with that Mentos video.
I'm sorry. I'm looking for a text that he made that was so fucking, or a text that he sent me that was so fucking funny. But the Mentos video, did you also see Fresh Pots?
No.
He has a YouTube video where him and the band, they're obsessed with fresh pots of coffee, and they're just like, fresh pots. nuts. It's so weirdly funny.
He did that. They did the first Learning to Fly, I think was the first video they did, right, Halston? What? Learn to Fly. And I think everyone heard it. I don't know. And when I was in college or right after college, when he started that, we heard it and we were like, it's the drummer from Nirvana. And then all of a sudden, man, that shifted so fucking quickly. You're like, God damn it. He arguably could have been the most talented person in both of his fucking bands.
Yes.
I mean, now it's hard to say about Kurt. You don't want everyone to speak ill of the dead. Kurt Cobain obviously was a genius, but to know that he had Dave Grohl to bounce fucking songs off of, that's when you go, that's why Nirvana was so good. But the way they branded that band, by the way, this is all going to lose him as a guest on my show because he's going to be like, what are you fucking talking about?
You never had him.
But I almost had him. I'm going to fucking reach out.
He would fucking do it.
Cold beers with Dave
He would do
Grohl?
it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He would do it.
Anyway, they branded Kurt Cobain as the genius and everyone else was their side players.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting. I think about that a lot, the branding of certain things where this is your hero. This will be, it's a lot of what, when you talk about, and I hope this comes off clear and not obnoxious, but when you talk about institutional racism, it's a lot of the way fucking things are set up sometimes is the quarterback is the white guy. And
I have a theory that because of like the concussion stuff, if Tom Brady broke his neck on the field, the NFL was shut down.
Oh,
If he got a fucking concussion, or if in 20 years he blows his brains out, leaving a letter, please study my brain for science, everything would shut down. Like now that it's only African American players that are getting, like everyone's like,
some white guys, and a Hawaiian guy. Can I tell you that I love that you FaceTimed him? I'm all about a fucking FaceTime.
Oh, dude, I love a FaceTime.
Yeah, I love a FaceTime.
I had to make this podcast worth watching. No one wants to see this for me.
FaceTime Tom and see if he answers. He hates a FaceTime. He thinks it's
He's
an
going to think it's a
aggressive
pocket
move.
dial. For me to FaceTime him and not, because I'm very good friends with Christina, to FaceTime her husband is just odd.
She got her tits done today. Hey, first of all, someone's...
Wait, he said that you would never fucking answer.
First of all, I thought this was like a fucking prank call or something.
It technically is.
Why the fuck? Like, Whitney doesn't call, text, ask me anything. So I was like, something's wrong.
Well,
I do text you. You never fucking text me back. I have to put Christina on.
Such a liar. You're such a liar.
First of all, she just FaceTimed out of nowhere Dave Grohl, and he answered. FaceTime's a new move, Tom.
Dude, it's aggressive.
He looks so pissed.
I thought there was a fucking fire, and she was like, "You have a truck? Can you help me get a horse out of somewhere?" That's what I thought.
Can you get me a horse? I got a restaurant in Malibu that's got a giraffe that needs moving.
If a comedian calls me, it means either another comedian committed suicide or they're podcasting.
I thought this was a serious emergency.
Are you working out? What are you doing?
What's that?
What are you doing?
Working out.
What are you doing in the gym? Deadlifts?
No, actually, I'm just going to do cardio.
Okay. All right.
Dude, have you gotten the hydro?
The hydro?
We got to get you a hydro. It's a rowing machine that's like walks you through it, and it doesn't have that big it's like an electronic rowing machine.
Yeah.
I ordered a tonal. Have you worked out with one of those yet?
A tonal. I feel like, is that the mirror that
Yes.
And you work out with other people and it shows you their score and you can get all competitive?
No, it's just like there's an instructor. It's like what's it called? Like a Peloton, but it's with cables.
Shit.
Like full body workout.
Dude,
it's awesome.
the hydro, I'm sure you could just get it if you tag them or something, but it's like a fucking game changer. Like my back and my arms.
Wait, how good do I look?
You look really handsome, actually.
He's lost a lot of weight.
I've always thought that you were very handsome. I mean,
You've never said it.
Not handsome enough to be married to Christina, but you are handsome.
Hey, did
the richer you get, the more handsome you get. It's definitely helping.
Thank you, Whitney.
Yeah, you really
Bert
are
too,
gorgeous.
Right? You forgot to tell Bert. You too, Bert.
Oh yeah, I know that she thinks I'm attractive.
What's attractive about you is how much you love your wife.
Oh my God.
The hottest thing about you is that.
You should have heard him talking about her yesterday. You'd be like, "You're not very attractive."
I fucking trashed her off the podcast and then again on it.
Yeah, the most attractive thing about you is that silver tooth that you can that glistens in the light when you laugh really hard. Because I'm like, okay, I guess I could always just like pull that out
I
of
like
his mouth.
the beanie. I like the beanie, Whitney.
Oh, thank you. Well, I feel like people started to think that I had like a drug problem because my hair is blue, and just my general personality. So I'm trying to kind of cover it up so I can fix it.
I like it.
I like the blue hair.
Thank you.
All right, go work out. I love you.
I love you. We love you. Christina,
love
does
a
she
good-
talk about her boobs?
No. They're doing it for a bit. I think it's already aired, but they're going into I think it's a makeup. You know how Lil Nas had tits?
Oh yeah. You
They're
can do
doing
it
that,
like
but they're making them huge on her,
Ah.
like a makeup
Oh, like
person.
prosthetics.
And then tattoos all over her throat. And
Oh, I thought you meant they were gonna she was getting a boob lift or something.
no,
Or reduction or something. Her tits get bigger every time.
her
I see-
tits are
Dude, they're
legit.
wild.
Yeah.
But her body is like it feels like she's built for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think, yeah. I
The
think-
women I know that have tits like that have had to get reductions because their backs were so.
I remember the first time I heard about a woman getting a tit reduction, and I didn't think it was a real thing. I thought it was a joke, and I laughed hysterically. I can tell you who the person was. You may want to edit their name out because I'm sure I've said this on other podcasts.
I love her.
Yeah, we were in a condo talking, and she said, "Yeah, I had to get a boob reduction," and I started laughing so hard I was like, "Oh, right, who gets that?"
Yeah.
And she was like, "I did," and I was like, "No, okay, you're good. She is funny, guys. You're right." And they were like, "She's like, no, I did. My back was hurting." I go, "Oh, your back was hurting." She was like, "I couldn't jog." I go, "Yeah, you couldn't jog. Go, keep doing it."
Dude, Chelsea Lynn, the comic, you know Chelsea Lynn?
Yeah.
She came on my podcast and was talking about how her tits are so fucking pendulous and huge that they would get bruised when she would run, even with a sports bra on, when she would play sports, and it was like a nightmare. And you're like, what? It's a real thing.
I've had problems with my dick riding bikes.
Well, that seems like I don't know how any guy has ever ridden a bike. It's so, I mean, there's a reason Lance Armstrong has one testicle. Let's be honest. There's something else going on there.
Yeah.
Is it a coincidence that he spent his whole fucking life on a bike seat?
No, I think the coincidence is that he did steroids. Pretty sure that was the
Are
tether.
we still mad at
tether.
him?
I'm not mad at him. I've never been mad at him.
I have never been mad at him because everybody cheats. He was just the best at cheating. And
Everyone was cheating in that business.
Everyone was cheating, and he just happened to be
And-
the best at cheating.
He shouldn't have gone back for more. That's all. That's
what it was. After
don't-
cancer,
Yep.
he still was better than everybody.
and he should have just done. And that last run he did, that very last
His
run, I
ego
watched.
took over.
Yeah, you got to check your ego on a lot
But
of
it's
things.
also, imagine getting that. Here's my thing. It's my thing with television too. It's like, I've gotten so good at making TV, knowing how it's done, and now I'm like quitting it. And I'm like, I have all this fucking information. Like, what do I do with it? Like, he's the best biker in the world, and he's gonna sit on the bench and be like, I spent my whole life getting good at this, and now, like, your only options are really to coach or to do endorsements or
I
something.
don't think he can even do that. I think he's really blacklisted from the industry entirely. It is kind of bizarre. I don't know. Whatever. I don't.
But
I would have problems if I was a competitor.
You know what? It's not a team sport. The people that fucking compete in that aren't team players.
No, but he forced everyone as a team to all do steroids so he could be. By the way, let me stop right there.
If you were
this is
doing
what I'm trying to stop.
If you were doing the same steroids as him and still sucked, what's your excuse? He forced me to do steroids and I still couldn't win. Like,
I think that's
what a
what one of the
pussy.
guys. I think when you talk about the power structure, like
Mm-hmm.
that was a big thing that people talk about is like you can't power structure people. I'm not certain. I'm not good
Abuse
at it.
your power?
Yeah, and I think that's what
Because he wanted you to win. He's trying to help you get a gold medal.
But that one of the guys was like he was brutal to work with.
Every winner is everyone who's at the top of their field has the savage. I mean, they say that 30% of all people in the top 1% of their field are either psychopaths or sociopaths. It makes total sense.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I've seen comics that that are lunatics, and you're like, yeah, well,
But that's what it takes.
That's what makes them great. If dreams of vacationing and enjoying the life are turning back into reality for you, like they are for me, because all I do is think about vacationing. I have a trip to Tahiti that I'm planning with a friend, and we just keep texting. I have a group of friends, a group of guy friends we're doing a guys trip with. I cannot wait to travel. I cannot wait. I'm being serious. Don't let financial concerns set you back from saying yes. Credit Karma helps you keep your financial goals in check so you don't have to hit pause on having a good time. Credit Karma's game-changing technology shows you tailored offers for credit cards and personal loans that you're more likely to be approved for. So you can apply with more confidence. They use your credit and other financial information to show you custom recommendations. Whether you want cash back, travel rewards, or to consolidate debt, Credit Karma can help you find the offer that fits your goal. With a selection of options and approval odds, you have the power to make informed decisions. You can also look up credit card offers for college students. Ooh, I got a college student I know. Or see personal loans recommended for credit card refinancing. Credit Karma shows each credit card or personal loan offer, including details, rates, fees, and loan amounts. Credit Karma. Apply with confidence. Go to creditkarma.com/podcast to learn more and find tailored offers just for you. That's creditkarma.com/podcast, or you can see offers on the Credit Karma app. Apply with confidence today. Go to creditkarma.com/podcast or the Credit Karma app. Do you know that 85% of people who play daily fantasy sports lose? I do know that personally. Is it really that surprising? No, it wasn't that surprising. The game is rigged against you, so that's why I've been losing. You're playing against thousands of other lineups, not to mention experts who have more tools and more time. You don't stand a chance. Well, stop right there. Introducing Stat Hero, the first ever daily fantasy sports book that puts the players in control and winning within reach. Here's how it works. Stat Hero shows you the lineup and dares you to beat them. It's you versus the house in head-to-head fantasy matchups. You name your stakes. Winner takes all. You have the advantage. Stat Hero is showing you their lineups ahead of time. No one else does that. No one else does that. No one else does that. You're in total control. Stat Hero is the DFS the way it was meant to be. One-on-one. Play Stat Hero now and change the odds. Go to stathero.com/Bertcast. Sign up for free. And right now, you can get 3 times back on your first play. They're giving you a 300% match. That's unheard of. Go to stathero.com/Bertcast. That's stathero.com/Bertcast.
Did you ever see Cheer on Netflix?
No.
Dude, it's incredible. It's about the best cheerleading team in the country, Navarro in Texas. You should watch it.
For
Are
real?
either of the girls into cheerleading? Probably not.
No.
It's thought of as
They're
like
barely into getting out of bed.
but cheerleading in Texas, I had so many stereotypes about cheerleading. I was jealous because I played basketball in school. I was like, the cheerleaders are just dumb and they just sit there and they dance and they just think, dude, these are fucking athletes that are flying through the air. They're unbelievable. Yeah. And there's one, you should watch it because there's one storyline with Gabby Butler, who's like sort of the most famous cheerleader. She's got a brand and a thing and she got huge on YouTube and she's all these girls' hero. And she, her dad, like, rides her hard. It's like, let's go. We got to fucking do this. We got to do this. And everyone's like, he's pushing her too hard. And it's like, dude, no, that's what it takes to have a dad who's supporting you. And if he wasn't doing that, they'd go, oh, he's like a deadbeat dad. Like dads can't win.
I've said to my daughters over and over, if you want to be great, you got to put yourself in uncomfortable situations. And that is not the mentality you should have.
Saying like, third place is okay with us. We don't care. Like that's not going to get a winner. It's like
it's not. And by the way, it took me a while to learn this, but not every kid needs to be an all-star. Not every kid's going to be an athlete. But if you see potential and if they want to be number one, yeah, then you've got to give them
show
a little
what it
nudge.
Takes.
And I don't know that anyone gave me that nudge to get into stand-up, but I had it. I wanted to be good at it. Mm-hmm. I was passionate about it. That's what we were talking about. Your boyfriend. That he's
38 years old, a boyfriend. Let's call him a lover.
Your lover.
Yeah.
Your lover.
I think I might propose to him. Is that crazy?
I just heard who? Oh, Halston just did that. Halston's chick proposed to him.
Whoa! She got you a ring. Sorry, I called her a he. She just turned into a he. But how'd she do it? And did she give you a ring?
Mm-hmm. She set me up with a scavenger hunt.
I love her.
The last clue was to a little wedding ring box that said, "Will you marry me?"
Wait, how long had you been together?
A while.
Over 4 years now.
Okay, were you going to propose to her?
I had a family heirloom ring that my grandma gave me.
Did she
Yeah,
know
apparently
you
Aaron
were
didn't know
ready?
this ring his grandma gave him, but she didn't know. She didn't know.
Was
by
that
the way, and I will say this, and I think Halston will definitely agree. She is way out of his league.
was
way
it
out of
at
his
all a turn? Well, I guess she's out of your league. So, but was it at all a turnoff or emasculating?
Oh, absolutely.
For a
No,
s-
Halston's very emasculated. He's
but a lot
very-
of guys, their thing is like, this is my thing. Proposing.
Oh,
is
I would have loved Leanne to propose to me.
But you already had a family. Here's my thing. My thing is if I propose to you, first of all, what do I get you? I now so you can do a ring. I thought I had to do like a watch or like a sword or something.
Sword would be nice.
Yeah, like a machete. But then I was like, no,
Tomahawk.
there's something about it where I'm like, I don't know what to get him. And I don't want him to feel like, oh, now you have to buy me an expensive ring. And I proposed. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I have to provide the ring for myself too if I propose.
No. You don't have to do that.
Okay.
You definitely shouldn't have to do that. It's funny. I was talking to Leanne one time when we talk about gender roles and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Leanne one time and I said, I'm never going to have sex with another person other than you for the rest of my life. And she was like, I go, does that give you panic? And she goes, no, I don't want to care to fuck anyone else. And I went, really? She goes, yeah. She goes, what really gives me panic is I'll never get another first kiss. And I went, ugh, who likes those? And she was like, oh my God, they're awesome. And I go, wait, what are you talking about? She was like, going out on a date, going like, is he going to kiss me? Is he going to try to kiss me?
Oh, I hate that
Do I
shit.
want him to kiss me? Do I not want him to kiss me? And I said, I hate it. I hate that energy
Hate
of
it.
like, I go, is it going to have like that? Because I'm, one of the things I don't mean like in a consent way, but like, I don't ever want to try to kiss someone that I don't think wants
Especially
to kiss me.
now, everything's rape. So
Yeah.
it's a nightmare. Everything, dude, this guy that I'm dating, he's 31 years old. Everything is like, can I kiss you? Can I take off your bra? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Can you? Bitch. Like,
Step
what
up
are,
your fucking game.
it's different now.
Do a line of coke and fuck me
Yeah,
already.
I'm 38 years old. Like, sex with me, you need to bring me to the brink of death and back. Like, that's what it, And so those days are over. I mean, maybe at least like where we live, the idea of just someone grabbing you and kissing you or like that. The most embarrassing fucking moment of my life, and that says a lot because I've embarrassed myself quite a lot, was one time I went out on a date with this male model, by the way. Excuse me. And we had worked together on something and he asked me out and I was like, oh, I guess I'm like, whatever, like gonna go out with a male model. We went to dinner. He comes back. This is our second date. He comes back to my house. We're shit-faced at my house. Like there's no way we're not making out. There's no way at least some physical thing's not gonna happen. He drove to my house over the hill, which in LA, driving the valley, that's a big...
That's a commitment.
You don't drive to the valley to not get your dick a little wet. He comes over. We're standing at the door doing the little thing where we're kind of just like... And then finally he just looks at me and goes, all right, dude. Fully like puts his hand up and we do like a... and he heads out. I was like... And I was sitting there like... had like gone to the bathroom and like put all this gum in my mouth. Like so embarrassing.
It's interesting. I've never been more into oral hygiene than when I was single.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, you gotta be
fucking-
ready all the time.
And now I'm losing teeth. Like,
Yeah, thank God for the masks. Honestly, that I did like that about the masks. Like
oh, fucking Leanne got.
I realized how bad my breath was.
Oh my! I've put on a mask and been like, what the fuck is in here? Did my dog piss on this thing? And then I'm like, oh, that's me. That's a fucking bottle of vino. And,
I think we all got to like have a mirror held up to how fucking disgusting we are.
oh, everything in my beard smells like balls because I'm playing with my balls and touching my beard. Just that mask smells so bad. I might be done wearing them.
I mean, what's your plan? Did you have it?
What?
COVID?
No, I never got it.
Wow,
Never
that
got
is
it.
fucking amazing.
Never got it. Never got it. I did Rogan. I mean, I don't know if this was real or not, but I did Rogan's vitamin. Still do every day. I do Rogan's
The
vitamin
zinc
schedule
and the D and the
and the quercetin or whatever.
oh
the
right.
Quercetin
Quercetin, yeah.
and 600 things of vitamin D.
Dude, I got it when my immune system was trashed. I was not.
I think a lot. I mean, look. Once again, this is what I'm trying to stop in myself is I just make these fucking bold statements with no information whatsoever, and I go. That would drive me nuts when I listen to podcasts. I go, "You're a fucking idiot. Why are you talking?" And then I go, and then here I am going, "Here's the deal with COVID. I'm pretty certain Like, I'm
Whatever.
trying
All
to be
you can
more.
all you can do is say your experience. Where you're not saying you're a doctor. You're not saying do what I do and do what I say.
Everyone that's gotten it that I've heard of getting it, it was always when their immune system was like super low.
Dude, that's what happened to me, dude. I was like, I was having people over. I was testing. We were doing distance. We were doing out. I was hanging out with friends outside in the sun because the sun kills it. We were doing 6 feet. Like I
Yeah.
had friends over with their kids. I put a little.
Those looked fun as fuck, by the way.
Dude, but it was also, we were testing. Here's what I don't fuck with. I really don't fuck with the alt left, which is like, we believe in science, but then all of a sudden we don't, just because we're so invested in being right that we're going to start questioning science now. So it's like I was doing the testing, right? So everyone was like, 1 million people have been diagnosed with COVID. It's like, okay, great. And then we do the testing and they go, we're all negative. We're going to all hang out. If you're all negative, why can't you hang out? It makes no sense that you can't.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, yeah, well, the tests aren't 100% accurate. I'm like, well, you think they're accurate when they're positive, but not when they're negative. Like, you're just looking to be mad at me. Like, a lot of comics fucking came at me. A lot of fucking comics came at me and they're like, why are you doing stand-up shows in your backyard? It's like, well, it's 10 of us. We all tested negative and we're all using different microphones. Some of us didn't even use microphones at all and we're in masks. So you're the one that says wear masks, test work. Now,
Oh, I got shit on it.
now I'm alt right.
Yeah, now I'm QAnon because
I think it's a hoax. Like, I'm doing everything right, and you didn't like me before, and you just found something.
You've waited not to like me.
You've waited for me to fucking slip up so that you can come for me. Good friends of mine. I mean,
it's
like,
such a snitchy thing to do, where you go like what are you doing?
by the way, I have a mom in a nursing home. She got COVID in a nursing home, almost died. I know, I get it, you know. But just the idea, for a lot of us, isolation, for people that aren't married and that don't have kids, like, isolation can be worse for comedians than anything, you know? Like, a bunch of fucking suicidal comedians that all of a sudden can't do stand-up and can't make money. You're now saying they can't even see their friends and have like some kind of hope for the future? Like, that's worse. Suicide rates were going through the roof.
You think about, I think about sometimes the hate that Brody interacted with online. Like, he would interact with real massive toxicity and he wasn't, I know obviously he killed himself. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone he wasn't mentally stable, but when he'd go off on his tangents, you'd get a phone call from him and be like, I have a list of people you need to block. Can you block them for me? Because they follow you and I'm going to fight with them. They're being really horrible to me. And then you're just like, okay. And then you're just blocking people because and we lived not right next door to each other, but close enough where I saw him just about every day, and because we shared the same Starbucks, and I think about that toxicity, and I go, and it goes back to what we were saying earlier. I go, I don't need to. I'm sharing a lot, and maybe I don't need to share a lot. I look at like Daniel Tosh, and I'm very jealous that he's never told us anything. You know, I look at someone like
But here's what I'll say. I get that.
I'm going to argue this too. Keep going.
Jeselnik is like that too.
Jeselnik, yeah.
And but I think like Jeselnik is very clear about knowing, like he talked about this on my podcast, which I'm shocked that
I've never had him on my podcast.
I don't like, I think he's pretty conscious of going, you know, he goes like, what I do is it's not a character, but it's the more you know about me, and if you see me like snuggling with my dog, like, and you see that I'm actually like, it feels more like an act if you know too much about me, and if I'm too demystified. The same way, the more we know about actors' personal lives, the less that we think they're shittier actors. A lot of these actors like Emily Blunt and Carey Mulligan and all these people, like, they're obviously brilliant, but it's also like, I don't know that much about your personal life. We started thinking Ben Affleck was a shitty actor when he started dating Jennifer Lopez, and we knew too much about him, so that when we saw him on screen playing a role, we were like, well, no, you're not, you know, Abraham Lincoln. You're fucking dating Jennifer Lopez.
It's interesting. So that is interesting. Back in the day, Johnny Depp did not do interviews. He didn't like doing interviews.
That's part of the Leonardo DiCaprio. They know that the more they talk, the less believable they'll be when they act. The less you can suspend your disbelief and just go, oh, you're fucking Jack Sparrow, or you're whoever, Howard Hughes or whatever. They know that part of the reason they're so good is because you don't know that much about them personally.
Daniel Tosh never wanted, and he said to me, he said, you share a lot on stage. And I was like, well, yeah, that's who I am. I'm an oversharer. Yeah. And he goes, I don't want them to know anything about me. And I remember going like, I remember thinking,
I just think those days are over. Like, I think that we're at a place where, you know, it's people want to connect. Like, Hollywood is bullshit. People aren't connecting the way they used to movies and to television. It's been revealed that half of the actors are fucking rapists and shit. Like, I think that comedians coming out and being vulnerable and open, like,
I'm too vulnerable.
yeah, I know, me too.
Stop
I
that.
overshare, dude. Trust me.
I way overshare. Like, I started looking at what's crazy though is like,
but dude, you're also like, part of the reason people are so connected to you and will stay with you and stick with you, and there's a loyalty, is because they know, dude, no, Bert's got anxiety and he helped me look at my own anxiety, especially as a man talking about the shit you talk about. I don't think you realize how actually progressive it is and how healing it probably is for a lot of people. I mean, I'm in 12-step programs, so I hear men talk about their feelings a lot, and they're like, dude, I can only say this in meetings, and if I said this anywhere else, I'd get punched in the face. Like, you saying I'm anxious, I'm scared, I'm nervous, I have OCD, like, I think because you've been doing this for so long, you don't realize how rare that is and how healing it is. For most people, don't get to talk like that.
it's like Dave Attell, obviously my favorite comic in the world, right?
Dude, and you know how you love someone and then you see them and they disappoint you? Dave Attell, I rewatched his Roadwork special the other day just because he was
one of my favorite lines I've ever heard is, you know, the kind of woman that has a Diet Coke and whiskey and yells the N-word at a lunar eclipse. And you're just like,
it drives me fucking nuts, dude.
I don't have that joke. I'll never
showed
have
up at
it.
the Comedy Store everyone was doing lime scooter jokes, you know, like the little lime scooters that are everywhere, the bird scooters, those little scooters over. Everyone had a fucking bird scooter joke, and I'd heard it all, and he came out and he's like, so the bird scooters, and you're like, up, here we go. Had the most original take, the most original jokes. Everyone, when people watch him, like comics, we were in the back and we're all just like, fuck. Like, you don't even laugh anymore. You're just like, motherfucker.
Every time.
Drives me nuts.
But what I love about Attell is
Jaeger.
Big J Okerson and I talked about this. Dave's mom's is I think wherever they moved her, wherever she was, taking care of her.
Yeah.
And Big J goes, can I tell you what I love about Attell? I go, what? And he goes, I think they moved his mom to where I live. I said, why? He goes, well, I'm watching him on stage and all his references, all the things he's talking about are things I see on my drive home. Like the other day, I was like, getting a hand job in a bowling alley next to a whatchamacallit. You know, the way Dave will find the little small nuance of a joke and incorporate it. And I think because I'm a fan of Attell's, I always want to have the reference that is a tad bit obscure but actual factual where you can slide it in. So and Burr was this gets really deep. I was talking to Patton Oswalt about how he would come up with how Patton's got a beautiful way of writing. Him and Burr are my two favorite, like the way they write is very, very nuanced. And Patton said, you know, it's interesting. I would read the top 10 sports articles of the year, sports writers, the guys who won this top 10 sports writers award. I would read their articles and I would cop, I'm paraphrasing, obviously. I'd cop a lot of their techniques of how they'd phrase things. And Burr was saying the same thing. Yeah, like those sports writers, man, I love sports analogies. I love the way sports can describe things. And I love
like sports news, sports
I'm
announcers.
I'm doing it poorly. Not announcers, writers, sports writers, guys who write an article about a baseball game.
Oh, got it.
And so, and what I love is Attell's small thing that isn't the joke. It's the thing that he throws away sometimes. He's
moved on. By the time you're laughing, he's on the next.
He's on the next thing. You should have hung out, man. Remember that joke? He had 9 different inside baseball references for you should have hung out, man.
Did I just eat a hooker? Anyway, and it's like he's gone. It's like
so I always look for the small nuance thing, and the way I get them is by reading a book or listening to a book or finding a podcast that is different than what is in my thing. And this one goddamn book, Burr's like, you gotta read fucking Fly Boys. It's fucking amazing. Fly Boys. I'll tell you right now, I'll be honest with you, the first chapter is the best chapter I've ever read in any book ever in my entire life. And it stays like that for a couple, and then it kind of tails off. Towards the end, Fly Boys. It's all about George W. Bush, Him and all his buddies being pilots in World War II.
Wow. There's a movie based on it too.
No.
Yeah, there
You're
was.
lying to me.
I swear to God,
How do I
Flyboys.
not know about
It
this?
looks like James Franco. Maybe it was after he got kind of canceled. Before the United States enters World War I, some American youths volunteer for the French military. Subsequently, they become the first U.S. fighter pilots from squadron known as Lafayette Escadrille. Is that right? Or maybe it's just the same name. This thing? Look. With James Franco? No.
Shit. No, that looks like it.
James Franco and then these people?
Oh, no. I couldn't put faces to them.
Well, it couldn't have been George Bush if it was in the 20s.
George Bush.
George Bush?
George Bush. Senior, not the...
But World War One? Oh,
World
senior.
War II.
This says World War One.
Oh, that's
so maybe
it.
this
That's
is wrong.
Yeah. But yeah, it's one of the best books, but Burr was like, you got to read it. So I read it, and then the one takeaway you have is like the atrocities that were committed. I mean, just Japan in general is a really fascinating place, but the atrocities that happened to, that's the book.
Yeah, by
It's
James
so
Bradley.
good. It's so good. And the atrocities that happened to the Japanese soldiers in boot camp were horrific.
Mm-hmm.
And then the amount of almost forgiveness, empathy that was given by the trickle down empathy was just not there. And then the one takeaway is just, I mean, horrible, is that they were, and I've said this 9 different times, so I'm trying to think of the right way to say it, but they were cutting meat off of these prisoners off their back because they didn't want it to spoil.
While they were alive or dead?
While they were alive. And then they were throwing them back in a hole. And then this guy was like, fuck, I'm dying. And then they're like, bring him up. Let's cut his arm off. We'll eat that tonight. And it was
but
like...
they had to do it because they didn't have food in the camps?
Well, the Japanese military was so poorly run at the time. It was such a fucking shit show.
I'm sure.
And I've also listened to podcasts.
Is that
about
this incident? The Chichigima? Chichigima, that's what it's called? Occurred in late 1944. Japanese soldiers killed 8 American airmen. That one. And consumed 4 of the airmen.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And so you as a comedian, you broad stroke those facts. And then all of a sudden I'm like, hey man, can you take out the 100th time
the
I've brought
only
up
one to evade capture was future U.S. President George W. Bush, then a 20-year-old pilot.
How fucking...
Dude!
It's fucking
It's almost as weird as the
fascinating.
other George Bush being a painter now.
Or the
Have you
fact that he
seen
owned the Texas Rangers.
Have you seen his painting?
No, but I would buy one in a heartbeat.
Dude, George.
Can you commission one from him?
I'm kind of obsessed with buying one just so when people come over, they just see that I have a George W.
I was obsessed with
dude, they're so cute. He paints like dogs and people. Hold on. George W. Bush
painting is so hard.
I mean,
what do you think is harder, to become a great painter or a great comedian?
Look at this buddy. He paints like poodles and stuff.
Oh my God.
It's so weird. He's
like Winston Churchill.
He was like with the president when the fucking Twin Towers went down. He was like, fuck this, I'm going to be a painter.
Like, president when the Twin Towers
they're not
went down.
good.
They're not great
They're
paintings.
not good paintings.
By the way, I'm so sorry if you're watching the podcast, George W. Bush III.
I'm just saying, it's got like, he paints, like, look at this, a new batch of oddly disturbing paintings where he's painting dogs bark at Guantanamo Bay victims.
That's not real.
In prisoners.
That's not real.
I think it is.
That
It's on
can't
the
be
internet.
real.
It must be
There's
real.
no way he is painting dogs barking at Guantanamo Bay.
Dude,
prisoners.
I'm telling you.
That
telling
is
you.
Fucking...
And no one really talks about it because he's a former president. No one's like disrespecting him.
If he painted his politics and he was like,
that? Him naked in his shower?
these can't be his paintings.
These are real.
He's like, this is a painting of a wall, and these are Mexicans on one side.
U.S. war veterans. And he's George W. Bush, so no one's going to tell him the paintings suck and to stop. They're just like,
I don't think he's listening to anybody.
Yeah, who knows? Look at this. He had like an exhibition of his dogs paintings. I love what people do after they're so successful and they think that they can accomplish anything. Like when Michael Jordan became like a baseball coach.
Baseball player.
Oh, whatever. But then he was he was the coach of the Wizards.
Okay, so then what would you do? So game changer. I was about to say game changer.
Because I feel like Rogan is fully gonna like start like carving knives. Like I feel like when you get so successful at something, you get bored and you're like, what's the thing that is gonna be new? You know?
Yeah. I wonder with Joe. I mean, I think he's done that in a few different ways. I think right now he's just trying to take over Austin.
Yeah.
I think right now he's
starting the comedy club and stuff.
everything he's doing right now
You want
is
to
so
try
next
something
level.
new. When you get so good at something, when you become the top,
He's so good at podcasting.
then you want to go, I want to start something I suck at.
I don't say this because he's my friend, and I also don't say this because he is the biggest podcast in the world. I say this as a fan.
Yeah.
He's so good at podcasting. And as a guy who I do probably as many podcasts as he does a week. I do 3 a week.
Yeah.
Not just this one, but obviously Two Bears, One Cave, Bill Bert. It is so difficult to come up with stuff to talk about on a daily basis that is important or interesting. More importantly,
and to have a fearlessness to go, look, I'm going to talk about this thing that no one else. He'll also the subjects that he can cover are so much more voluminous than ours because he has a fearlessness.
If you said Bert, you get a free get out of jail card. Like you can have one night stand.
Great, love it.
I would never go.
Who is it?
Oh, I have a list.
Like a
I have a
hall pass?
list, and it starts with Janine Garofalo. It goes to first of all, I run through all the female comics that I think are beautiful, but all older than me, right?
Dude, Janine Garofalo not only is so fucking hot. Reality Bites, so hot. But she had the funniest joke. I saw her somewhere 6 years ago or something, and she was like, "Yeah." She goes, "I just someone stole my notebook full of jokes. So if you see anyone bombing in St. Louis, can you let me know?"
Yeah.
She's so self-deprecating.
Janine's. We did Montreal together.
I don't know her at all.
I met her. Now I'm a big fan of Janine's.
Love her
right?
tattoos.
I love.
Dude, Janine Garofalo was a legit movie star.
Oh yeah.
She was a movie star.
I think what happened with her was before it was cool to be political.
Oh,
she was
that's
political
right.
before it was cool to be political.
Forgot about that. She
did it
for
political.
the right reasons.
Yeah, she did it not trying to get famous out of it.
That's right.
She was actually outraged.
She wasn't doing it for the likes.
She was virtue signaling when no one knew what virtue signaling was, but she was doing it to help people.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And so she, we did Montreal together. We did this fucking one show, and she went up first, and she murdered for us comics. We watched her, and she was she was just going off on diatribes of Andrew Jackson, and just pivoting. And nothing scripted, everything just going from where she wanted to go to where she was.
Montreal's notoriously everyone just bombs. Number one, because most people speak French.
Yeah.
And most of the audience is agents and managers. It's so hard to kill at that festival.
So I had to go up maybe third. She went up first. John Doerr was hosting. And I got done my side bombed, but it was everyone bombed in a weird way.
Everyone bombs in Montreal. I've never ate shit harder than my Montreal gala, where Steve Martin was hosting. And I went out there, and it was at 5:30. It's all older people that have orchestra seats or whatever, just ate shit for 15 minutes.
And so I go back, and it's not Yummy. What was the name of the streaming service that was trying to compete with Hulu? Not Yummy, but CISO. And so all the
CISO, you name it. I had shows there that never went.
The CISO execs are all in the green room, hanging out, having beers. And I go back, I'm walking around, and I go back to the where hair and makeup was, and Janine's back there by herself. I go, "Hey, what are you doing?" I hadn't really met her at all. And she was like, "Oh, I had a bad set." And I was like, "First of all, no, you didn't." I said, "We all had bad sets. You didn't have a bad set." And she goes, "No, I did. I'm just embarrassed. I don't want to go back there." And I'm like, "You're fucking Janine Garofalo. What the fuck? You're embarrassed? You can go in and command that whole. You're Janine Garofalo." I didn't say that to her. I was like, "Hey, I'm a really loud person. I bombed way harder than you did, and I tried material." And I said, "Come in with me. We'll hang out. We'll chill out." And it was really cool to go and be with her and walk into this green room filled with all the CISO things and kind of deflect and be the obnoxious Bert, but see it work in a positive way.
Wow.
And kind of shelter, kind of umbrella her embarrassment.
And I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to see if she's on Instagram.
I doubt it.
Dude, she is fucking gorgeous.
Oh, she's so pretty.
Gorgeous. And oh, look at her. Look at her. Look at
Is she
her.
on Insta?
Get the fuck out of here. I mean, it's now.
She's beautiful. I think I've always thought she was beautiful.
And so funny and so smart. The tattoos are amazing. I mean, she
I would
was
like to have. I would like to have partied with her back when she partied. I think that would have been fun.
Oh, I don't know enough about it, but like, yeah,
she was like the
but
fun
the fact
chick
that she was
drank fucking
cast,
growlers.
she was cast as like the ugly girl. Like, remember that Must Love Dogs was a movie about her and Janine Garofalo, or Janine Garofalo and Uma Thurman, and Janine was like the person that would text and email with the guy, but then
It was like Cyrano de Bergerac, right?
what's that?
Cyrano de Bergerac?
Is that the Japanese cannibalism?
No,
thing?
no. It was
The fact that she would be cast as like the ugly, frumpy girl is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Wild.
I always had a thing for her.
Yeah.
So like she goes top of my list. And then I start
That's
going
a
into
great
like
one.
I start going into like it would be cool to have sex with a divorced mom. Like I definitely want someone who's got to wake up and make lunch boxes. So but like I have no interest in
But who famous? Who famous?
Okay, famous?
Famous, hottest woman to you right now.
Right now, if you're saying like for real, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, because I'm a big fan of her ex, huge fan of her ex, without a doubt,
This is
Jennifer Gardner.
dude, Jennifer Garner, West Virginia strong. She's from West Virginia.
She is so like. By the way, I would want to have a one night stand with her, but I would want my wife to be there also.
I have to pee, but give me a top 3.
Yeah. Okay, top 3.
Does not want to be there.
No, I want to make sunflower seeds with her the next morning, and I want my wife to know how to do it too.
There's a list of women that women think are hot and a list of women that men think are hot. And it's very consistently the same list, but you pick women from the list that women think are hot.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's a compliment. Most guys
Okay.
go straight to Angelina Jolie,
Oof.
for Kate Upton, you know.
2 hard passes right there.
No.
No. I mean, I don't mean it disrespectfully, but it's just not what I'm into.
You're into
Kate Upton is not like I
you're
think
into
she's,
like we could fuck in a barn and you'd be down.
yeah. I want to check that like I want to check that.
You can roofie and won't sue you.
Yeah, no, I mean more. Like Kate Upton's beautiful, obviously, and everything. There's a lot of stuff I don't want to have to deal with, right?
Yep.
And so, and I learned that at a certain
Like
time.
coming too fast. You want to be able to.
I just want someone who they don't have expectations. I don't have expectations.
Well, you're taking their brain into account. I'm saying just physically. I'm asking you to get shallow as shit. Jennifer Garner, I think, is one of the most beautiful people on the planet, but she also like has a tomboy vibe, and she also like works out a ton, and like she's also someone you could like play football with at Thanksgiving.
I'll tell you why, Jennifer Garner. It's that one picture of her taking Ben Affleck to rehab.
See, you're taking in emotion.
Like no, but I know that woman that
West
did
Virginia,
that,
bitch.
That woman that did that, the woman that took her ex-husband in a car with her friend, brought her friend, got him in the backseat and drove him through Jack in the Box. That woman is sexy to me.
Dude,
Like
West
that-
Virginia. That is some West Virginia shit right there, though,
Yeah.
through and through.
It's funny. I think
What's her name? Alexandra Daddario.
don't know who that is.
What? You've seen True Detective, the girl with the boobs that Woody Harrelson was fucking.
I don't watch a lot of television.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I'm trying to think of all the girls that are thought of as like the hottest girls on the planet.
I'll tell you what. This is gonna sound crazy. I'm not a big like Olivia Munn fan sexiness. Like I don't really.
She's a dear friend. Be
Yeah,
careful.
no, I know. When she was being an activist for Asian rights, I found that very sexy.
Okay.
Like that's crazy that I found that sexy. But when she was advocating, I thought that I was like that makes her hot. Like you know,
Okay.
like I think she's beautiful. I've always thought she's beautiful. But I'm not. That's not what I'm attracted to. Like the things I'm attracted to are no. Do not call Olivia Munn. Do not call Olivia Munn.
We'll see. I don't know.
Oh, she's gonna answer you. You're like one of her best friends.
Maybe, but she might be.
She's not gonna know. She's
might-
gonna go. Who the fuck is this hate crime offender?
She might be working or busy.
Please let her be working.
I hope. Yep. Doesn't seem promising.
Good. Just hang up right now.
Doesn't
Let's
seem-
get in and out of this FaceTime.
Doesn't seem
So I look
promising.
super
I want
skinny,
you to
by
say
the
exactly what we just said, which is I'm not really. I don't think she's that hot.
God. Hey, how you doing?
Olivia. We're in the middle of a podcast, and I just asked the great.
I was trying to be.
No, you
hold on.
shut your whore mouth, okay? an Asian woman is talking and it's their time.
Yeah, stop Asian hate, first of all.
So
Okay, that's where this compliment's going, by the way.
I just asked him, I said, who would be your hall pass? And he said...
Jennifer Garner.
He did say Jennifer Garner, but then he said, the hottest thing I've seen is Olivia Munn stepping up to stop Asian hate and using her platform to talk about this. And that is why you're his hall pass. You're so lucky.
No. I mean this respectfully. By the way, my name is Bert. It's very nice to meet you.
Very famous comedian that no one in Hollywood knows about.
Thank God.
I know who he is.
But I said you're obviously very beautiful. Whatever. When you come up on my feed and it says Olivia Munn and razzles in a new bikini or whatever, I don't click on that. But when I saw you talking about the Atlanta shootings, for whatever reason, I'm a married man, but for whatever reason, I found that very sexy. Like the fact that you were like doing that, I went, now she's
because he got to think about all the dead Asian women, and that got him.
That's not
hard.
what I was turned on by.
Oh.
By the way, just why the fuck do you do this to me?
Sorry, we just FaceTimed Dave Grohl too.
One, I know Whitney, so don't worry. Two, thank you so much for saying that. That's actually the nicest thing to hear. It means so much to me, truly. It's been so exhausting. And so to hear that it's reaching people and you guys are caring and you're specifically caring makes me feel so good. So thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I mean, white men don't want their massage therapists to die.
That's first of all, never once. Hold on.
You know how many less hand jobs Bert's gonna get if we don't stop Asian hate?
I've never once done that in my entire life. Our best, by the way, that's fucking racist. Our best friends are Asian. They're Vietnamese.
Joe Coy is our best friend.
No, Joe Coy. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, yeah, okay. Can I ask you a weird question though? So I saw that thing that you posted, and immediately I wanted to repost it, but I didn't want to have to deal with all the shit that would come up with me looking like I'd virtue signal. Like, so when you post something like that,
like,
how do you
what can a white guy post that's not gonna look exploitative, kind of?
Yeah, like all of a sudden, like they're trying to get likes off of a famous person's video, right?
I don't think it seems like. I think that as long as the caption just says something that feels really earnest, if you just said, I 100% stand behind this, and like, fuck everyone who's hating on Asians. And that's like, that feels good because we do need more allies. We need people to amplify what's happening to us. We need people to amplify the outrage. So I understand that feeling of like, not feeling like you're like kind of
like, I don't want to feel like I'm using this moment to help myself look progressive.
Well, as long as you're just not, you can't help what people are thinking really at the end of the day, but it does matter if you have a platform, and no matter how big or small, when you are using that platform in any way to put out that message, it does help, and we see it. I see a lot of them. I see every little thing that kind of comes through, and it does mean something. No matter who it is, it matters. And so I guess what I would say is that to the people it matters to the most, it does matter. And the people who would look at it as like virtue signaling, like it doesn't really matter because you're not doing it for them. And
they were gonna
shit on it regardless.
Yeah, they're shitting on everything. Yeah, like they're just people who want to fucking roll their eyes at something important or be in denial, or they're faced with their own guilt and ignorance or whatever. You look fucking
no shit. Are you in the middle of a fucking photo shoot?
Beautiful than normal. What are you doing?
No, I'm doing a fitting. I'm doing an Imagine Dragons video next week, so we're doing a fitting.
You're doing an Imagine Dragons video?
Thunder and the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. My daughters are named Lightning and Thunder.
I'm so sorry about that, Olivia. I'm sorry. Are we just ruining your career?
Well, hey, thank you, Olivia.
Bert, by some miracle, has gotten incredibly rich and successful. So we're in his new home.
Oh, here. Let me do this.
And this is his
I
new
would love
studio.
to have you on my podcast. I'm doing a movie for the next 3 months.
No, you're passing. You're not doing his podcast. No, thank you. I'm stepping in. Bert has 3 podcasts, all of which are massively successful. It's disgusting. And the only reason I wouldn't be here if they weren't.
Open invite, Olivia, if you ever want to come on.
She says she's passed. Sorry.
I've been begging Whitney to become my manager. No joke. So this would be the first thing she'd book for me if she'll have me.
Remember, on Valentine's Day, you're like, you need to start a management company, and I just like disassociated. I know. I've been thinking about it ever since.
I do, and that was not the first time I think Whitney needs to have her own studio where, I mean, I would sign up with her in a heartbeat, and I would just do everything through the house of Whitney.
It's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, big fan since the early G4 days. So it's good. It's a pleasure talking to you.
But it was very, he was like I'm not saying Olivia Munn because I'm like objectifying her and because she's so gorgeous, but like her activism is why she's my whole
It just made you cool. And by the way, it started with us talking about how Janine Garofalo was an activist way before anyone was doing it, and it kind of hurt her career.
Yeah.
So it gets people shit on activism these days, but you did it very well.
You do it in a way that's like
genuine,
so genuine, and so it doesn't feel like you're just being didactic for the sake. You can tell when someone's doing it for the likes and when someone's doing it for real.
Yeah.
Well, that means a lot. Thanks. I mean, I will say it has been exhausting. Like, there's a group of us, and like, the things that like you have to really kind of. I mean, it's been hard because I've had to, especially this past week, just have to. It's hard because you feel a lot of guilt because, you want to get the message out and keep it in the news, but at the same time, it's like personally exhausting.
You're
me.
martyring
And
yourself.
Yeah, so like I have to kind of like shut down and come back. So it really does mean a lot when people hear and see it, and that that you feel that way. So truly, this has made my night. I'm so tired today even. And I got to keep going. And then I have to go do a PSA after this. And I was actually just thinking to myself, I'm so tired. But just to even hear this from you right now just gave me a big boost of energy.
Olivia, huge fan. Thank you for talking to us. I appreciate it. Open invite open invite to do the podcast.
Pass. We're passing.
Don't pass. Let her
passing.
do it with Dave Grohl.
We just called Dave Grohl, and
he's doing it.
He just did it. This was just.
By the way, this has been a great fucking podcast.
Take the win. I love you. Sorry, Jessica. I love you.
Bye, love you.
God, Olivia Munn. She looked, it was disarming because we had talked about like, she was hot and I'm like, she's not my type. And then all of a sudden she gets on the phone.
You're like, that's my type.
Immediately my type.
That's my type.
Immediately my type.
Here's the thing about her. She's so fucking cool.
Yeah, but that's,
she's like a girl's girl. You like girl energy that's not like mean, aloof, mean girl. And
here's what I don't want is I've never been the guy.
She's so pretty that people think she's that, but she's not that.
I've never been the guy that anyone had wanted to stand next to at the bar or go like, well, hold on, what are you going to do? Like, I've just been a regular guy my whole life. And that's why I got into comedy is you had to figure out a way to get people to like you. And that's normal. I think a lot of guys identify with that. You develop
a personality. A lot of guys that are super hot don't develop a fucking personality and they're not interested. So, but I think that like, you'd be surprised, like Olivia, very few guys hit on her because they don't think they have a shot, Yeah.
And I think guys like me.
But someone like you is like, I don't have a shot anyway. I'm going to go talk to her. And then that's the person that ends up getting to date her. Like, if you are not, like, the quarterback on your team and you don't look like Chris Hemsworth and you want to date a girl who's a 10, go talk to her because chances are nobody's flirting with her.
She is, I just remember her from the Attack of the Show days.
Yeah, with Hardwick.
And she would, no, it wasn't Hardwick. Or he was on
Chris
it, but
Hardwick
it was
right?
Well, the guy that we all knew was the other guy, the lead, the host.
Oh, I don't remember.
It was him and another guy, Kevin Peretta.
Some dork.
Kevin Peretta. Yeah, he's great. Kevin Peretta's great.
Dude, Olivia Munn I was jealous of her. She came on my podcast and I was like, dude, I've been jealous of you for so long. Like, she was like in my head, my nemesis. What am I doing? When I first moved to LA, because she would get every fucking job and she deserved it, which was even worse. Because I used to be like, oh, it's just because she's hot. It's just because like it's a diversity hire, like whatever I need to say to feel okay with the fact that I didn't get it. And then I started seeing her work, and I was like, "Oh fuck, she's like talented."
She's very in her own skin, and not trying to be someone else. Her on Attack of the Show was so.
Dude, on West Wing or not West Wing? Newsroom.
Newsroom. Was it Newsroom?
That was the thing she was on HBO there.
Yeah. That
with
was
Jeff
fucking,
Bridges.
She was great on that.
Yeah, and then she just started getting every job, and I was like, oh, it's just because she's hot. It's just because she's hot. You can find 9 hot girls at Coffee Bean at any point when you walk down the street or Starbucks in LA who are not getting those jobs. Yeah. She was like going, and then after the podcast, we like became friends. But I had to say to her, like, just so you know, I've been jealous of you for so long. And
she lives up to it. But I wonder if Kate Upton lives up to it.
Kate Upton is...
No. Stop.
Kate Upton is fucking awesome.
Have you had her?
Yeah, she was on my podcast.
Yeah,
yeah, but she's been a dear friend for like I don't even know how. It's so annoying because like every woman that I'm jealous of, it just annoys me because then I meet them and they're cool and I'm like, fuck, now I have to be friends with you and be in pictures with you and you're so much prettier than me. But no, Kate Upton, we met at some like shitty Hollywood party and we were both outside smoking. And we're like, this is so fucking stupid. Let's get out of here. And like we went to In-N-Out or something.
See,
she's a horse girl. She's a Michigan horse girl.
It's so funny. This podcast is brought to you by Skylight Frames. I talked to Skylight Frames with our set photographer for our movie. They shot all these stills for the movie. They shoot them while you're shooting the movie. And he said, he gave me a book. It was a really nice book. And I said, if I gave you a link to a Skylight frame, because I would rather that, to be honest with you. I mean, looking at a picture of the book's cool. Skylight frames are so good. They're beautiful little frames. I have them. I give them to my mom, my dad, my sisters have them. We have our camper friends all have them. So what my wife has done is she has different ones for different groups and we have them all over the house. And then we share pictures with each other. It's a great way to stay in touch, especially with my parents all throughout the pandemic. They felt like they were literally, because my sister gave birth. By the way, Reed is very personal. I'm sorry, but Skylight frames really are awesome. And I told the guy, I said, I want to get all these sent to a Skylight frame. He's like, I can't do that. And I was like, fuck. Skylight frames are awesome, man. Let me give you the info you need, but I love them. And I really do. It is a great gift. It's a real photo frame that has a beautiful touch to your house. Skylight frame has a gorgeous 10-inch touchscreen that you can swipe through your photos with your finger and even tap and thank the person who sent the photo. 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's effortless setup. Sets up in less than 60 seconds. And even the least tech-savvy people like my wife and my mom can set it up. It's a great gift. Really fucking great. We have them all over our house. And it is a great, great, great gift. It's so simple. You can set it up, trust me. We love our Skylight frames so much that we're giving our listeners $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame when you go to skylightframes.com and enter the code BERT. That's $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame. That's right. $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame. Just go to skylightframe.com and enter the code BERT. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com and use the promo code BERT. I need lessons on how to meet famous people from you because I don't do it well. But I'm so in my own thing where I go, I don't want to be different than who I am. I don't want to be cooler. Like I like that. Like the first time I met Rogan,
some famous people are profoundly disappointing and whack and not worth being friends with. But there's some of them are famous for a reason because they're charming and funny and self-effacing and and they deserve their fame. A lot of people don't. And I feel like the ones that are actually like, oh, fuck, I would have been friends with you even if you weren't famous. Those are the ones that you're like, God damn it.
Yeah, I think Sandler I would have been friends with. Like if I just met him, I would have wanted to be friends with him.
Sandler is the nicest.
But I can't say that because he just has made me laugh so much in my formative years of what I found funny that I go, I don't know,
Who have you become friends with that's famous that you forgot they were either your hero or famous? Like I came up at a time where Bill Burr was just so good, and I don't think him and I can ever fully be friends.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like
I don't have that for Bill.
But you've known each other. Like you guys were
I've known Bill for 22 years.
You guys were equal. I didn't know. I knew,
never equal. Just for the record.
Like I brought him and his wife, but I'm good friends with his wife.
Yeah.
And he came to the farm where my horse is, and with his kids, and we looked at them. There's just still this like, I know that if I fuck up, you're gonna make fun of me, and I don't want to embarrass myself.
Yeah, but Bill...
Kesha is very much like, I forget that she's Kesha.
Please get Kesha on the
Jennifer
phone.
Aniston, though, I never forget she's Jennifer Aniston.
Please get Kesha on the phone.
Oh,
I am the biggest fucking Kesha fan.
Is this?
I am the biggest fucking Kesha fan.
Okay, because
Kesha,
honestly,
seriously? Kesha is
okay, let me try.
My favorite.
Okay, let me try. I'm going to try. I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to have success with this.
Oh my God. Yeah, sure.
Are you sure?
Oh, you can do whatever you want in this place.
That's tacky. Let's see if we can get Kesha on the phone. Let's see how many more famous people we can get on this podcast than me. Because otherwise people would have tuned out by now.
This is like...
I think we're about to strike out.
That's fine.
Kesha. I'm putting you on a text chain with her. Will you not embarrass yourself?
What?
I'm putting you on a text chain with her.
Can't promise you that.
Kesha, we are calling you.
I'm a legit fucking fan of Kesha's.
Kesha,
I'm
also.
a legit fan of Kesha's. And I mean that in like, when I heard Die Young, I mean, anyone that knows that's been to any of my club shows, when I did clubs, I would come up to Kesha. I would come up to Kesha all the time.
That's sick.
All the time.
You know what? Her newest song, what is it? Holy Water? What is it? Because I did carpool karaoke with her.
Yeah.
And her new song is such a fucking jam. Well, We Are Who We Are is amazing.
We Are Who We Are. She's great.
And she's incredibly like, she came on my podcast and I think because she's so ethereal and she's so original and she's got, I kind of like.
Oh, that's the one you
No,
played.
the other one is the one with Big Frida.
Tell me you don't love this drop. Here we go. That fucking drop is the... Oh, shit! Oh, shit! I'm sorry!
Bert is your biggest fan on the planet. He's one of the famous comedians in the world right now. I'm as surprised as you are. And he's...
Can I hold the phone for a second? Can I just tell you? First of all, Die Young is a song I came on to on stage probably 200 times. Any of my fans know I came on to stage. I came on to that song. I came on to the remix you did with those three dudes. I love that song. If you put that on a treadmill, I run it at 7.5 for the whole fucking song.
Sorry, Kesha.
I'm such a fucking fan. And from a real place, to enjoy your music with my two daughters was so much fucking fun when they were young. You have no idea. I'm going to get emotional. I literally, you have a special place in my heart. You always will. I will always be a fan. I will always be a supporter. I got your back. I'm a ride or die motherfucker for you.
I love ride or dies. Oh my God, you're hanging out with my like ride or die beach.
Yeah. Here, I'll give you back to Whitney, but I just got to tell you that.
Are you performing? Because all I want in life is to come to a comedy show.
Are you back in town? For some reason,
Yeah,
I
I'm back
thought.
in town.
Oh, I thought you were like on a road trip. I'm performing Friday and Sunday at the Whitney, like an outdoor show.
I'm coming on Sunday.
I love you.
damn
Let's
it.
do it, and I can come pick you up.
Oh my God, I'm so. How are you? Are you good?
I'm good. I love you. It's
Jesus
just that
Christ.
all
This fucking
Bert does
episode.
is bring you up, like in conversation. He brings up your music. Like it's just. I was like, I'm gonna FaceTime her. and-
I'm a legit fan of yours. Legit.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love that so much. And let's go on Sunday. Can we go on Sunday?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
All
love
together.
you. I love your shirt. I love your face. You've never looked more beautiful. What this is that my shirt? That's some shit I would wear.
I love you. I miss you so much.
I know I miss you, and I fell off the like grid a little bit when I had COVID, and I've been a terrible friend, and I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You do not have to apologize. You had COVID, and you're not a terrible friend. You're
And I got a little
friend.
crazy with the edibles, and I sort of just slept all day for like a month.
Well, you know what? Maybe your body needed it.
My body maybe needed it,
Yeah.
but I'm back.
You're back in action, and I'm coming on Sunday. Can I please come? And I'll Bert,
Yes.
date night Sunday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta leave Monday.
Fine, come do the show.
I can't. I got kids. I'm leaving for 3 months.
Okay, now
But-
he's just
but hey,
bragging.
but hey,
he's
for
become
real.
he's like a big movie star all of
Hey,
a sudden.
but by the way, please tell Kesha if she ever wants to do my
She
podcast.
doesn't want to do your podcast.
Kesha,
No,
I'm
it's a
fucking
pass.
telling you right now.
By the way, we're passing. Bert does have very, very successful big podcast. Kesha has a podcast as well.
Oh, let me be on hers. I'm a great guest.
No, she gets,
I'm a great guest.
the people she gets on her podcast.
I'm a fucking amazing
no,
guest.
She gets huge guests in the music
Ask her
world.
if she's ever heard about the time I robbed the Russian mafia, robbed a train with the
Okay,
Russian
look,
mafia.
the thing is that Bert Kreischer is super big in the podcast game, but I don't know if you're worthy of being on her podcast alone. You're not famous enough.
That's not true. If you're a creep in any form, then you can.
It's Kesha and the Creepies. Okay, maybe you can get on Kesha's podcast.
We can trade. I would love that. But wait, you leave town on Monday?
Yeah, for 3 months.
Is it okay if it's remote from
No.
Serbia?
We'll do it when I get back.
Why can't he come on Sunday?
Sunday.
I got two kids. and I'm gone for 3 months.
They'd be thrilled for you to be gone
No.
for 3 months and a night. We'll
If I
deal
t-
with it later.
yeah,
We'll
yeah,
deal
yeah.
with it.
Or Friday, whatever. I'm coming to see you though with.
I love you, but I'll come like get you and we'll get a bite first or
Oh
something.
my God, I love you. I miss you.
I love you. I miss you, baby.
I think about you all the time.
Ditto. I'm sorry I fell off the grid. I'm a shitty
Don't
friend.
apologize, girl.
Good
Don't
God.
apologize.
I love you.
Real friends know when you got shit going on.
Yeah, real friends know you can like dip out for a couple weeks and then come back
Yeah.
and be like,
done a bottle of wine.
Yes.
Just
And you're a
fucking
babe,
have
and
a
I love
great
it.
fucking
you look
phone call.
10 years old.
I just moisturized the shit out of my face.
You look unreal. Jesus Christ. You look
You
like
always look 10. You
By the way,
always
I'm
look
just
10.
going to listen to Kesha tonight
Thank
and
you.
smoke cigars.
but we were just sitting here singing all of your songs. So I was like, no, dude, I did carpool karaoke. I fucking had learned all the words to your songs for carpool karaoke, but he knows the words way better
You
than
have
I
no
do.
idea how many of my fans are going to see me talking to you. And I only came up to Die Young on stage for like a year and a half.
Oh my God, I love that. Oh my God, yes. Okay, let's trade.
You also should sue him for using your songs as much as he does.
So, by the way, they're in my Instagrams.
They're in his Instagram videos. He's using them illegally all over the place.
Use it. Use it up. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
We love you.
You're the best.
You know what we need to do? We need to get, if you're a true fan of Kesha, you'll give her one of your teeth.
Ooh, I've got a couple.
Yeah, that's
I've been losing teeth like crazy. You know that.
Dude, he's been losing teeth. She has a necklace of her fans' teeth. So the real Ride or Die fans.
Yeah.
I bet I'll be the first 48-year-old molar you get.
You know what? It's never too late to send me your teeth, okay?
Okay, done deal. I got them.
Send me your motherfucking teeth. Tell your daughters that they're strong motherfucking women because I love that. And seems like you're a cool dad. And thanks for liking my music. It's so
Of
sweet.
course. You're awesome.
It's not that he's creepy. He's just like actually creepy. Is that okay? Is it okay if it's not like creepy? It's just creepy.
Yeah, love any kind of creep.
Done deal.
I love you.
Love you.
Bye, baby.
Talk to you soon. Bye, baby.
Well, life goal achieved.
Here's what I'll say.
Life
here's
goal
what I'm going to say.
achieved.
The last 2 times I've done this podcast, I have left and been like, I wasn't funny. I wasn't good. That was a
Ooh.
waste. That's going to bomb.
Whitney,
His numbers are going to dip. He's never
You
going to ask
have
me back.
hit it out of the fucking
I feel like I
park
nailed
today.
this one.
I got drunk.
I may have had to call a bunch of people that are way more famous and entertaining than me, but I still did pull through.
You know what it is?
Huh.
Our energy. We should do a talk show together because our energy when we're with famous people is very interesting. And it's the reason that Adam Sandler video went viral is that you were just like, what the fuck are you doing? And I fuck things up. We should do a late night talk show together and have celebrities on like Matthew McConaughey and just.
Can I have some wine?
Yeah. Well, I just poured it all into my glass. You want a little?
Just give me a tiny bit. You don't have COVID.
Nope.
I feel like, with famous people, thank you.
I'm really bad at it. Like I'm bad at being around them and you're very comfortable with them. I think it's because you've just been in this business so much longer than I have successfully. I just was always the guy in the back of the store just going like, I just want to do my spot. And like, holy shit, Vince Vaughn's in here?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't think I'd ever see that guy.
Interesting.
And so I come from a very genuine place. I think, and I can say this as being whatever I am and having people meet me, I know how people act when they meet me.
Mhm.
And I think I act the same way when I meet them.
But here's what I'll say. I hope I don't do this. Like, what I don't like is when someone meets a celebrity and tries to like play it cool. Like, oh, hey, what's up? It's like, don't pretend like you're not a fan. Like, no famous person wants someone to like neg them or be like, hey, what's up, man? Like, well, they just want to be treated normal. It's like, they didn't work this hard to be famous because they wanted to have a normal life and not have people love them. But for me, I mean, if I were to meet, like I ran into Forrest Whitaker at a Starbucks once and I did not handle myself well.
I would be caught off guard by
I
him.
was like,
But he's so different of a person in that it's almost like meeting Christopher Walken.
like these people are my actual friends.
Yeah.
When I meet a famous person that I don't know,
You got to understand, I came up to Kesha
I embarrass myself.
probably for legit 2 years on the road. That was Die Young was what I came. I listened to Die Young on planes, flying
She's
into
like
LA.
a part of your DNA. Like
She's
that's
a big part of my DNA.
Like I said, when I met Citizen Cope, I was like, I couldn't keep my shit together.
Yeah.
And Fred Armisen, like there's certain people that I definitely lose my shit around. But my actual friends that are famous.
When you, like out of that group, everyone you called, I feel like I've known them for, And I think this is what people that listen to podcasts go, like, I feel like I know you. I feel like we hang out when we listen to the podcast. And I know that I feel that way about Joe. I don't see Joe ever, but I listen to the podcast.
But I'm still intimidated by Joe sometimes. I mean, there's times that it's like, we're friends and we're close and we text all the times, but there are times when I get psyched out because he's gotten so famous, and I'll see him and I'll be in his studio and I'll be like, oh, that's Joe. And then the cameras will start rolling and I'll go, oh, fuck, that's Joe Rogan. You know, like I never had that with Howard Stern. And part of the reason I think I did so well on Howard Stern's show when I went in is I didn't listen to it growing up. And I wasn't like, that's Howard Stern. I was like, oh, this is just this guy who's a great interviewer. Rogan, like, I feel like sometimes I forget he's our friend Joe and he turns into Joe Rogan. And then I'm like, oh, don't do that. He can't be Joe Rogan to you. He's fucking Joe, the comic that you hang out with in the Comedy Store, you know?
Yeah. Joe's a weird one for me.
When they asked him to like officiate, what is it called? Or like moderate like the presidential debates.
I find that ridiculous. I mean, like I find that when they do stuff like that, I want to text. I think I did text him. I was like, you're fucking joking. Like, but I, you know,
this is when I remember Joe as Joe Rogan, is he like has to change his phone number all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh shit. Like, I forgot that you're Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah. Where he just gets to a place where he's like, too many people have my phone number.
Or you show up and you see with him surrounded by like 7 Navy SEALs and you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I texted him and I was like, what's it like to perform with Chappelle? Forgetting he's Joe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm certain,
exactly. You could ask Chappelle, what's it like to perform with Joe Rogan?
Yeah, theoretically, but for me, I never want to be like he's just Joe, because I do understand the gratitude or the gravity.
With podcasts, you can have 100 million listeners a week or whatever he has, but you're not on the cover of Vogue. You're not, and he says no to all that shit. So all the things that we're conditioned to believe a celebrity does, he doesn't fucking do.
Doesn't do any of it.
He says no to it all. He's asked to do all of it, but he passes on the Jimmy Fallon and Kimmel and all these things that we're trained to be like, oh, that's a famous person. You know, he flies under the radar in terms of bullshit Hollywood PR, but he's like the most famous person in the world. I mean, now I was walking to New York, I guess a year and a half ago, and like I walked by a construction site and it was like, Whitney Cummings, we love you on Joe Rogan. And I was with another pretty famous person, and I was the most famous person in New York because of Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Yeah, I think Joe is it's hard for me to.
He's a religion.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The most famous person in the world before podcasts, you saw them for 2 hours a year, maybe 4 hours a year on a big screen in a movie as a different character. So it was Meryl Streep as Sophie and Sophie's Choice. Like, you didn't always know a big celebrity's name. You knew their character from a movie. You know, you can listen to him, 9 hours a week, opposed to 4 hours a year. The biggest movie star in the world is maybe max 6 hours a year on the big screen, if they have 3 movies come out a year.
Yeah, I mean, I think people get very proprietary over the people they love. I mean, look at the way I just fucking geeked out over fucking Kesha. If someone came out,
but that's what's so great about you, Bert, is like you're just like, you stay authentic, and and I think people love watching you. Like,
authentic isn't the best. Trust
I know,
me.
that's I just am like you fanning out. I mean, remember when we did that, dude? When you fanned out on Adam Sandler, please go back on Bert's feed and watch this video if you have not seen it. Like, dude, this was the peak of COVID. Yeah. We were all running around doing charity benefits. This is when we were wiping down groceries. You came to my house because I was like, I don't want to host these things. I feel like I'm bombing on all these fucking charity events. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just do it together. And Adam Sandler came up. You knew he was going to come on the screen. And you still were like, dude, I love you. I fucking love you. It's so fucking endearing.
Maybe it's endearing.
It's endearing.
I tell you what, right now, I would probably love to lose the endearing side just for a little bit of cool guy.
Well, if you were just like, hey, what's up, Adam Sandler? Like gross.
Like, I love Matt, but
he's Adam Sandler. If anyone pretends they're not starstruck by Adam Sandler, they're a fucking tool.
Don't ever fucking.
I did a movie with Adam Sandler. Every time he walked by, I was like, oh God, that's Adam Sandler. It never gets normal.
I'm a massive fucking fan. The guy, him, Farley, Spade, that whole generation, Norm Macdonald.
You're friends with Spade, though.
Yeah, but like still, okay. Like, yeah, I am, I guess, theoretically. But trust me when I say, when he sends me the voice text, he does the voice text. I play it a couple times. I play it in front of my wife. I go, it's fucking David Spade. Like, it is. I can't help it. I can't help it, man. I'm always going to be that guy.
He's, by the way, David Spade is a just consistent fucking movie
And
star.
by the way, I gotta say this.
Still.
David Spade's a good guy.
Oh, the
Like,
best.
he-
the best. And by the way, so fucking funny in person all the time.
So funny.
Drives me nuts.
He's taken care of me a couple times on the DL, like with his show, where he kind of edited out things I said that
Oh, when
I would
he had
be
the lights out?
regretting. I'd be regretting now.
Yeah.
Where he was like, he just on the fly, we're gonna edit that out. You don't want that out there. And I was like, but you're trying to be funny for David Spade.
Yeah.
And you're taking big swings. And
he protects you. He doesn't want you to humiliate.
he doesn't want to look. And I think because he had that
he wants
bad
to set you up
experience.
to win.
I think he had that bad experience with Eddie Murphy. And so
yes.
he goes, I know what it's like to be young and hungry. Not young, but like hungry and want to take big swings. I've been there. I'm going to take care of you.
Take a risk. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's, I love David Spade.
He's like become one of my closest, dearest friends. And it's like every now and then, like he'll send me a voice memo and someone with me will hear it. Like my dude who's from Phoenix or from fucking Scottsdale, and David Spade's like a god there. And he's like, "Is that fucking David Spade?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh right, you're David Spade."
Yeah, David Spade, Norm Macdonald. All those guys it's like the time when you're fucking finding your voice as a comic or as a young man for me, and you're going like, you're looking at the Gap Girl sketch and you're fucking crying laughing, going like,
dude, I rewatched Beverly Hills Ninja the other day.
Dude, everything.
Dude,
Farley is a treasure.
Dude,
yeah.
I have not laughed that hard since I saw it the first time. Who's our Chris Farley?
I don't think we have one.
Who's come the closest?
Zach.
Josh Gad?
No.
Who's Zach? Zach
Galifianakis.
Oh, Galifianakis.
Galifianakis is our closest to Chris Farley.
That's a good dude. Baskets. Have you watched Baskets?
It was a high end. What he did, he took what Farley was doing to the next level in a inside joke, inside baseball kind of cerebral
level of
kind of way.
Commitment is
Dude, I just
unmatched.
sat on TikTok today and watched literally a full feed of Between Two Ferns. And that's a full character.
Dude,
That's
one of the hardest I've laughed. So I have I can actually rank the top 5 things that are the funniest shit to me. Like I think about it all the time. Brody Stevens is number 1.
Yeah.
On New Year's Eve, I think it was 2009. Him ringing in New Year's Eve at the Comedy Store, bombing so hard and yelling at the crowd, "I will ruin your New Year's." Dude, we were all in the back crying. I mean, imagine going to a New Year's Eve show that you're paying $100. It's New Year's Eve, and Brody Stevens comes out and is like, headshots, like whatever. Like I'm a model for Al Jazeera. Like no one was getting it. No one was making. I go to lunch with my mom and I pay half. Everyone was like, "What? It's New Year's Eve," and we're dying in the back. But what were we just talking about? Zach Galifianakis?
Yeah. Between Two Ferns.
Oh, one of the hardest I've ever laughed in Between Two Ferns when he had Steve Carell on and said to Steve Carell, "So you started a movie called God Almighty?" Like Steve Carell, and then Steve Carell said yes, and Zach just goes, "Why?"
He said he has so many.
Baskets is one of the most genius shows I've ever seen. It's in my top 5, maybe the second after The Comeback. My favorite.
Zach is. By the way, I really consider. I don't consider Zach when we talk about like famous people.
Mm-hmm.
If I see Zach, I don't consider him the way you would like a
He's
like
so
a like
famous, dude.
Yeah, he is. But like the last time I saw Zach was obviously at Brody's funeral.
He just. I mean,
He
that was
murdered.
Murdered.
But I look at Zach. As like just a comic. I don't see him as a movie star.
That's so interesting.
Just a comic because I knew him way before he was famous, and I saw him at the funeral, and he came up and he was like, "Bert," and I was like, "Hey," I turned around, I was like, "What's up?" And he goes, "It's Zach Galifianakis," and I was like, and that's who Zach is. That's who he is.
Best guy.
So when you talk about like who people are,
Mhm.
that's who Zach is. Is one of the biggest movie stars around, probably.
Who,
like,
if you gun to your head,
yeah,
I'm gonna kill you if I need you to ask a comedian, any comedian you want, to come tell me a joke right now, and if I don't laugh, I'm gonna kill you. Who do you call?
wow.
I have a weird one.
Tell a joke. Tell a joke.
Whoever the fuck it is needs to come in and make me laugh, or I'm gonna kill you in front of your children. Who are you gonna call? They can be anywhere in the country. They need to make me laugh, not you. They need to make this, because I have a weird as shit one.
I definitely have a weird one.
If it's a Hollywood person,
nope,
like a failed actor, I'm calling Andy Kindler.
Andy Kindler would be great. I
might call Burr.
I'm not going to call Burr.
I might call Burr. Chappelle would be my,
gun to my head, and Burr's going to make the joke. I'm going to pass. I'm telling you who I'm going with. Ready?
I want to guess.
Dan Natterman.
I thought you were going to say Dana Gould, who I actually would be in my top 5.
Dana Gould's great. Dude, but here's the thing: is like Dan Natterman will just come in and he'll assess the situation.
What are you doing? You're about to shoot Bert in the face? What are you doing?
Dan Natterman very quickly will go, okay, he's got a gun to a head. Okay. All right. We need a gun to a head joke. Hey, you know what's crazy about putting a gun to a head, don't you? And the guy's going to connect and go, like Dan Natterman's real quick, and he will figure that, he'll assess that in a matter of seconds.
And he's just, it's like, what is the thing they say that?
And he doesn't care if you die. So he's going to kill. He does not care if you die. He'll just go.
Also like, yeah, if he shoots you, he'll be like, I killed. Bert's dead.
Well, all right. I'm cool, right?
He's probably annoyed at your success anyway. He'd be
want to share an Uber?
Because also it's like they say, what is it? Comedians are people that say things that are funny, and comics are people that say things funny in a funny way. He does both. He's saying funny things in a funny way.
He's made me laugh harder than a lot of human beings. I should have said Attell. Attell would have come in and murdered. Attell would have murdered, obviously.
It would be Attell. He would just start jerking off at someone with a gun to your head.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
You know who and I've hung out with him in the last couple years. I've seen him. When I moved to LA, Demetri Martin was
Demetri was one of my first ones. I was going to say. I swear to you, on my children's lives, when you said that, I went, Demetri is really great, and he's got a lot of jokes that I know murder, very cerebral, but murder.
Quick one-liners. Like he'd say, my friend, people show me photos of their kids, and I'm supposed to think it's cool. Then I show them photos of their kids and they think I'm weird. He just has these jokes that you can easily tell someone else. You know who else I might call?
Who?
He's not as famous. You might not even know who he is. His name is Dan Mintz.
I know Dan Mintz.
Dan Mintz. And he is very dry. He's like a Stephen Wright type.
I know Dan Mintz. I definitely know Dan Mintz.
And he has one of my favorite jokes. He goes, things have changed the way that, you jerk off now with the internet. Like I used to have to sit around and wait for the Sears catalog to come, and then I would turn to the lingerie section. But now with the internet, I can just go to Sears.com. It's such a fucking great bulletproof joke.
There was a guy I worked with that had such a great joke one time. And he said, I can't remember if he said it on stage or if he said it to me. It's such a good joke, and I wish I knew who this was. By the way, the guy got in trouble because
Drake Sather. Remember Drake Sather?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
he still has jokes up on YouTube. Amazing.
The guy's joke was, my dad wants to introduce me to the finer things in life. I worked with this guy in Madison, Wisconsin, and he got drunk in the afternoon and missed the show, and it broke my heart because I was like, hey man. Especially when you're on my show, if you do that, that's a fucking red flag to everyone.
Yeah.
Because everyone thinks I'm going to be the one that misses the show.
Yeah.
His joke was my dad bought me cigar aficionado. He said, son, it's time to introduce you to the finer things in life. He goes, I didn't have the heart to tell him I wiped my ass with McDonald's napkins yesterday. I didn't have the heart to tell him I've been wiping my ass with McDonald's napkins. It was just such a
there's so many openers and open micers that have one incredible joke and then they never really went anywhere, and you're like, there was one joke that was so fucking good. Like there was this comic, I can't remember his name, and it's kind of timely given the fact that everyone's moving to Austin now, but 10 years ago, this was fucking hilarious, where he would say, the main export of people who live in Austin, Texas is people who love Austin, Texas. At the time, it was everyone's like, I fucking love Austin. It's the best. And then there was, I remember Dante, that comedian Dante, who came up, he was a local LA comedian who would put on all these shows, bringer shows.
Did Last Comic Standing.
Oh, right. And he would do these shows at bowling alleys and shit. I did a lot of his shows coming up. And he had a joke where he said, you know, it was something like, you know, there's this woman I was with who gained a bunch of weight and she was like, I'm not fat, I'm just big boned. And he would go, really? I've never seen a fat skeleton.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like, oh, fuck. Like that's.
There was a guy named Franz in LA or in New York who had one of the best jokes I've ever seen in my entire life. It was about the Long Island Long Island train shooting. And the way he acted it out was so good. He goes, man, I can't believe people run. If I heard gunshots, I just pretend I was dead. And you'd watch him slide down the wall. And it was so fucking amazing. I mean, we do this and I start going back to like Tommy Johnigan was an opener I worked with.
Yeah, I remember Tommy.
Everything that came out of his mouth was good. I remember the first joke I heard him say in Penguins in
Penguins.
Davenport.
Fuck.
I think it was Davenport, Iowa. He said, I went to a strip club and I had a ugly stripper. She said to me, what's the first thing you want me to take off? And he goes, I don't know. How about my glasses? Tommy Johnigan.
Yes.
Tommy Johnigan is
who should have had a bigger career?
Tommy Johnigan.
Yep. Who else?
Oh,
it's one of my favorite games.
Oh, I have a
Pablo
lot of
Francisco.
these. Chad Daniels.
Jim Brewer. I don't even know him. John Wayne.
Oh, Chad Daniels. Chad Daniels is fucking.
What happened? What happened?
I think, you know, and honestly, and I think Chad would probably say the same thing.
His name was Chad?
No, he's a good Chad. He got married, had kids, and lived in LA for a little bit, and then was like, you know what? Fucking, I'm making money on the road. I'm gonna move to Minnesota, and did the road from Minnesota. And
was he like hitting it kind of before MySpace and the internet?
Yeah.
Because there's people like Greg Shoemaker who I used to open for Greg Shoemaker, and I go on the road and he would just fucking destroy.
He was interesting.
But if he was 10 years later, would he have been Dane Cook? I don't know. I'm just asking.
He was good. He was lined up to be Dane Cook. Same good looking guy, really good looking guy. Fucking hilarious. Like literally one of the best comics out there. I think his thing was he did a lot of the road to pay bills for family. Chad Daniels. And I mean, just a
like
murderer.
What happened to Kyle Cease?
He got into self-help.
He's like a preacher now or something.
He's like he does self-help. He does I think Kyle was someone who overanalyzed himself a little bit, in my opinion. And I think what happened, this is my theory.
Or gave up right when he thought he maybe deserved more. Like we never get what we deserve.
That's a really interesting theory.
Yeah, like I believe I deserve to play arenas. It's like, all right, bitch, you're gonna play fucking theaters, 4,000 seat theaters, 2 years longer than you think you should.
I'm gonna say this
because you can't just sell out an arena. You have to sell out in the first 2 days.
I had a really pivotal conversation with Tommy today because
Tommy
we're Segura.
Oh, his name's Tom. Okay.
Yeah, and so I'm leaving on Monday
for Serbia.
And
are you doing a movie there?
Yeah, and yeah. Tell Dave Grohl. And
yeah, smart. The movie business is really a smart move right now.
And so you're telling me. And so he goes. He gave me
lose money in Serbia.
He gave me a very big pep talk on like.
I love that you're going to the one place that you're not famous.
No.
3 months.
No, to believe that you can do it and you deserve to do it. It was a really interesting pep talk because he goes, I know you. I've known you for 20 years. This is your thing. Believe it, feel it. Like it was a really interesting.
No one is spending money on you if they don't think they're going to make you money for them.
Right.
No one is making a movie with you out of charity or volunteer work. No one's like, oh, let's be nice to Bert and give a movie. They're doing it because they think they can make a ton of fucking money off you.
But I do believe that there is a thing that happens with people is when they get to a place where it's time to go to the next level, they shut themselves down. And they go, I don't deserve it. It's self-defeating. I never understood it originally.
Or they think they deserve it and they get shit that they don't deserve just because everyone was like, oh, this person must deserve it because they're where they're acting, Yeah. That's not very sustainable.
But it's interesting that you say that because I look at it and I go, who didn't, like when you talk about Kyle Cease, I think he overanalyzed himself sometimes. I think he would.
Which comics are supposed to do. That's how you get good comedy.
He would then post it on Instagram. And post it on Twitter or whatever. Like he did a slam video of Rebecca Black one time, and then the next day did an apology video, and I was like, I think you just got to let it sit up there, man. I think you just got to take your charge and be like, I fucked up, or whatever.
You can't be too self-obsessed.
You can't.
As a comic,
because-
you cannot apologize for jokes because they're offensive. You can only apologize because they're not funny. Like
Yeah,
if people didn't laugh at it, that's one thing. But also, I also think we're at a time where like Kathy Griffin made a huge career off of talking about celebrities and telling celebrity stories. Like, but I think she's sort of an exception. She's had 20 specials, whatever. But like, if you're telling jokes and using a celebrity, it feels mercenary. It feels like cheating almost. Kathy has been doing it for so long and does it, I think, so cleverly and thoroughly that's what people come to her for. It sort of feels like cheating when you talk about, I met a celebrity and this happened. It's like, okay, but
It's very interesting you say that.
Can you make airplane food funny? Can you do jokes about religion? Like
That's
talk about the
interesting.
things that everyone has talked about and find a new fresh take on it. Because everyone's going to listen to a bit about Kanye. That's going to go viral. Of course it is.
Oh yeah, it's Kanye West. I think that's how I felt about that Tracy Morgan story. Is I was like, I don't want this to get out because I was like, I'm not funny in it. I'm just telling you about gossip that happened with me and a celebrity.
Celebrity gossip is kind of cheating in stand-up.
I remember doing one video for Pat McAfee where he was like,
When people know when comics are fucking cheating.
I
People
think
know
they
it
do.
now. I have so many celebrities. We just called 3 celebrities. I would never do a joke about Dave Grohl. I would never do it because I would feel like it was like, I'm getting laughs I don't deserve.
I would never do a story about maybe I'm sure I have. I'm certain I have. I'm such a hypocrite in life that I go, hold on one second, bite your tongue.
The fucking machine story?
Yeah.
There's no celebrities in it. And you went all around the track and you earned people's attention and laughs because it was fucking funny and well-crafted and an amazing story. You didn't go, your YouTube link wasn't Kanye West party joke.
Yeah. See, the thing about, I think your man's calling you. Is it Dr. We'll edit that name out. Mark that.
Oh, I mean, he's fine with that. Hi, sorry. We're still podcasting.
We're wrapping up.
We're wrapping up, but we've talked about you a lot.
Who's we?
Me and Bert Kreischer.
Oh, you and Bert.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey.
Does he know who I am?
Do you know who he is?
Do I know who Bert is?
Yeah.
I think I've seen every inch of that man's body.
As a veterinarian, would you say that I have problems or not?
FaceTime us. I'm gonna get in so much trouble for this.
No, we'll edit whatever you want out.
Don't edit it. You know what? I'm done. I quit Hollywood. I don't care.
Don't quit Hollywood.
No. I just
A lot
had.
of us need you, Whitney.
I just had a show. Hi, are you naked?
Oh, he's got a tank top on.
Hello.
What a good-looking man.
He's very hot. I know.
Hello.
I told him the story of how we
Hey,
met.
so, man, do I have dog problems?
No, you're looking great.
No, not me. I meant, so we had a bull mastiff. I just want to talk to you about animals right now so badly.
It's literally the equivalent of someone saying, "Bert, tell me a joke."
Yeah, I just want to talk to you about animals. But,
Go on.
man, you know what? We'll all go to dinner one night and talk.
Or just go in and pay him for his work.
Or no,
We can
I'm not
go
going
to
to bring a
dinner.
dog to him. I want to talk about my dead ones.
I don't bring my dogs to the vet.
Yeah, we spent a lot of money on vets. I'm trying to get my daughter Isla to become a vet because I really think the money is being a vet these days.
It's not.
He's got 60 grand in loans.
Oh, for real?
I couldn't afford one. I couldn't afford to redo one bedroom in Whitney's house.
Well, that's different types of money.
He can't afford to buy me the engagement ring I deserve.
Oh, well,
Yes,
luckily,
that's why it's not yet. I'm saving up.
yeah. Well, don't put it on your fat, swollen, barky
can't.
fingers.
I
Hey,
can't-
can I tell you
I
my
showed him
one joke?
videos of you rock climbing.
Can I tell you? I had a joke about Alex Honnold, who you'll know who that is.
I do.
And I said, I was watching a documentary on Alex Honnold, and he said the way he treats himself at the end of the night is possibly a bowl of berries. He gets berries at the end of the night. I go, that's his treat? This guy has no treats in life. He can't jack off. His hands have the texture of dog paws.
Yeah. He just puts on a nice warm glove and lubes it up with some Vaseline. It
Yeah,
smells
there's
nice.
no jacking off with those fucking hands.
No.
I've had those kind of hands inside my vagina. It's not great.
All right.
What are you going to do?
He was like, and you're running a little hot. For a Doberman.
I don't have a ghost hitter for me on this one or anything here.
I went bouldering in Vietnam over the water.
Yeah, deep water soloing.
That's it. That's what I meant to say. God damn it. Yes,
Yeah,
we did that.
It's called soloing because he's going to be single soon because Leanne's going to leave his ass. Luann. I like Luann better.
All right, I got to get home. My daughters are watching The Shining.
Do your thing. I won't keep you guys on.
It was a pleasure meeting
Is
you,
Nick
man.
there?
Yeah, he's been here since 4:30.
All right, I'm leaving now. Sorry. I'm just getting myself canceled. I'm trying to ruin my career.
Take your time.
Love you.
Love you too.
Good looking dude.
He's so handsome. It's so funny and weird.
Yeah.
I'm not even into hot guys. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm not in a hot.
Is there anything else? See, I'm on a rampage. Like, here's the thing. I just had a show that I was doing with Taylor Tomlinson. It's not happening.
Really?
And I finally had my last show that I'm pitching that didn't happen because it was either too edgy or too risque or too not Two Broke Girls or the shows that I've made that like everyone just wants a multicam from me.
Yeah.
Like Two Broke Girls, and I've tried to do like edgy things that align with like who I really am. And no, like HBO didn't go, Amazon didn't happen. Was too incendiary. It was too dangerous. Because like now we're streaming. I think what a lot of people don't understand is like our options are either to do shows for Disney, which is Hulu. Fox is now Disney, so we can't fuck around and be edgy. Amazon is a grocery store. Like we'd be doing shows for a grocery store.
Yeah.
Apple is an international brand that you can't fuck around on because their brand is so valuable. It's hard. Streamers are actually now
seizing up a little bit,
almost more cautious than networks at this point. And so I kind of am like, I'll work as an actor on shows. Like I'm on doing a couple shows as an actor, but like as a creator, I might take a break. So now I'm just like, fuck it.
Yeah, why not?
I'm in fuck it mode.
Your podcast is super successful. You're touring successful. You're doing specials. You've just directed a movie. Like a part of me goes, I'm not. My thing in life is like I wanted to do specials were like a thing I wanted to conquer. I wanted to get. I wanted to have one good.
Can I tell you something? As soon as you fucking took time off and focused only on stand up, your career was just boom. It went insane.
It did.
The fact that every special I've done was like my third priority while I was writing it.
Yeah. Well,
what if I made it my first priority only? I'm taking a year off to just do fucking my
18
podcast.
months. 18 months. Oh, you got to do 18 months for a special, in my opinion.
Just stand up and just podcasting for 18 months. No distractions.
Oh my God. Whitney, you'd fucking murder. You'd murder. Your specials are already fucking awesome.
That's what I want to do.
I would do that.
See what happens.
I would do that. You know, when you talk about like not giving a fuck and then me talking about giving a fuck postpartum, like laying in bed where I go, I've never had any dreams of working with Jennifer Gardner, Reese Witherspoon, Dave Grohl, Kesha. I've never had any dreams of that. I never thought I'd ever meet them. So I think that's the beauty of like great stand-ups is that there's no repercussions. And that's what we love about Joe is that he'd take big swings. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He talked shit about fighters he knew he'd see next week.
Wow, yeah.
You know, and you're like...
Well, when Shab came on, that time it was like, I think you should quit being a fighter. It was like on the show.
Joe has no problem.
It was some of the most amazing, most compelling TV.
I've left his podcast thinking I just ruined my career. And you just got to let go of everything. Let go of it all and go, hey man, people are going to hate me. People are going to like me. You know,
I'm more afraid of saying my true opinion on people with power in fear that they won't hire me down the line.
That power is fake.
But the irony is they were never going to hire me in the fucking first place. Let's be honest.
I only got to where I am by doing podcasts. Really, honestly, podcasts and specials. And I've never once thought about anything in my career twice. I just said it and did it. And to start doing that now would be silly. It would be against the grain of what I've already done. I said, Stavros, I'm going to fuck his last name up.
Nicharos?
Halikas.
Oh.
Stabby Baby, he's on Instagram. He said something to me.
Who is this person?
He's a comic. You're not going to get any of this. He's a comic. He has a podcast called Come Town. Right? Immediately love him.
Amazing.
He's fucking hilarious. He's the greatest guy. He's overweight, he's balding, and he had a tooth missing out of his face for a very long time. You might have seen some of his pictures.
Stavros Baby?
Stabby Baby, yeah.
Stabby.
Stabby
Okay.
Baby that's him, right? You see a picture of him?
Bros for garden hose.
I don't know.
That's private. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I don't have it, but
So he said something prophetic to me.
Stacey Abrams just came up. I feel like my algorithm is a little.
He said, you know, I never got more pussy than when I didn't have a tooth. He didn't have a front tooth. And I said, why? And he said, I stopped focusing on the tens of thousands of chicks that didn't want to fuck me.
Wow.
And I started focusing on the 1,000 chicks that wanted to fuck me. And they have a very successful podcast. Come Town is
Town.
it's a very, very, it makes like 80 grand a month on Patreon.
My
And
last name is Cummings. I should have fucking made my podcast that.
it's not about, hindsight's 2020. Geez.
Eliza Jane showing the pussy public and okay.
And so, but that concept of like focus on the people that want to fuck you and ignore the people that don't want to fuck you is such a way that Hollywood doesn't work. Is you just focus on the people that don't want to fuck you. Whitney,
Smart.
I absolutely love you.
I love you so much.
Absolutely love you.
I feel like I've bombed the first two times on your podcast. I hope
You did not bomb ever, but I will tell you, you hit a fucking home run tonight.
I had to call
Holy
3
shit.
household names,
Fucking
but it worked.
home. By the way, it should be inaugural podcast to the studio.
Is this not your longest podcast?
It definitely is.
Been here
How long
since
have we been
4.
going?
4 hours, 45 minutes.
4 hours. I did 5 hours and 30 minutes with Joe once. This is the second longest podcast
On
I've ever
his
done.
podcast or yours?
On his. He's never done mine.
This is your longest podcast
This
on
is my
yours.
longest podcast way by far, right? Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, someone's getting a trophy.
I'm going to lose my career. Congratulations.
By the way, you have total edit over this. Anything you don't want,
Dude,
we pull out.
Don't edit. Fuck it, dude.
Fuck it. That's
Fuck
how we
it.
end. I'm going to go piss and have another glass of wine. I love you.
Love you.